Welcome to the Off Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity in an insane world with some bonus episodes. We got another bonus one here. House Committee Rules just started up their stream. Oh, and they just gavelled in. All right, so this is actually starting out pretty well. Here's what they're talking about today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, House Rules, again, they are pretty much, they set the rules for everything that goes on as far as what happens when the bill's at the floor for these people to kind of debate before they actually really vote. But this one right here, HR 22, this bill requires individuals to provide documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering to vote in federal elections. Yes, I got HR 1526. This one limits the authority of district courts to provide injunctive relief and other purposes. I'm going to have to say this one goes out to those judges out there that are trying to stop the immigration from happening. We also got Senate Joint Resolution 28, nullifies the final rule issued by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I don't know how far we're going to get into these, ladies and gentlemen, because they could take forever on these. But we also have the Senate Joint Resolution 18. Joint Resolution nullifies the final rule issued by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau in December 30th, and the other one was on December 10th. So we got a lot for them to actually sit here and talk about, ladies and gentlemen, but ain't nothing going to happen until I do this.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you can get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do the little start video here. We just got another House Rules Committee coming in. Before we do this one, though, I will have to say tomorrow, we're going to be incredibly early with this because I'm on the wrong account again. Yep. The switch. Go to my personal. Oh, that Sam Cedar. What the fuck's going on at EYT? I got to watch that too. Let's see. House Committee. We have judicial overreach and constitutional limits in the federal court. If they set it up correctly, that'll be tomorrow. We also have GOP oversight. The oversight committee looks like they're going to be doing 2 tomorrow. America's AI moonshot, and of course the declassification files at 1 p.m., which we will be covering. So we're going to be here pretty much all fucking day. Salt Typhoon. Ooh, I definitely want to hear that one. That one's coming up on Wednesday. And let's see, Homeland Security. I want to check Homeland. Homeland's got cybersecurity as local 2. That's coming up tomorrow. Exploring the use of unmanned aircraft systems across the DHS enterprise. That's coming tomorrow as well. That unmanned aircraft systems may be something. They may be bringing up New Jersey with the drone situation. We'll see what happens with that. But right now, let's focus on the House rules. Let's see what these dumbasses are going to argue about now as far as setting rules for debates amongst these bills and the languages within them.
The committee will come to order.
And of course, it's mono
Without
again.
objection,
God damn
the
it.
chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Before we proceed with our hearing, we have a housekeeping matter to take care of regarding the appointment of members to our subcommittees. My understanding is that the assignments of the subcommittees are satisfactory to all. Therefore, without objection, the following members are appointed to serve on the Subcommittee on Rules and Organization of the House. For Republicans, Ms. Fishbach is chair. In addition to Ms. Fishbach, Mr. Scott, Mr. Griffith, and Mr. Jack. For Democrats, Ms. Scanlon as ranking member and Mr. McGovern. For the Subcommittee on Legislative and Budget Process, the following members are appointed. For Republicans, Mr. Langworthy is chair, in addition to Mr. Norman, Mr. Roy, and Mrs. Houchin. For Democrats, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez is ranking member, and Mr. Neguse. Hearing no further comments, we'll now proceed with our hearing. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider 4 separate measures: H.R. 22, H.R. 1526, S.J. Res. 18, S.J. Res. 28. H.R. 22, the Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, or SAVE Act, would amend the National Voter Registration Act of 1993 to require proof of U.S. citizenship to register an individual to vote in elections for federal office. The only people who should vote in American elections are American citizens. There's no debate about it. Republicans do not thumb our noses at election integrity, for we understand that Americans deserve free, transparent, and fair elections. The SAVE Act presents us with an opportunity to add additional layers of protection to elections right here in our own country. It's an opportunity worthy of
What up, Rhoda?
bipartisan
How you doing?
support.
Bruce in the house?
In 1526, the No Rogue Rulings Act of 2025 would limit the authority of district courts to provide sweeping injunctive relief on a nationwide or exceedingly broad scale. As of late, we have certainly seen a slew of rulings by rogue judges that surpass their own constitutional authority. This is judicial warfare in the flesh. If it is not remedied in a common sense and expeditious fashion, these exercises in partisanship will do further irreparable damage to the nation and to the confidence of Americans in our own justice system. Without question, exceeding constitutional mandates as a matter of judicial philosophy does nothing more than blight justice itself. S.J. Res. 18, a Congressional Review Act resolution, would overturn a midnight rule issued by Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, that undercuts the ability of lower-income Americans to access liquidity. To put it simply, this CFPB's own rule hurts the very consumers that it purports to protect. This rule mandates that extensions of overdraft credit offered by very large financial institutions adhere to consumer protections required of similarly situated products unless the overdraft fee is at or below the institution's costs and losses. One of the likely outcomes of this rule being fully implemented would be low-income Americans being expelled from the financial system entirely due to a lack of overdraft protection. It's time to add this midnight rule to the burn pile. S.J. Res. 28, another Congressional Review Act resolution, would overturn another CFPB rule that unjustly shackles private sector companies that operate within the digital asset marketplace. There's no legitimate basis for this rule. It's purely an exercise in exerting more government control. This rule is billed as a consumer protection mechanism, but what it really does is misclassify an entire segment of digital products with the aim of regulating them straight into the ground. The CFPB overstepped its regulatory authority in its pursuit of subjugating the American economy in the name of, quote, consumer protection, end quote. This is yet another misguided rule that we'll rightly repeal. With that, I look forward to today's discussion. I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let's not beat around the bush, and let me say this as clearly as possible. This administration is already a complete and total disaster. We've heard for years from the other side about the importance of safeguarding classified information and the need to use secure channels. And last week we found out that Trump's entire national security team is just casually planning military operations on unsecured group threads that anyone could have access to. In fact, the Pentagon said Signal, the app they used, is vulnerable to hacking by our adversaries. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, our Vice President, and the President's Chief of Staff, our CIA and NSA directors, all of them swapping classified battle plans like school kids sending memes. This is nuts. I mean, based on public comments, one of the participants in Signalgate had the text going to his unattended
They're still
personal
talking
phone
about
back
that
at
shit.
home because he was in Moscow. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And let me just lay out for people, this isn't just stupid, it's dangerous. 30 minutes before planes took off, our top government officials were putting out onto the internet details about their mission. Who was listening? We have no idea. Russia was probably listening. China was probably listening. Iran
It keeps
was
flashing.
listening. I'm sure tapping unsecured phones of our national security advisors is one of their top priorities. Doing this might have given our enemies a chance to position anti-aircraft resources or given a heads up to the targets that they should leave where they are because U.S. planes are on the way. They put the entire mission in jeopardy, and they put the lives of our troops in danger. We also know that apparently this wasn't the first time classified information was sent via unofficial channels. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that National Security Advisor Mike Walls created and hosted
But nothing is
several
classified,
other
sir.
sensitive national security conversations on Signal, including separate threads on how to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is not a game, and there's still so much that we don't know. We need a full investigation to understand the scope of damage done and if there are other national security communications happening on unsecured channels. Those responsible must be held accountable, and Hegseth should resign immediately.
I did.
Immediately.
All right,
But
hold
while
on.
this administration is busy putting our troops at risk, while our economy is crumbling because of Trump's erratic obsession with tariffs, while students are literally getting kidnapped off our streets by masked ICE agents because they wrote an op-ed that Donald Trump didn't agree with, what are my Republican colleagues doing? Are they focused on fixing things or making Americans' lives better in any way? Of course not. They are making it harder for women to vote, doing favors for their billionaire donors, and trying to undermine the Constitution.
Apparently that
by
would take an
eroding
act
the
of Congress.
independence of an independent
No,
judiciary.
I'm sorry.
The
A
SAVE Act is a voter suppression bill. That's all it
an
is.
amendment to the Constitution.
69 million women who have married and taken their
That's in the
spouse's
fucking
name
Constitution,
do
the
not
speech
have
and
a
debate
birth
shit.
certificate. They do not have a birth certificate they could easily use to register to vote if this bill were to become law. Nothing in this bill guarantees they could use marriage licenses and name change documents to prove their identity. Nothing in this bill says that. It's about taking away.
So you're telling me that if my wife, who has a bank account that won't let her change her last name, even with a marriage certificate, because she has her maiden name on something and she gets married, she can't change her name on a voting record to reflect her married name by showing her marriage license? I mean, that's how everything else works, you stupid son of a bitch. But just because it doesn't say it in the bill, ladies and gentlemen, you can't do it. You can do it for your Social Security card. You can do it for your driver's license. You can do it for everything else, but because the bill specifically doesn't say use your marriage license, you can't change your name. The retardation needs to fucking stop.
Away the right of women to vote, plain and simple. We have two other measures here designed to make big banks even richer at the expense of working people. Again, you can't make this stuff up. With all the problems of the world, Republicans want to make it easier for your bank to charge you unfair fees. And then there's the so-called No Rogue Rulings Act. It's a blatant power grab to gut the courts. If a judge doesn't bow down to Trump or Republicans' extremist agenda, Republicans want to strip that judge's authority. That's
So a lower court judge who believes he has absolute authority, like the President of the United States does, you want that to continue? Okay, because the next time a Democrat comes in, every fucking ruling that dude does, executive order or whatever, a lower court judge can just say, fuck you, it's null and void. You want to continue that, Mr. Governor? Because that's not going to work in your favor, you bald fuck. But you're going to sit here and try to pretend being above a district court judge, a lower court district court judge, you, in your seat of power, should bow down to somebody who just bangs a gavel and says, do as I say because I'm a judge. A judge below you in the hierarchy. How do you think that's going to work, Mr. McGovern? Jesus fucking Christ, you're supposed to be one of the smartest fucking people, right? You're sitting in government, you got to be smart, right? But again, think of the stupidest person you know and then realize half the population is stupider than that. This is how you get fuckface here in.
That's nuts. If this were happening in another country, our State Department would condemn it. This regime is marching toward authoritarianism, trying to trample over the courts and undermine the rule of law. And we are absolutely not going to let that happen without a fight.
You're undermining the rule of hierarchy here, asshole.
Expand health care and invest in a future where everyone, not just rich Republican megadonors, can thrive. And we will not stand by while extremists try to dismantle our democracy and sell out working Americans. The American people deserve better, and we will keep
I
fighting.
think you need an intimate meeting with a brick, sir. You're too stupid for this.
Mr. McGovern. Without
I did not say
objection,
that.
Any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Representative Issa and Ranking Member Raskin from the Committee on the Judiciary. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes.
Oh, you fuckers are going to have to put up with it with me too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the ranking member,
Yeah, something like that.
I'll summarize. Not only is this not a nuts bill, but I will include the following. The Biden administration sought in October of last year, asked the Supreme Court to invalidate lower court universal injunctions against the Department of Education, quoting an opinion by Justice Thomas and citing one by Justice Gorsuch. The Solicitor General argued that universal remedies are inconsistent with longstanding limits on equitable relief and the power of Article III courts to impose a severe toll on the federal court system. October wasn't a year ago. The fact is, the last administration, rightfully so, saw an expansion of these national injunctions in which plaintiffs not there, not represented, are being included in the decision. Nor,
it's going to be bad, Michael.
The No Rogue Rules Act intends to rein in the most egregious of these activities. And we do so in a measured way. We're not saying that a judge does not rule a national role on behalf of any plaintiff before them. What we're saying is that when you don't have a class action suit, you don't have multiple circuits being represented before one judge, what you have is one judge representing one plaintiff, being represented with one plaintiff or one group of plaintiffs. You rule on behalf of that. Now, for nearly 200 years, until 1963, there had never been a ruling like that. And even after 1963, it still remained extremely rare. And yet, this administration has seen 67% of all the national injunctions ever granted against them. It is clear that it has gotten out of control. The fact is that with 38 TROs and preliminary injunctions enforced today, the High Court finds itself essentially forced to see case after case after case. It is not appropriate to do that, and certainly because in many cases these are extremely time sensitive. Will $2 billion be sent or not sent? The fact is, these decisions have to be made, and ultimately at the High Court. I would also note for the record that in a previous Congress, H.R.
I wouldn't say that, Michael.
By Congressman
These are some of the, well, most of the arguments that you hear in these will actually hit the floor when they debate.
But when the shoe was on the other foot, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle recognized that this was getting out of hand. I would only ask the Rules Committee and the Congress as a whole to weigh fairly the question of the court and the question of this body.
What's up, Jennifer O'Connell?
And I'll close with this. Madam
That's
Chair,
cool. I didn't know this was actually
Supreme
popping
Court,
up.
those 9 men and
I should have, because
were
Mondays
created
usually
by
House
the
Rules does
Constitution.
gavel
All
in.
other judges were created by acts of
They're
Congress.
supposed to set the rules for
and
the rest of the week.
their authority was determined by this body. Our fairly carefully crafted bill is intended to reiterate what I think was taken for granted for almost 200 years after the creation of the First District Court. And I would only ask that we pass this bill as a form of enforcement, but also as a form of reminder that district courts were created and called district for a reason. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. Mr. Raskin.
Chair
you're
Fox.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you kindly. And Mr. McGovern, Mr. Issa, look, we get it. Federal judges in 46 cases have blocked Donald Trump's executive orders and policies as unconstitutional or illegal. The judges ruling in these cases were appointed by 5 different presidents, Republican and Democrat alike, in 11 different district courts across 7 federal circuits. The courts have explained in painstaking detail what is unlawful about these orders and policies, and Trump has offered no substantive critique of their legal reasoning. He just says the jurists deciding are, quote, radical left judges, including Chief Judge Boasberg, the Chief Judge of the D.C. District Court, who was nominated to the bench first by President George W. Bush and was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate at Yale. Some fanatics are now attacking and threatening the judges and even their family members, like Judge Boasberg's daughter, or Justice Amy Coney Barrett's sister, who got a bomb threat a few weeks ago. Some Republicans are calling the jurisprudence of these courts judicial warfare and are trying to impeach these so-called rogue judges. And some Republicans, like my friend Mr. Issa, are now trying to change the ability of courts to issue nationwide injunctions, something that Republicans took generous advantage of themselves in the last administration. The No Rogue Rulings Act would effectively ban district courts from providing nationwide relief against unlawful executive actions because litigants could request injunctive relief only with respect to themselves. For every American citizen,
There's no
to get
time limit on
protection
speech in the
against
House.
the president's illegal actions,
Well, in House
each
rules.
citizen would have to go to court and bring his or her own case. If this had been the law when Trump tried to revoke the 14th Amendment right to birthright citizenship by executive order in January, the judge would not have been able to stay implementation of the order nationally while the case worked its way to the court. Even though the executive order was, quote, blatantly unconstitutional and struck down by 4 separate judges, one nominated by President Reagan, one by Donald Trump, one by Joe Biden, and one by Obama, every affected person or family would have had to bring their own separate personal lawsuit because the district court injunction could only apply to the actual parties in the case. This bill is totally unworkable. Our judicial system of 94 different federal judicial districts could not handle the tidal wave of litigation that would necessarily follow. If you do the math, and you just had one person for every federal district in the country, it would take 12,000
You got to get him out first.
attorneys to replicate.
You got to get him out first.
Of the original case, and then 12,000.
He was giving me a rash, though.
Defending prosecutors for the Department of Justice. Do the math. This is wholly unworkable. And of course, many people wouldn't have the resources to bring their own case, and thus would be deprived of their rights and freedoms under
For an
federal
opening
law
speech.
and the Constitution
That's it.
until the
After
Supreme
that?
Court could rule.
That's it.
The whole idea of suddenly blocking nationwide injunctions because Donald Trump is losing every single day in court defeats the whole concept of the rule of law. Just as justice delayed is justice denied, justice circumscribed is justice circumvented. This is a principle Republicans not only endorsed, but took liberal advantage of in the last administration. Remember Judge Matt Kaczmarek?
You can't convince me those are not
District of
pubic hairs on his
Texas.
head.
Republicans were lining up around the block to get cases against the Biden administration
Them
before
short
him.
and curlies.
Praised the nationwide injunctions that he issued. They've even inserted a carve-out provision in this bill to ensure that he can still issue nationwide injunctions in a case currently before him. So don't tell me that this is a principle about nationwide injunctions. Even though Judge Kaczmarek was several times reversed, we never tried to ban the power of judges to issue nationwide injunctions, or at least I did not. These are essential judicial tools. We did try to stop the outrageous practice of judicial forum shopping, and Madam Chair, I would submit to you that's a real problem we could work on together. But our colleagues humiliated by this unprecedented losing streak in federal courts across the land should not try to convince themselves that there's something wrong with the courts. Read the opinions and you'll see that there is something wrong with the utterly lawless executive orders and policies lifted out of the Project 2025 playbook. Of the over 150 cases filed against the administration, some form of injunctive
if it's
relief
not
has been
managed,
ordered in only
you got a
46
point.
cases, and of those, only 17 were nationwide, or 1/3 of them, which shows that the courts are appropriately balancing all of the
I don't know. It
factors
also
in the
could be
different
ass hair. He
cases.
put ass
I
hair in
call
his
on my
head. That's why I got
colleagues
infected.
To take down the wanted posters,
Kind of
with
like
judges'
having
faces
pink
on
eyes
them
for your skull.
outside of offices and House office buildings. Temper their discourse when it comes to judges who are just doing their jobs. Stop the calls for impeachment and oppose this very unfit bill. Thank you. And I yield back.
I don't know why I thought about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raskin. Representative Issa, despite the accusations we're sure to hear from the other side, this legislation is even-handed, is it not? It would apply evenly to Republican and Democrat administrations in the future. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Madam Chair, that we balanced them, including the
It's
recognition
pink eye
that
for your
if
head.
multiple multiple attorneys general
That's so
in
stupid.
different circuits or multiple plaintiffs from different circuits, they would still be able to ask for a broader injunction, but they'd have to be plaintiffs represented and present.
So just to put a fine point on this, Congress's ability to establish the scope of jurisdiction of certain courts, as you said, is derived by the Constitution. You said that in your opening statements, correct?
Correct, that we have the right and we have defined district courts as more limited, and until for almost
I kind of want to
200
boot up a
years, we
game in the
respected
background.
that.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, I agree with Mr. Raskin's assessment of this legislation. I don't know if you want to respond to.
Of course you do, because it was your short and curlies he put on his head.
Or add anything before I yield back?
You know, the committee's presented with a very interesting problem because Donald Trump has indeed suffered an unprecedented string of judicial defeats, like with the birthright citizenship case or attempts to usurp Congress's spending power, or the illegal sacking of federal workers who are on probationary status because they've been recently promoted to a higher job.
Temporary
He's been losing all these
restraining
cases.
orders
So
do not
Our friends say, well, that's because
lock up losses.
suddenly all
What the
of
fuck are you
these,
talking about, dude?
Bush and Reagan and Biden and Obama appointees have become radical left rogue judges. And we say it's because these orders and these policies are outrageous and unlawful and clearly unconstitutional. I mean, one Reagan
How
judge
so?
said of the birthright citizenship executive order, this was the easiest case he had ever decided. And you don't need to be a lawyer to understand what's wrong with denying people birthright citizenship. You just have to know how to read. So I would prefer if we were discussing the substance of the opinions rather than blaming the judges, because again, it's getting very dangerous and risky out there for judges. And if you read what Chief Justice Roberts wrote in his annual report, he said that this has now become a pattern where people are targeting judges
Kinda wanna
when they
snack.
disagree with
I
their
wanna snack
opinion,
on some.
just like the people who are now saying, impeach the judges. We've impeached 15 judges in all of American history, and it's always for
Mac and
bribery,
cheese.
corruption, habitual
Be right back.
drunkenness
Let me get
on
that
the
started.
bench, professional misconduct. And they're talking about impeaching judges because they disagree with the substance of their ruling, and the rulings are right. So Chief Justice Roberts said last week, when it was really getting out of hand, the proper response to a judicial opinion you disagree with is to appeal it, not to impeach the judge.
And I think that if the rulings were going the other way and everybody was agreeing with Donald Trump, we wouldn't be here with this bill today.
Well, and he's won some of these cases. He hasn't lost all of them. I mean, he's lost an extraordinary number for any president in American history, but they're not calling for the impeachment of the judges who sided with him.
And I've seen some of these signs in front of congressional offices with judges' faces on them, that unwanted posters, and I think that's inappropriate, and I would like to think that the leadership of this House would demand that those be taken down, especially given the political climate that has been made even more coarse by the current occupant of the White House. But I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Ms. Fischbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Raskin and Mr. McGovern have both talked about stopping the threats, take down the wanted posters. I would ask you to publicly then ask your side to stop threatening members of Congress. If you're concerned about threats, there are threats to Republican members of Congress from your side. Yes, there's wanted posters. I will get you copies of them because there's wanted posters of Republicans in their districts. And if you are concerned about threats, maybe we should talk about all the threats. There's one of our Republican members there's a guillotine set up in front of his office. You don't think that's a threat?
I haven't seen a guillotine since January 6, 2021.
It's my time, and there is one. And I am asking you both right now to publicly renounce, say, stop the threats against Republican members of Congress.
Then, to the extent that's happening, I'm not aware of it. I would absolutely denounce and renounce any threats against any member of Congress.
Thank you, and I would hope that you would talk to your folks about stopping those threats because they are real.
Give me a specific example.
We have members who have to wear. Yes, it is about. They brought up the threats, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is and
Madam Chair, I'd like to say
it is my time.
Will you please
my
denounce
time.
Trump for sending a mob here on January 6th?
January 6th is not happening right now. The threats are happening
Nobody
right
denounced
now.
that on your side.
And it's my time, ma'am, sir. But I would suggest that when you start talking about these threats,
Yes.
that you talk about both sides. And I suggest that you talk to your side because you have been talking about January 6th for a very
Will
long
you
time.
denounce the threats against the judges?
I don't think anyone should be threatened. I don't think there should be wanted posters out there. But these are serious. I mean,
glad for that.
we have members who have to wear bulletproof vests because of the Democrats coming after them.
Well, but I've had,
So I would
have several
suggest-
judicial restraining orders against people who have threatened me. So I can relate to what you're talking about.
Then you need
All right.
to talk
Then-
about all of them instead of sitting here in front of us saying that this is threats. And so I appreciate that you are going to denounce them
I'm
and you're going to
quoting the
work
Chief
with your
Justice of the
side.
United States of America who wrote about it in his annual report.
You talked about the threats. You brought it up. And they are
Jonathan,
serious
what's
against
going on?
members of this body, Republican members of this body. And so I would appreciate it when you start talking about those things, that you talk about both sides.
You're aware that Democrats have received those threats too, so
I recognize that all of us have.
then we should all denounce it, we should all work against it, not just in the legislative branch, but the judicial branch as well.
I think the threats and the
Oh, I'm
what what has been
I got it
going
in my
on
phone.
to our Republican members of Congress in the last month or so is inexcusable. I mean, when they have like the guillotine out in front, they're having to wear bulletproof vests because of the threats against them. And I recognize there's other threats, but this is right now, this is coming from an organized group of Democrats who are doing this. Yes, it is. Okay. It absolutely is. You can go on and look online because it's right there.
That could lead to something like
right there.
January 6th, where 140 of our officers were wounded and injured. And
I'm
we
reclaiming
What about-
my time.
if that
I'm reclaiming my
exists.
time.
Yes.
because
What about in June? And what was it? May, June? Yeah. Yeah, it started halfway through May and ended halfway through June, where they were burning down D.C., threatening to kill people, killed some people, injured more officers, caused more damage than January 6th as a whole. Not to mention they attacked the White House. What about that, faggy? Oh, we're not going to talk about that, are we? No, Faggy Raskin can't talk about that.
because I am talking about things that are happening right now that can be stopped. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd yield to Mr. McGovern.
And for the life of me, I don't understand why it is impossible for Republicans to denounce the mob that attacked this Capitol on January 6th and wounded 140.
Oh, these
police
are
officers.
worse
They
horror
can't bring
movies
them-
because these are
no,
real
and it
people
continues, and it continues.
making the laws that tell you how to live your life there,
Anyway,
Jennifer.
I yield back.
Thank you. And
That's more scary than any horror movie.
denounce political violence. I'm unaware of any wanted posters. I have seen a lot of missing posters, like on the side of a milk carton, referring to
Oh my God.
Republican members of Congress who are refusing to meet their constituents. But turning back to the issue at hand here, I think we're all concerned about the fact that we have this authoritarian playbook occurring where
Bitch, you all are
in order
trying to get
undermine
Elon
civil
Musk killed,
society
you
and
stupid
undermine
cunt.
the rule of
Are you
law,
fucking kidding me?
The accepted way to go about that is you attack the media, you attack the universities, and you attack the courts. And
The media, the universities, and the courts attack the American fucking citizens on the behest of the Democrats as a fucking whole. You levied war against the citizens of the United States of America. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is getting way too fucking easy for me. You levied war. You levied financial. You levied economic. You levied, let's see, there was, well, of course, emotional. But we also got informational. We got psychological. And we got lawfare. All on the American people. I mean, wasn't there a dude who got arrested and put on a terrorist watch list because his daughter got anally raped in a school and he got mad about it? Really? We're going to play that route? Oh, the right's so violent. They want to call for everybody's death. No, we're calling for the certain deaths of people like, can't say that. We're on YouTube. Let's just say bring them up all on treason charges and let's see how the American people vote in a popularity contest. How about that? Because that's what it would boil down to. I get it. There's only certain people that the right has ever called for any real violence against. And those are those people that tried to levy war against the citizens of this country. The left, you're psychotic, mindless cult fucking zombie motherfuckers. Oh, all you have to do is just say a name and they go attack. No questions asked. I don't think you all understand the level of bullshit. You've come to the point to where you've even lost your own fucking base. It's come to the point now to where the left and right are starting to put their weapons away from each other and they're looking towards you. And you still don't get it, bitch. You still don't fucking get it. It's amazing. It's amazing that you sit up there in your ivory towers with your guards and everything while you take everything away from the American people that you enjoy the comfort of to sit up there and say, I rule you. I'm sorry. Didn't this country break away from another country that did the same thing to them? You still haven't learned yet, huh, bitch? It's amazing. It's really fucking amazing how far you guys are willing to push things and then say everybody else is doing it. When it's all over the internet, we see it on all types of videos, in all types of fucking headlines. We see it all. It's amazing how your mainstream media will praise the attacks on Tesla like you're just protesting, like the Summer of Love. You know, the fiery but mostly peaceful protests. Yeah, they're back. But they're targeting Tesla now. And anybody that drives a Tesla. It's the same fucking shit, you dumb bitch. So when we say things like put heads on pikes, we're talking about the people that levy the war against the American fucking citizens. When you say put heads on pikes, you're talking about anybody who threatens your power. There is a difference, and a major, major difference.
This proposed bill seems to be another way to attack.
It's
the
getting way
courts.
too
I mean, if
easy
the
to
president,
make
as
these
you
points.
rightly pointed out, if the
And that's
president
getting
doesn't wanna
scary.
lose in court, he should follow the Constitution. I was really struck by the fact that forcing
Sweeney was right.
everybody impacted by the birthright
Sweeney was right.
citizenship
It can be easily
overreach,
weaponized.
Order would just cause
Let me pour in the
mass
noodles. I'll be right
chaos
back.
in the courts. I mean,
I
you
got it
wanna
on my
talk
phone
about
here. I'm listening.
fraud, waste, and inefficiency. I mean, forcing hundreds and hundreds of cases every time there's one of these issues seems to be a prime example of it. Did you want to say anything else on that?
Judges shrewdly and sparingly use the nationwide injunction, and they use it in cases where it would be an absolute burden on judicial economy to have hundreds of thousands or millions of people going to court. For example, a lot of people are upset about the potential conversion of their private data, like it's Social Security. And then there was a federal court which said that DOJ could not take people's Social Security data and needed to destroy the data that DOJ had taken. Why should that have to be litigated by, 200 million Americans who don't want their data corrupted or prostituted in that way? So, look, Chairman Issa is a very smart man. I've gotten to know him pretty well in my few months in the Judiciary Committee. I think he understands that you don't impeach judges because you disagree with their opinion. You appeal, right? And, and so I think that this is analogous to that. We don't need to change the rules of civil procedure, to amend the rules of civil procedure to block out this tool that judges have at their disposal. It has not been misused.
I would agree with you on that, and it's just kind of making me blanch as a former attorney, thinking about every single American having to go up against Elon Musk and the U.S. government in order to kick Elon Musk and his buddies out of your own private data. I mean, that's just a total recipe for disaster. I believe there are other proposals on how one could address some of these nationwide suits. I mean, this is a pretty broad one that would basically eliminate, with the exception of the one very conservative judge who is already doing this kind of a case. So can you just comment on the selective nature of this bill with respect to what nationwide injunctions it's going to allow and those that it would not?
Well, that's why I would love to hear from our friends a specific case or a group of cases that they think really should not have the benefit of a nationwide injunction. I mean, like on the Social Security data case, that's something that clearly has national implications, and it would be a ridiculous waste of judicial resources.
I feel
to be
stupid as
hearing
shit.
that hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of times, just like birthright citizenship. That's a very
put the
clean
water to
constitutional
boil
issue. The first sentence of
on
the
the front
14th Amendment
eye
says, all
and turned
persons
on the rear
born
eye.
or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States.
I feel stupid
So
as shit.
how many times do you need to litigate that basic legal question? And of course, it's for a temporary period anyway. It's going up to the Supreme Court, but it says we're going to have a stay.
Oh, hell no.
in,
That mac and cheese is on me.
Deference to the rights of the people.
My wife
before the
just gets a
Supreme
little
Court
bit.
can get hold of it. I don't think a single one.
I'm gonna throw some bacon bits in it,
My
too.
friend, Mr. Issa, I don't think a single one of these nationwide injunctions, which again is just 1/3 of the injunctions that have been issued, has been reversed by an appeals court. And so I go back to what Chief Justice Roberts said. The proper way to deal with this, if you think somebody's got it wrong, is you appeal the decision. You don't try to impeach the judge or change all the rules all of a sudden.
Ms. Scanlon, I could answer your question if you'd like.
If the judge oversteps his jurisdiction and way over fucking bounds, trying to make it a fucking story about he has equivalent power to the United States of America's president, yeah, bitch, it's time to impeach him and get him off the fucking stand, because there's no way he can rule in anything impartial when he does that. Anything related to any bit of this, there's no way he can rule. And tell me how the same judge keeps getting the same kind of cases against Trump. Tell me how that's a thing, Raskin. Tell me how this lottery just seems to happen to wind up with people who overstep their bounds every time, just at your snap of a finger. Tell me how this shit keeps happening, Raskin. Tell me how, what was it? Glenn's judge, Beryl Howell, was incredibly fucking harsh on every single one of these January 6th defendants. Tell me how Beryl Howell got most of the fucking cases. Yeah, that's lawfare, Raskin. Manipulating the law to go after your political opponents, to go after the people that support your political opponents. You levy war against the people on a lawfare basis because you think you can get away with it. No, it's still warfare. You may call it lawfare, but it's still warfare. You would rather lock us up simply because we vote against you? No, that's not how this works, Raskin. And the fact that you were able to be a lawyer proves how fucked up the system really is. The fact that you were able to pass the bar and supposedly be somebody of enough honor to argue facts and weasel your way out of that, to sitting into a seat in the House of Representatives where you just blatantly fucking outright lie about everything every time you open your mouth and nobody can call you out on it. How the fuck you were able to be a lawyer proves how fucked up our system is.
Sure.
There were 17 of the cases
Yeah,
that have been
Mershon?
brought so far
3 fucking
that,
cases.
for one or two reasons, would not have been covered by this bill.
And are those mostly involving the use of mifepristone and medical abortion?
No. In most cases,
Usually
these
the
were
wording
brought,
in
and
something,
the
Jonathan.
judge did a national injunction,
Like
but only
changing
as
may
the
to
parties
shall
before him.
or the
But
to
in
a.
another
That
case,
was an argument, I swear to
the
God.
judge did in TGG versus Trump.
One of the arguments that they made last week in the House Rules Committee, talking about how retired police officers should be able to buy their own weapon. Okay, they argued about the word the and a, and even went into judiciary or the Judiciary Committee with the same damn argument. Changed the word the to a. Thomas Massey changed it up twice for 2 different arguments, and they kept trying to change the wording on everything to make it say exactly what they wanted to. They didn't want to come to some kind of arrangement or deal with a Republican. They wanted to change the wording of every single fucking thing until it says what they want it to say. And if it doesn't say what they want it to say, then they vote it the fuck down. They don't try to come to any kind of common middle ground. They damn sure don't want to work together. If somebody brings up a bill and it's not exactly worded the exact way they want to from the very fucking start, they'll argue about the wording of it. And they will argue until the point to where it makes absolutely no goddamn sense. And then because you don't put something that doesn't make any goddamn sense into a bill, they vote it down. But that was a do-nothing Republican Congress in the 118th, right?
Certified a class action. And that wasn't something that we did because of a previous administration. It's because class action lawsuits have historically included a class that went beyond one circuit, one district, and as a result, they did have national repercussions. So out of the first 38, 17 would in fact not be covered by this bill. We did limit multi-circuit and class action because historically those are viewed differently. And because a judge, we want the efficiency, and I think Mr. Raskin said it fairly well. We wouldn't want to have them have to go to 100 different districts. There are two ways that you can get a nationwide injunction historically. One is multiple different circuits applying before one judge, or quite frankly, to paraphrase the Supreme Court Chief Justice, if in fact you go to just two judges and you get two outcomes, you then have a case for the U.S. Supreme Court. And that, by the way, is historically how it's done.
I need to reclaim my time because I see the chairwoman checking the clock, and I know she's trying to rein all of us in.
Oh, they actually do have.
I just.
Oh, wow. They do
just in
put
conclusion,
time limit on
I'm
this one then.
Very aware
Nice.
of the strain
Shut
that
them the
this
fuck up.
kind of thing would put on our courts, but I'm more concerned about the strain that it puts on the people whose civil rights are being violated by these orders, and the burden it puts on them to each one get representation.
No, I think, we had this exchange before Ms. Fishbach left, but I do want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record. This is one floor below my office, in front of Representative Ogle's office, wanted posters of judges. It says, known get Trump judicial activists wanted. And this is the kind of stuff that some of us are asking there to be universal condemnation about. I mean, this is threatening to these judges. It has no place in the whole.
Oh, okay. Mr. McGovern, let me bring up the fact that you had 3 Supreme Court fucking justices that you let people protest outside their house until one fucking person turned themselves in saying that they were actually targeting to kill all 3. All the materials were there. They actually even were close to Kavanaugh's fucking house. You got that as a fucking joke sitting outside your office? Oh, this is a thing we need to condemn? Why ain't you condemning everybody that's telling our motherfucking citizens to kill Elon Musk just because he's finding your dirty little fucking secrets? What about that shit? Oh, they're not really doing it. Yeah, they're not. Take him out, right? Let's just take him out. I want him taken down for my birthday. Oh, Jesus. See, when we call for heads on pikes, we're talking about that double standard bullshit where you can sit there and threaten us and you can kill us and we're supposed to take it on the fucking chin, right? But when somebody says, yeah, maybe an eye for an eye kind of situation, then it's a threat to democracy. How is it a threat to democracy to go after you when you blatantly and openly go after us? Because we're supposed to be the ones that vote you in. We are the base of democracy. We are what democracy is all about. Right, faggot? So when you make threats towards us, you can't cry when somebody makes a threat towards you. When you try to kill the frontrunner for the presidency of the United States and then write it the fuck off like it never fucking happened, yeah, you deserve what's coming to you. You tried to take out the frontrunner for the presidency of the United States because you couldn't win at the ballot box. Yeah, you levied war against the American people. You know what that is, right? Giving aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States within its borders or elsewhere. McGovern, this is too easy.
Halls of Congress. I ask unanimous consent.
I'm gonna check the water
Not only
now.
would we want that, but
Without
this
objection.
committee has had a
And I
long
would yield
history of
back.
providing security. We are currently redacting the addresses and other information. So the one place that you'll find we won't be in front of you except united is on the security of the judges.
Can we get some agreement that members who put these posters up in front of their offices will take them down?
I don't believe we should be putting up pictures of judges.
And I thank Mr. Issa for saying that. I would hope also that all of the calls to impeach judges because members disagree with their opinions should be retracted, or at least that should cease immediately, because that is creating the climate in
We
which
should all be able to condemn this.
I think everybody should condemn that. I'm glad to hear Mr. Issa agrees that that should not be going up. But I think the whole thing about talking about impeaching judges who ruled in the birthright citizenship case, or impeaching judges who are protecting our Social Security data, is very dangerous. And look, Judge Boasberg's daughter has been the subject of an online campaign of vilification and intimidation, and Justice Barrett's sister got a
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Thank you very much. I want to say, but I believe for all Republicans, we do not condone any calls for violence against anyone. Anyone. We do not condone any calls for violence against anyone. Period. Mr. Langworthy, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Issa, I thank you for bringing this legislation forward. I'm proud to co-sponsor it with you. I join the chorus here condemning violence against any elected official. We are all popularly elected in our districts. I mean, there should be no violence geared towards anyone. There should not be any violence geared towards anyone in the judiciary in this country. I think that should really go without saying and be universal. But I think as many as my colleagues do, there's a growing trend on these nationwide injunctions that is shaking the confidence of the American people in the judiciary to fairly and effectively do its job. And I think that this legislation is a step in the right direction there. Is there anything, with all the conversation that's happened here so far that you would like to add, Mr. Issa?
Thank you, sir. I would just try to reiterate that in the last administration, the Solicitor General, on behalf of the administration, it may not be on behalf of the Judiciary Committee's minority, but they called for an end to these excesses, and Congressman Jones offered a bill that would be substantially the same as this one, except, quite frankly, bringing even more of an end. So I think we're really dealing in, maybe people don't want it when it's not their president, and they do want it when it is their president. But like so many things, if you do the right thing, as we change back and forth between majorities and minority, between presidents, we'll have done the right thing. We
All right.
protect
I'm gonna
all
be
judges,
in and out trying to get this
both
done.
with the Marshal Service and now with additional judges, or additional protection after things like the home addresses of judges being put on the internet and so on. The same thing goes here. We're protecting every administration by not having this continued growth. I will note, somebody said all of a sudden, but I held the first hearing on this subject in 2017. The fact is, this is not a new issue. This is an issue who simply, we're seeing it get worse. And just as the Judiciary Committee had to deal with venue shopping in East Texas at one time, where about half of all patent cases ended up in one judge's hands, things can get out of hand. We're trying to rein them in. And again, I went out of my way to make sure that we did allow a path for appropriate nationwide injunctions. And then lastly, just as a point of personal privilege,
Shane.
this is not based on whether the president or any president wins or loses their cases. Presidents test the executive powers. The last one did it.
I'm sorry for the flashing on the screen. I can't do anything to fix that without turning down the refresh rate on my monitors.
That was made by
I ain't doing it.
over time, as it should be. And I don't always agree with the outcome of court cases, but I always agree that that's the process. And all we really want to do with this piece of legislation is maintain the historic process. Two different plaintiffs show up in one courtroom. They get represented beyond.
Oh, we're talking about
I mean,
that
one of
tomorrow,
them-
Rhonda.
Two plaintiffs show up, even if it's the ACLU in two different locations, they go in two different locations.
I'm going to hit that now. We're going to talk about that, Rhonda, because what Jasmine Crockett did in that whole thing was go after a black man for marrying a white woman. Okay, so a black woman wants to bring back racial segregation and racial purity. Because he's not a black man if he marries a white woman, right? Again, they're showing that they're 100% racially fucking motivated with it. Because they're saying that black people must be now racially pure or you're not black. Huh?
They get an outcome.
It's disturbing, isn't
To
it?
appeal it, and it gets to the Supreme Court. We want to preserve
Chicken
that.
noodles.
Again, if this had been something that went on for the first almost 200 years, we could say it was part of the original intent of district courts. It didn't. It didn't go on for about 190 years of our great nation, but it has grown now to where it is basically one case, one action by a judge every 2 days since this president came to office. And I thank you for your question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Issa. I'm very much looking forward to supporting this legislation on the floor. And then, back to just the discussion of violence against people in public service. I mean, we've had just a lot of instances. I mean, it was Senator Schumer that went and stood on the steps of the Supreme Court and told Supreme Court justices that they all have hell to pay. I mean, we have to set the tone. We have to turn the volume down. Over the weekend, the Buffalo News in my hometown decided to cover a protest of the Tesla factory in Buffalo. And God bless those people. They have their First Amendment right to do that. But the paper decided to glorify the image of one particular sign that showed a guillotine, and it said checks and balances. And that, to have a major newspaper in this country, glorify the image of people basically calling for the execution of elected officials is unacceptable by any metric. And I think everyone's got to take this moment and acknowledge the fact that we do have people that suffer from mental illness in this country and are more than willing to take drastic measures if they feel called to do so by what they read on social media or in the media. And all of us in public life have the same responsibility as well. So with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening or good afternoon, Representative Issa and Ranking Member Raskin. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I'll preface my remarks, or my questioning rather, with the simple statement that I very much appreciate our partnership, Mr. Issa, and our friendship, and have great respect for you. But I do have some pointed questions about this bill, because I think this is a dangerous proposal that House Republicans have conjured that, in my view, ultimately is consistent with the broader attacks that Ranking Member Raskin has described about the judiciary. So let's start here. Have you introduced this bill before?
No, I held hearings on it in 2017, but there hadn't been. It was previously put in by Representative Jones on the Democrat side.
Sure, but I say, because I heard your colloquy there with Mr. Langworthy, and I just want to make sure we're clarifying for the record. This bill you had not introduced in the prior Congresses.
And here's this
No,
fucktard.
But there is a justification for why the bill has come to us now.
Sure, please proceed.
Noodles are almost done.
You had one case in 1963. You went on for additional presidents without it, and then it began to grow. It grew to where the all-time record was George W. Bush. Then it went down a little bit, but not a lot during Obama. It went back up during Trump 1. It went down, but not to 0 during Biden. What we've seen is a growth like this. Republicans get a little more of this than Democrats, but the fact is it's a growing trend. Each Democrat president gets more than the Democrat president before them.
Sure.
That's the reason that Congressman Jones introduced substantially the same bill in 2022, is that the problem is not that it's happened once. The problem is it's becoming the go-to solution.
Were you in Congress when President Obama was president?
Yes, I was.
And you were in Congress when George W. Bush was president?
Yes.
And you were in Congress.
I was here with Calvin Coolidge, if you're going back that
I don't want to
far.
age you here, but you were in Congress when Joe Biden was president.
I was.
Yeah, here it is. As a matter of fact, give me a sec.
I want to tell you.
Let's put this. This is what I was talking about with Schumer.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch. I want to tell you, Kavanaugh. You have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions.
Oh. You will pay the price. You won't know what hit you. Yeah, why the fuck isn't Schumer in prison right now then?
You didn't introduce this bill during any of those time periods in question, right? Notwithstanding, as you said, there were many nationwide injunctions
Checking the
being
noodles
issued
again.
by federal judges at that time. But lo and behold, it's only in the last 60 days that you decided to introduce this bill, right?
In fairness, there was a period of time when I was chairing a different committee.
I understand.
But also, former Congressman Mark Meadows introduced the bill previously. So it wasn't originally my bill, and it wasn't originally Mr. Jones's bill. This bill has come up a couple of times under both Republicans and Democrats.
Let me ask you a different way. I'll ask you a different way. You
You don't like that way? That's a good way.
You seem very passionate about ending nationwide injunctions.
Not ending, reining in.
Fine. We'll use your word. You feel very passionate about reining in nationwide injunctions, right?
Unless they pertain to the plaintiffs before the
You're
judge.
putting a lot of disclaimers on it. I mean, you call this bill the No Rogue Rulings Act of 2025. I don't think I'm misstating your position. Subject to the disclaimers that you provided, you believe that there should be reining in of nationwide injunctions, right? That's why you're here. That's why you're submitting this bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. During President Biden's tenure, there were 14 nationwide injunctions. Did you denounce any of them?
I'm not denouncing any of these.
Did you believe any of them should be reined in?
I haven't looked at the details of each one of the cases, but to the
Was there any that you made a public statement about?
Wait a second.
There were 14 of them.
To the extent that judges were ruling beyond the plaintiffs before them,
Sure.
I hereby would say that they were wrong to do.
Okay.
The fact is, judges should represent a decision for the plaintiffs before them.
Your team may need to go online and delete some of the social media posts that you've previously posted, right? Are you familiar with a case called Missouri versus Biden?
I don't recall that.
This was a case regarding social media moderation by the administration.
Oh, sure.
Sure. And on July 5th of 2023, this is on Twitter or X, what it was called back then, you said here on your social media, quote, "A federal judge is stopping the White House from colluding with big tech to censor your free speech on social media. Releasing this decision on Independence Day was right on target." Okay, this is your tweet, July 5th of 2023, celebrating a district court nationwide injunction against the Biden administration made by a district court judge in the Monroe Division of the Western District of Louisiana. You can understand why we would be very skeptical about the motives of our colleagues bringing this bill today, because they are disappointed and frustrated with decisions that have not gone in President Trump's favor, when as recently as a year and a half ago, you and many other of our Republican colleagues were praising these nationwide injunctions, clamoring for more judges to issue nationwide injunctions. And now you've seen the light. Explain to me how that happens.
Since you've studied that one, did they rule beyond the plaintiff before them?
It was, I believe so. It was a nationwide injunction. We'll get you the decision. If you want to parcel through, we can go through each of the 14 injunctions, nationwide injunctions.
That's
that were
why I
issued
made the
against Biden
list so
administration.
far of 17 of the
Sure.
decisions would have still stood under this bill.
We will go through. I can promise you, Mr. Issa, we've got a great team. They'll go through. They'll pull every nationwide injunction that was issued during the course of President Biden's time in the White House. I suspect we're not going to find any statements from you denouncing or disagreeing or believing that those nationwide injunctions, provided they meet the disclaimers you've stipulated to. I don't know. I mean, are you contending that was the case?
I think you'll find that some of those 14 would survive, a significant portion of would survive under this, this legislation.
Sure, but the ones that wouldn't survive,
No,
you
they-
weren't taking issue
well,
with them in the
but
past.
In fairness, every single one of them would still survive. They would simply be limited to the plaintiffs before the judge.
Mr. Issa, I would simply suggest, I know that, because I know Ranking Member Raskin real well, I know that he was disappointed when there were decisions made by federal judges issuing nationwide injunctions by virtue of the forum shopping that Republican attorneys generals had done during the course of the Biden administration. I suspect he was disappointed. What he didn't do was come before the Rules Committee and ask our committee to end nationwide injunctions as a matter of course in federal law. He didn't do that. How do I know that? Because I'm on the Rules Committee. I was here during the course of the Biden administration. He wasn't here asking us to do that. So I would just implore you, and I know this is your legislation, so I suspect that perhaps this is a tougher request for me to make, but I would certainly implore my colleagues on this committee to reconsider their support for this legislation. I don't think that it's in the best interests of judicial economy or adherence to the rule of law. I get it. You're frustrated. I understand that temptation, but we don't respond by changing federal law so that judges can no longer provide the kind of equitable, inherent, and injunctive relief that they have provided since the inception of our republic. Ranking Member Raskin, do you care to expound on this?
Yeah, Mr. Nagos, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. It brings to mind actually the conversation I had with Mondaire Jones about this, because he came and asked me to join the legislation, and he was invoking what was happening with Judge Kaczmarek and a few other rogue, right-wing judges who were imposing nationwide injunctions on stuff. And I said I couldn't sign on to it because I believe that courts should have that authority. That doesn't mean I agree with what he did in that particular case, and I am definitely against the forum shopping, which I think is the real problem.
I got
we
mac
should be
and
talking about.
cheese.
But the fact is, just because somebody misuses a rule doesn't mean that the rule itself is wrong. And the rule is capacious enough so that if there are nationwide implications of a particular unconstitutional act or order, and we might disagree about what they are, then the court can act in that way. And I think that happened in the Biden, forgiveness of the student loans and so on. But I said I couldn't do it for that reason. Now, in defense of Mr. Issa, I'm not sure he wants me defending him, but I would say that I've been very concerned about what's taking place with the judges. I went over to the judicial conference at the Supreme Court. I think Mr. Issa was there that day too.
Were you
We spoke to
concerned,
a bunch of federal district judges,
Merchan,
appeals court judges, Chief Justice
Engeron,
Roberts was there. These people
Kaplan?
are very upset and anxious about one, and I'd say above all, the physical threats, the violent intimidation, the attacks by the President of the United States, yes, Elon Musk, on judges online.
What about your attacks on them to where you almost got Donald Trump killed, faggot?
Upset about converting a substantive doctrine.
Oh, no, we can't talk about that, right? Because that's bad. That's a bad look on you, Raskin.
And I'm not speaking at all to Mr. Issa's motives because I know he really believes in this, but I would say this is a much safer way for people to have an outlet for their frustration to talk about this rule than what is going on in the halls of Congress and in the streets.
Madam Chair, I'm concluded, but I do want to give Mr. Issa a chance to respond if he'd like.
Well, I'd only say that I'm sorry you didn't sign on to his bill. It was actually pretty good. But I will say one more thing, maybe for everyone. The Biden administration Solicitor General said, and I quote, that these national injunctions, they operate with asymmetry. One of those words I can't do.
Asymmetrical?
The government must prevail in every suit to keep its policy in force, but plaintiffs can derail a federal program nationwide with but a single lower court victory. And that is really the crux of why
That chunky stuff is real bacon.
Plaintiffs before a judge, so that his or her ruling applies to those plaintiffs.
Bacon
but it
bits and
doesn't
mac
create
and
a
cheese?
situation
Hell
in
yeah.
which literally you can lose. The plaintiffs can lose 5 times. You just have to find one judge where they win, puts a nationwide injunction, and then for a significant period of time, that becomes the law of the
When did
land.
he issue that statement?
It was in October of, as she was, just before the election.
With her departure. So again, we've belabored the point.
Well,
I
they thought they had another term.
I hear you. I appreciate the chairwoman's
You
indulgence.
have no
I would just
point.
simply say, Mr. Issa, again, you can understand our skepticism, given that you did not introduce this bill when the Solicitor General made her remarks. You didn't announce publicly your support for her position on nationwide injunctions, nor to any of your colleagues. You waited until Donald Trump had been elected president, and of course, here we are. So.
Because you wouldn't have allowed it to happen in the first goddamn place, Nagoose, because that was one of your main weapons against Trump at that fucking point in time. You dumb son of a bitch. But because you lost on a massive fucking scale, the American people actually understand what happened in those cases and they're starting to pay attention. Your whole thing is, I don't like you because you didn't do this when it would help us. I'm fucking tired of the retardation from these people. And his entire argument is, well, these bills, these things, these injunctions and everything that we did before, they wouldn't have lasted under this if you would have done this back then, right? But what does that have to do with now? You fucktard. What does that have to do with now? Oh, the fact that you just can't take the dick out of your mouth and swallow the baby gravy? Is that why we have to put up with this fucking mental retardation in our government? What the fuck was your whole argument about, Nagoose? The fact that something that actually solves a problem that you've created is now on the floor, but it wasn't back on the floor when it would help you? And you're crying about it. What the goddamn fuck is your problem? Did your mama never fucking give you your pacifier? Did your dad never spank you when you got out of control? Did you even have a dad? What the fuck is your problem, dude? What is this bullshit from you fags? Like every goddamn time now. It never fucking fails. Every single time. You're either complaining about Elon Musk, you're complaining about Donald Trump, or you're complaining about how this bill wasn't brought forth to help you out when you had the House, when you had the Senate, when you had the fucking presidency. What the fuck?
With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nagoose. Mr. Griffith.
What
you're
the fuck
recognized.
is the point of your goddamn position in government? Just to cry? You get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to cry.
Interpreting that one of the reasons you might have waited is that the bill would not have stood a chance in the Senate, since the Senate was not controlled by people who might be friendly to this bill?
That is absolutely correct. And Senator Grassley, of course, has a companion bill he's working on.
And I just have to say, and I think you touched on it a second ago, it is hypothetical at this point, but in theory, without your bill, and assuming that the principles of res judicata and collateral estoppel would not apply, you could have 5 judges, district court judges of the 94 different districts, turn down a national injunction and then have one implemented. Is that what I heard you say?
That's absolutely correct, that you could lose time and time again until you got one win, and then you'd have a national injunction.
So in reality, if the issue's raised in 2 different circuits, in 2 different states, this actually does create judicial economy, does it not?
It absolutely does, because that's historically.
That's
where
not an
the
illusion of
court
choice at
sees
all,
two
man.
Different differences. And
That's
takes the
just somebody
case.
crying because
Generally,
y'all thought of
the entire
something
nation
that
and
could
the
have helped them.
administration isn't
Why didn't you
held
think of it
to a
beforehand?
standstill, waiting for the time it takes to get to the Supreme Court. And it's that time that causes
Goddamn.
the ticking of an administration's legitimate right and obligation to administer.
All right, I appreciate that. Now I'm going to put you in a little bit of an awkward situation, but it's what came to me. I'm going to put you into the role of
Oh, you can't convince me any other way, Jonathan.
As my colleague on the other side was saying,
This motherfucker
talking about the
faked
Olympic
cancer
swimmer,
I am
right?
talking about the
to
Olympic
get
swimmer.
pubes,
Okay, Mexico,
pubes
what was it, 8 of them?
placed on his
He won
head.
a bunch.
Mexico City, he just kept winning.
So
If
here's
you're
what's-
going to hold me to that size hand and swimmer, I'm proud to try do my best.
I appreciate that. And here's the issue that popped into my head. All swimmers were allowed for many years to wear a full body suit made out of high-tech fiber. Phelps competed wearing that suit. But after several competitions, he realized, and it was a number of years, I want to say it was 4 or 5 years, he realized, looking at things in hindsight, that records were falling at a faster rate than historically had fallen in swimming. They're always falling, but he recognized that they had fallen at a faster rate, and he recognized that it might be the full body suit, and he championed to the International Olympic Committee that those suits, not that the records be gotten rid of, but that the Olympic suit be changed so that it's just a jammer that is basically waist to above the knee, as opposed to a full body suit. I sense that's
I
what
kind of
you're
feel like
doing
you're
here,
going with
that looking at the
where you're going with
history,
this
you
is dumb.
recognize that things are trending in a way that is not good for the American judicial system. And even though you may have made comments on some national injunctions previously issued by a district court, even though you may not have thought deeply about it until 17 or until the comments by the Democrats Solicitor General in October, looking like Michael Phelps did, looking back on the record, you recognize that this is not good for the judiciary, just as he recognized it was not good for the sport of swimming, and championed the cause, and is really the reason that they stopped allowing.
I don't even know what
those
you're trying to
high-tech
eat there,
suits to be any
Sonny.
more than just waist.
I don't know what the fuck
just above
chicken
the
lips
knee.
are.
So, do you see the analogy, and do you agree with it?
I couldn't agree more that I not only champion this now, but I would champion it in the future until it becomes law, because the good of the court is important. And I might note something else for the record here. There's a Rule 65 of the court that requires that you bond these decisions. And to my knowledge, none of these decisions are being bonded. And as we work, Mr. Raskin and I work with the Judicial Conference, we'd like them to live up to their rules. Those rules are there for a good reason. The fact is, when a judge orders that a plane turn around and come back, that's fine. But if that's overturned later, where do we go to get the administration back the adverse cost of that decision, on which there was a plaintiff asking for that? So we have a number of things we want to do. Mr. Raskin and I are working, a number of members of the committee are even co-sponsoring it, to expand the size of the court. Now, I'll be honest, we've been trying to expand the size of the court since 2000.
How many of you have had a breakfast meat, kind of like sausage, but it's called scrapple? Not Scrabble, it's Scrapple. Scrapple. I'm going to be completely honest. Is good until you realize what it's made of. And then there's a reason why it's called scrap. I stopped eating it when I found out.
We haven't succeeded. You're exactly right. It comes a time when you realize something has to happen, and I would only be held that I not change until we accomplish it from the time I recognized it, and I will promise you that.
I appreciate that. One other thing I want to clear up, because I've been reading the bill and I can't find it. I'm sure it's in there somewhere. But early on, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said that this bill particularly exempted, or at least they implied it exempted, an individual judge that Republicans had liked. And I don't see that in the bill itself. I'm guessing that what it is that you're not affecting any pending cases. Is that what I'm understanding?
In cases in which an injunction, this doesn't preempt existing injunctions that are going through the process. It does apply to all district judges equally, and it quite frankly, we're frustrated to find that it doesn't have more acceptance.
Yes.
The area that Mr. Raskin was particularly
Pork stock, pork livers,
concerned
pork
about,
fat,
the
pork
idea that we
snouts,
would allow
cornmeal, pork heart, wheat flour,
plaintiffs to
salt,
come
spices.
and they still would get a national injunction, was really put in out of fairness to the history of class action suits. And as a Republican, class action lawsuits are not necessarily what we're known for.
Yeah.
But we do recognize that when a judge is faced with cases for
However, I'll say this.
efficiency that are coming from multiple
It
circuits,
tastes good, though.
that in fact they rule more broadly than their district. And
that's the
we
scary
could
part.
end more injunctions.
Then I found out
if
what it
we
was
did
made
that.
of, and I was like,
That's not what we're trying to do.
never again.
We're simply trying to say, you're supposed to represent a decision of the plaintiffs before you, and not plaintiffs that, again, are outside. There's a district court judge in another district, in another circuit, that might rule differently, and that's their right, is to rule differently, and then the U.S. Supreme Court to reconcile those differences.
All right, I appreciate that. I will tell you that that is of great concern to me. In a bill that we had in the last term,
What I can do this.
change the rules
that,
on pending
Oh, it is in theater mode.
litigation related to pipelines, which just struck me as unfair, and I did not
Yeah, that's
care for that particular provision. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Very much, Mr. Griffith. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
The sawtooth. Release the shakeway weapon.
Representative Issa, you've publicly stated your support for Trump and Musk and what they are doing. Democrats see it as that there's
Who the
a
fuck
lot
cares?
of firings and chaos, and we're worried about what's going to happen to Social Security, what's going to happen to veterans, what about all the contracts that have been frozen? And that would happen in your district as well, right? You have
Bitch,
a lot
the
of
money
veterans.
you're taking off the top is going away. That's what's
You
going to
have
happen.
A lot of federal contractors, I
Might as well get
suppose.
that mole
Someone who
removed.
represented Camp Pendleton and the brave
Exactly.
Marines for 18 years. I not only have that,
You
but I
have
have a lot of
all-
active duty.
Exactly, and so, but
Might as
you
well
are
get that mole
supportive
removed before
of
you
what
can.
Trump and
Or while
Musk,
you can.
are doing, correct?
Because that
I've
money,
served in this body,
that's drying
with
up.
the exception of the 2 years that I worked for Trump. I've served in this body for going on 25 years now, and I've watched us build up a deficit and a debt that I am extremely concerned that someone, in this case President Trump and Elon Musk, has to take on, because this body has been unwilling to deal with now a $2 trillion deficit. So I'm extremely concerned that we have to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, that we have to go after
Right,
people
but so
over
I'm gonna-
115 years old who
Right, I'm
claim
gonna
to still
reclaim
be
the
on
time,
Social
but in
Security.
general, the point was, you are very supportive of what Trump and Musk are doing. We are very concerned about what's happening in our district, so we are raising those concerns. It makes sense that you, as a Republican, elected with
You're concerned in your district because there are people over 100 years old that are still getting Social Security benefits? You're concerned what's happening in your district because of, I'm sorry, fraud? What does that say about your district there, Fernandez? Because what you're telling me is your district is full of fucking criminals that you want to keep money flowing to. I don't think you thought this one through today, did you? I mean, you don't think anything through, but I don't think you thought this argument through.
their positions is supportive of what Trump and Musk are doing, despite what might be happening in your district. But
No, actually.
What's
actually, I
happening
have
in your
55
district?
miles of the Mexican border.
so,
I am interested in what he's doing because of my district.
fine, because of your district, fine, whatever it is that you are, right? But the reality is that when there is a president in
beep, beep,
power
beep.
with a House and Senate,
Skibbity toilet?
we're not going
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Checks and balances that the Constitution anticipates. And that's when we turn to the courts.
And you know, the
And that's when we
Federalists
turn-
did not
and that's when we
anticipate
turn-
quite as many checks and
that's when-
balances
and
by
that's when
party.
it's my time. And that's when we turn to the courts, right? And that's when we turn to the courts. And so our concern, when we look at a bill like that, when we look at the statements that come repeatedly from Trump and from members of this Congress that want to attack the courts, that do not want to honor court rulings, we become concerned. Because we need, and the framers considered, a checks and balances that said Congress can do oversight, but when the House is not willing to do any oversight of this administration, then the plaintiffs have the right to go to the courts. And some of the reason we are seeing the number of injunctions is because there have been a record number of executive orders. This is about 3 times the number of executive orders of any president in the first 100 days, right? Biden only had maybe 37. So the fact that you're having these many injunctions is probably coming from 2 places. One is that there are so many executive orders, and 2, they are simply being found unconstitutional and illegal and triggering the injunction by judges that have been appointed by Republicans, that have been appointed by Democrats, that have been appointed by Trump. And so that's where we come to this. Now, Ranking Member Raskin, what do you think when you see these numbers of injunctions coming out because they are, as they put it, flooding the zone?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, President Trump can issue as many executive orders as he wants. He could do 5,000, he could do 5 million. But if they're unconstitutional, they're going to be struck down by the courts. So there's no limit. And people should understand what an executive order is, because I think there's been a lot of confusion about this since the administration started. An executive order does not prevail over a federal law, over a federal statute, nor, of course, does it prevail over the United States Constitution. An executive order is an order from the president to the executive branch to interpret a law or a policy in a particular way. So he's got a right to do that. Of course, the citizens, as you say, also have a right to go to court if what he's doing is unlawful or unconstitutional, and that's all that's happening. And I wish my friend Mr. Issa, who again, I repeat, understands the law in a very deep way, would identify one case where he thinks the judge got it wrong. And we could actually talk about a matter of substance instead of saying, oh, there must be something wrong with the whole legal system as it's grown up over the centuries, right? That doesn't make sense to me. And, take the birthright citizenship case. We've got conservative Republican judges, we got liberal Democratic judges. They're all saying the same thing, which is it's in direct contradiction of the 14th Amendment.
Right, and that's in the Constitution. So if you're issuing executive orders that are in direct opposition to the Constitution, you can expect that you are going to lose in court.
He can be the all-time champion of executive orders if he wants. He can be the Olympic first place holder like Michael Phelps of Maryland, but not for swimming, for executive orders, and issue the most number of executive orders. But he also could be the #1 president in terms of having executive orders struck down. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with our system.
Right. And the fact that when you lose in court, talk about Michael Phelps and the sports, when you lose in court, when you lose...
He'll argue law when it's on his side.
In the track, you don't then go back and say...
And then he'll argue morality when the law is not on his side.
Sports metaphor, they're saying, no, let's change the rules, let's change the judges, and once we change the judges, or we say we won't have anybody judge us, so that way I can proclaim that I won. Right? That's sort of what this feels like, is they keep trying to change the rules, and this time it's going after the courts.
Well, Bonnie and Clyde should have just denounced judicial activism, right? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid should have said, well, it's nothing that we did, it's these liberal rogue judges who are going after us. I mean, that's essentially what's happening right now. We're in the middle of a constitutional crime spree against due process, equal protection, the First Amendment, the separation of powers, the power of the purse.
You mean the first president in my lifetime who has ever violated all 10 amendments of the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of the United States was fucking Joe Biden. The only fucking president in my lifetime to violate all fucking 10 of those amendments. The Bill of Rights. And you're going to sit here and say we're in a constitutional crisis right now because of all this lawfare and all this. Shut the fuck up, faggot. You created that because he's trying to fix the shit you fucked up in the first goddamn place, and now it's a problem. Now it's a fucking problem. It's a constitutional crisis to clean up our fucking mess that we caused. I'll leave it. We're still on YouTube.
Judges are reacting appropriately.
I've already pushed that envelope on YouTube
and now
today.
The judges are being attacked and vilified.
Right. And I mean, and the issue is when the courts rule against you, and these will eventually make their way to the Supreme Court. I mean, it's not like there isn't already a system to resolve any contradictions among the district courts, and then when it goes up among the circuit courts, and then to the Supreme Court. So there's already a system in place. Nothing is broken right now with regards to this, other than that President Trump keeps losing.
What up, Joe?
Anything else you'd like to add?
No, other than I think you're making the point that also Chief Justice Roberts made. He went to pains to say the proper response to disagreement with the judge is to appeal the case, not all of this other stuff that's going on.
And it is very rare to have a Supreme Court justice issue a statement the way Justice Roberts did, because it was
So
so
the proper way is to
extreme,
appeal the
attack
case. Why the fuck did
on
you
the
let
courts
people
and
try to
impeachment and
kill
on the
Kavanaugh
That's
and,
a court
and
that
Barrett
is-
and
that
Justice
is
or
ruled in
Roberts
Donald Trump's favor in some
and-
major cases.
who was the other one?
including
Alito?
Trump versus Anderson, including U.S. versus Trump about
think it
presidential
was, no.
immunity, creating a whole new doctrine. So it's
Thomas.
not as if this
Thomas and Alito.
court is somehow biased against him, but he seems to be very concerned about the direction in which things are going right now.
So if we don't have a court system that can adequately respond to a president, then do we have a democracy?
Well, the whole reason that we had a revolution in America was against a monarch, a king, and Madison defined
And you wanna bring that
tyranny
back?
as the collapse of all powers, legislative, executive, and judicial, into one. And
Which is what Biden was trying to do.
That cuts completely against the whole meaning of the American experiment.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. I've been taking some furious notes over here, Chairman Issa, on some of the comments that we've heard from the other side of the aisle. One of the comments that has been said is that this bill will end injunctive relief. But it doesn't end injunctive relief. In fact, it provides a mechanism to allow for it under certain circumstances. Is that correct?
It doesn't end injunctive relief at all as to the parties before the judge, but it does provide a process when if you will, there were multiple plaintiffs, but not all the plaintiffs were present.
And I might argue that this process that you have put in place is a mechanism by which
Cameron's got to go for a minute.
is a protection for some of the things that our friends on the other side of the aisle are concerned about. Permits a district court to issue a nationwide injunction where at least 2 states' attorneys general from different judicial districts are plaintiffs, and provides that such a case must be heard by a 3-judge panel. That seems to be a much better system than one unelected federal judge making a national injunction.
Absolutely, and then it also, in that situation, gives an expedited trip to the Supreme Court after that 3-judge panel is ruled.
That's terrific. So does
Hey,
this bill
Carolyn.
prevent the Supreme Court
Sorry, I
or any
didn't
other
see you there.
court from issuing a ruling?
Not a bit.
Does this bill protect or prohibit any type of appeal from moving forward?
Not a bit.
Not a bit. Does it place the judicial branch in one, so does the current circumstance, does it not place the judicial branch and one unelected judge above the presidency?
You hit the nail right on the head. It defines that a federal judge is limited.
You're
to
talking about
plaintiffs before them
Fernandez.
when they're a district judge, and does not give them powers not only superior to the president, but superior to 9 men and women of the high court.
So we're supposed to have co-equal branches of government, but it seems under the current circumstance, if a lower court judge who is unelected in one jurisdiction can issue a nationwide injunction enjoining the President of the United States, that seems to be placing one branch above another, and that's a huge concern.
It absolutely was intended to retain that balance, and if I could, there were a number of requests for examples, and I'll give you just a couple of them that we're seeing. And it doesn't matter which way the judge ruled, but for example, a judge ruled that the president should disperse $2 billion that he's holding against an investigation on fraud. That's fine, we'll leave that one alone, but it's a TRO. Here's one that you'll love. Men serving in women's prisons, in other words, men who identify as women being placed in women's prisons, even if they have a history of rape of women. That is a nationwide injunction. Under my bill, they might be able to order one prisoner who's a plaintiff who demands to be placed in there. They might be able to make that decision. They wouldn't be able to say to the entire federal system that overnight those prisons would be flooded with that. That would take the time, which means there'd be a chance for the high court to say, that's ridiculous and dangerous. The same thing goes with forced mutilation of children. The funds for it. There's a number of these cases that are simply policies of the previous administration being reversed by this administration, but the court is standing in there saying, yes, we understand that the first Trump administration was one position, Biden reversed it and got away with it. Now you want to reverse it back to where it was in your administration? No, you can't, and I'm going to ban you. We're trying to get down to plaintiffs and districts as it should be. And as I said earlier, I can go through 17 of the 38 cases that would still go forward because they limited themselves, most of them limited themselves to the plaintiffs before them. We're not trying to neutralize the importance of the court in the balance, but we're not trying to raise any one judge to be superior to 9 men and women of the Supreme Court.
And is the term national injunction, is that a legal term?
I don't believe that it is.
It is not. Is it defined in federal statute or in a majority court decision?
No, it is not.
It is not. So the term national injunction is something that is within the lower court. It's defined maybe in a lower court ruling, but it hasn't been around forever.
Nope.
And it's not something that's been legislated.
Not at all.
In federal statute.
Although from the beginning of time, a plaintiff and defendant, when they left that court, knew they were enjoined anywhere they went. But again, it was the plaintiff and defendant before them, not parties that were, quote, not present.
So let me ask you this question. Before nationwide injunctions, were judges powerless to protect
their food is
people's
good,
rights
motherfucker.
in cases like Brown versus the Board of Education?
Not a bit. For 190 years, we did just fine without the so-called nationwide injunction.
And so we've heard a couple of things saying that this might be unconstitutional. Doesn't Congress have a role in determining the scope of federal jurisdiction?
Yes, it does.
Judges can't just issue injunctions without somebody petitioning for it in a lawsuit. Is that correct?
They are not allowed to operate de novo. There has to be someone who has nexus to them according to the statute.
So is it this may be the most extreme example of a concern that I have if we continue under the current pathway without passing your bill. If a judge is able to issue an injunction, for instance, to say that troops cannot deploy, that's one judge, unelected, taking authority over what should be the decision of the President of the United States. We had a similar circumstance, in my view, that the issue to return a deportation plane was made by a district court judge against the wishes of the President of the United States and his military authority to protect our national security in what he sees as Commander-in-Chief. So under those circumstances, it's very concerning to me. We know that the Congress does have the authority to legislate in this manner under Article 3. You are well within the bounds of that directive. We do have outstanding concerns. Maybe they were highlighted by this
motherfucker doing his
but there have
taxes.
been other
Hold on.
circumstances. And what you're doing is not saying that
You turn
national
the chat
injunctions can't
background
take
off
place.
in the chat. This
You're
motherfucker's
saying
over here
that
doing his
these cases
taxes.
can move forward. They can be appealed. They can be taken all the way to the Supreme Court.
No, I
It's
don't know what
just
he's
that
doing. He was
the,
actually playing with the calculator for a minute.
The actions of the president would not be enjoined by one judge.
Exactly right. And in the case of that airplane, for example, had they come with a plaintiff, one of the people on the plane, asserting that that individual had been wrongfully identified as a member of a terrorist organization, wrongfully identified as undocumented and illegally in this country, then in fact, they could have petitioned for that individual to be left on the plane and brought back. That would have been appropriate, but that would have been a plaintiff with a case, not a party moving saying this is an injustice. Earlier I was asked about, am I happy with this administration as a Republican? Am I happy with President Trump? Well, I'll tell you, my district with 55 miles of the Mexican border, my district with fentanyl coming over the border by the tens of thousands of pounds every year, my district where we, in fact, had to take the burden of this massive importation, my district, which, by the way, has now been identified to have people in almost 1 out of every 5 people let over the border are on Medicaid, and many of them are registered voters and voted in the last election. My district is better off because of these actions, and anything that slows that down, that slows down President Trump asserting his legitimate obligation, is adverse to my district. So yes, I'd like to see the president able to do his job. I respect the court, but the court needs to have a plaintiff and represent what that plaintiff brings in the way of evidence, and not simply make decisions because they don't like this president.
Well, thank you. You know, national security decisions are constitutionally delegated to the president. Federal district judges do not, in my view, have authority to supersede the president's decisions on matters of national security, like you mentioned. Interestingly, we know this, no one votes for federal judges. We do this so judges can act free of political influence. When judges do become political, however, and when judges encroach on the powers of the other branches, they erode the justification for their protection. When this happens, they invite this kind of reforms that we see in this bill. I'm happy to support it, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I'm just curious if I can start with Mr. Raskin. It's not the purpose of this hearing, but of the 17 nationwide injunctions, so to speak, that have been issued since President Trump was sworn in, are there any with which you disagree?
None are coming to mind. I've read pretty much all of them. I mean, the birthright citizenship cases, I assume you would agree with those, or perhaps not, and we have very conservative judges ruling the exact same way that Democratic appointed judges have ruled on that. And now, unlike Mr. Ice's district, my district has a lot of federal employees. So
love how the
I've been very concerned about the mass firings of probationary employees. Probation sounds.
I love how the fact that they always try to bring up, oh, conservative, liberal judges, like, oh, they're all making the same kind of conclusions. Like that's a thing. Okay, check this fucker out. Bitch, I'm liberal. I'm not staying with conservatives because y'all have gone fucking insane. So if you're telling me that people like me can exist in the population, people like me can't exist on your side of the field in a judgeship. So people like me, who have kind of switched for morality reasons at this point in time, because I can't condone chopping a kid's dick off. You can't sit there and tell me that a conservative judge is not going to vote liberally, whether he comes to that ideology alone or he's forced to it. Either way, doesn't matter. You telling me that can't happen there, Raskin? I don't understand what the hell the point of bringing up conservative and liberal judges is when the vast majority of America falls somewhere in the middle. What the fuck are you talking about with that? That's dumb as fuck. Just because it works on your liberal side, your zombie side, that just, oh, these liberal judges say this. Yes, whatever. We'll do it. But the right doesn't have that. The right will praise who needs to be praised because they're holding up their values, and they will condemn who needs to be condemned for not holding up their values. Jesus fucking Christ. But liberals won't do that. Liberals hold you accountable for not holding up to their values, but when their own people don't hold up to their values, they defend them and then just quietly push them aside. I am so fucking sick and tired of this left, right, conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican bullshit. It ain't even about that. It's not. What it's about is, are you fucking insane, and do you stand to gain from this insanity?
Sounds like they did something wrong. Actually, they've been promoted, or they just started off, but the courts have struck those down because they're saying that, you know, they have the civil service right to be treated as an individual. A lot of them have superior evaluations, and were nonetheless fired, and the court said that's really a RIF. It's a reduction in force, and you've got to use the specific rules on that, protecting veterans, for example, because 30% of federal workers are veterans, and so a lot of my constituents are veterans who got sacked illegally. So I would say I can't think of one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Issa, if I could ask, we've talked a little bit about the history, 190 years. And I think, as I understand it, there have been 17 injunctions filed, nationwide injunctions, this presidential term of President Trump. The first term, 55, and I think in the 20th century, just about 20. If we were to rewind backwards, at what point did this, concept of nationwide injunction begin? Is there a specific case? And obviously, happy to defer to Mr. Raskin, too.
I know the professor would know it better, but there was a 1963 case that was sort of landmark, considered to be one of the first. But you're exactly right. It was so rare that people didn't see it as much of a problem, even if they disagreed with the case. And it is interesting that the ranking member couldn't give you one example of one that he disagrees with now that the shoe's on the other foot. This legislation, though, is not about whether you agree or disagree with the actual decisions. This is about having the judges rule as to the plaintiffs before them as a routine, rather than simply saying, well, I'm not worried about who the plaintiff is, I'm going to make it nationwide. The basic concept is that the arguments are between a plaintiff and a defendant. The cases can be different. And the example that I gave,
Muffin, she can't get you into trouble.
There may have been one person.
You're the one
on
leading
those
yourself into that
airplanes
trouble.
that could have said, I'm not really a member of the group. I just got the tattoo because it looked cool. I don't know what their reason might be, but that wasn't what was before the judge. The judge simply said, I'm not going to let you take a law that has been on the books since our founding, virtually over 200 years, and execute on it because I disagree with the law, that we're going to say they have to have due process, even though the law for 200 years, 250 almost, didn't say that. So that would be my most egregious example. That turning around of the aircraft, when in fact he wasn't speaking on behalf of a plaintiff, but was simply speaking that he didn't agree with a law that had been unchanged since the late 1700s.
Mr. Jack, thank you very kindly. I think that's a great example, Judge Boasberg's courtroom and the deportation case. So Mrs. Halchin, forgive me if I'm pronouncing your last name right. Is that right? Halchin, yeah. Mrs. Halchin said that the president exclusively has the national security power, and I beg to differ with that. If you look at the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, the Congress said that the president would have the authority to remove people from the country in two situations, okay? One is if we are at war with that country, if we've declared war against the country, or two, if we're incurring or suffering from a military invasion, right? And Judge Boasberg, again, a Bush appointee, when he first got onto the court, said, well...
So you're going to sit there and tell me that Tren de Aragua, MS-13, the cartels that have entered this country, that wouldn't be considered a military invasion? I mean, they are their own military, are they not? They're their own militia? I mean, you said the militia was the military, Raskin. So if the cartels are a militia, that means they're a military, that right then, Raskin? And by that definition, we are under military invasion because you let the cartels, their militia, their military, walk into our country and gave them everything. You gave aid and comfort to a military invasion. God damn, Raskin, you see how easy this was to walk through your asshole like it was an open fucking door? That was dumb as shit.
Congress has not declared war. We're not at war with Venezuela, and there's no military invasion. So for these people to be swept up and deported from the country, you've got to use the INA, the Immigration and Naturalization Act. But that requires a due process hearing, as everybody knows. But there was no hearing. And so this gets, to my mind, like the two most beautiful words in the English language, due process. You know, there was a guy who, according to his family, we don't know because it wasn't under oath, but a guy in Dallas who was picked up, and the basis for his being picked up, according to him, was a tattoo he has for Autism Speaks. His younger brother is autistic, and there's pictures of him together with the tattoo. And that was somehow seen as a pro-gang tattoo. He said he never met the gang, he had nothing to do with the gang, and he was deported, but nobody knows because there was no due process. So the reason why the due process hearing is necessary is because the original statute was improperly invoked because we were not at war and there was no military invasion. So at the very least, that's a credible and plausible analysis of the legal situation, and Boasberg should neither be impeached nor vilified, and I don't think it's cause to completely change what is this fixture in our civil procedure system.
And I would only say that the professor took a little bit of liberty there. The word military.
Rob should be coming on here soon.
So he may be interpreting that it's about military, but we are under an invasion. We're under an invasion by organized crime. That organization has been deemed as a terrorist organization. The president was well within his jurisdiction to say that they came with weapons, they came equipped to conduct it, and that organization recruits and comes over here for that purpose. So did it meet all of the elements? Absolutely, and I believe when it eventually gets through the high court, it will. Again, I agree with my ranking member. There was a perfectly good reason to say person X may have had a tattoo. There may be a reason, but that would be a plaintiff saying that person asked to be turned around on an airplane. It doesn't change the fact that it was an airplane full of people that we had very good evidence were in fact members of this terrorist organization. They were active in their crimes and their beliefs, and the president was expeditiously removing them. And I would only say one other thing. The ranking member talks about immigration acts and so on. Under those acts, the right of due process is limited and administrative. It is not as broad as it is for American citizens. So even if one were to say, was there an administrative procedure, the president's entitled to have an administrative procedure that is quick and doesn't automatically go to a federal judge to make a blanket statement. So was Mr. Boasberg overly broad? Yes. Was he wrong? Yes. Am I going to vilify him? No. But I do disagree with his decision, as I disagree with the ranking member's interpretation of the 1798 law.
Thank you. And just one last question. Mr. Raskin, you're obviously a well-educated constitutional law professor. I'm curious, just to be clear, do you feel this law falls within the scope of the Constitution? Is it constitutional? Did the framers intend for us to be able to limit the scope of some of these courts and their nationwide impact?
Well, I'm sorry, which law are you referring to?
Sorry, the law that's being proposed, the bill upon which you're testifying.
Oh, well, that's a good question. You know, I don't know that the law the way it is today is constitutionally mandatory. So, I mean, I think this is a reasonable debate that we're having about it. But I will say the reason I turned it down strongly when Mr. Jones came to me was I immediately thought of Brown versus Board of Education, and I thought about Linda Brown. And I thought, well, when she finally summoned up the resources and the energy and the courage to bring her case to court, should the court in a case like that just rule desegregation is unconstitutional for you and your school district, and if there's anybody else in the country who's in the same situation, they can go to their federal district court. And that just doesn't make sense to me as a matter of judicial economy or fairness or constitutional rights.
Thank you. I yield back.
I don't know if I have captions on this channel.
One thing. I happen to have a fairly unique district in that 70 miles into my district, you go through a Border Patrol check station. That doesn't occur in many places. But the High Court, the United States Supreme Court, back in the 30s, held that, in fact, secondary points in which Americans are the entire city of San Diego and many other suburbs are south of that border. And yet we drive through a Border Patrol station every time we head north. And we do so because of the nature of catching and apprehending people illegally in the country, people who may represent a threat. And we do so every day in my district. And I only say that because many people want to pretend that the war against this invasion, the war that the president is fighting today for all of us, they want to pretend that somehow that has to all fall under common due process. But the courts at the highest level have said illegal immigrants do not have the same rights as American citizens, and that is something that will be decided by the High Court during this administration, because this president is doing for us what the last one undid for the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Issa. Mr. Norman, you're recognized.
Thank both of you for coming in, appearing today. I think there is another side to it, too, Congressman Issa, is the fact that just the logic when Bozeman, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, ordered the plane to come back and bring the basically gang members and murderers back. The American people just don't understand that, and that's why I think the president's approval ratings are so high. One of the things they didn't understand when the Biden administration wouldn't let Elon Musk rescue the astronauts who were there.
I mean, that is the thing. Just because it was Elon Musk.
Should have been there 12 days. They don't understand that. But this is one of common sense. And you do think that, the Aliens Enemies Act does give him the authority.
Pronounced bozo.
I do. I not only believe it gives him the authority, but it gives him essentially a mandate to protect us from this invasion.
Cookie's got to go play mod over there and Rob.
I guess the court the panel of three, to settle, if a federal district court issues a nationwide injunction, you've got have a safety valve for a panel of three.
Absolutely.
And who walk me through who pays for that? Where is it? How is it chosen?
It's chosen at random by the circuit. They all have that basic assignment rotation. As a matter of fact, in some cases, they actually have a bag with all the names and they pull them out. And that is fairly well respected, the random nature of three-judge panels.
Okay, and you mentioned a bond.
Yeah, under Rule 65, every one of these cases brought and asking for these injunctions, that rule says that they cannot issue that injunction without the bond.
Well, I've got a limiter set on that,
doing it
so
again
it's not
and
so
again
loud.
and again, as though
Let me turn the limiter up
says
a bit.
may instead of shall, as though it doesn't say exactly what it says, which is in order to do it, they shall have a bond of sufficiency for the offset. And it just isn't happening. And this is an area where many of us on the Judiciary Committee, several of us, we go before the Judicial Conference, and it is an area that has been brought up before, and I will bring it up again the next time, that this is something that the Chief Justice and the Judicial Conference need to enforce. And if they don't,
That could be a
we
thing
might
because
have to
this is
take
coming through
Rule
mono
65 and
as
turn it
well.
into Law 65.
Like the only thing I
because
hear
it's
is my
good-
left ear.
It's good for a reason. You get frivolous cases when it costs the plaintiff nothing. You get better cases when there's a risk if they're wrong and the damage they cause can be brought back.
It's called consequences, isn't it?
Consequences matter.
Well, the ranking member or I guess stated when when it was his time to talk, that he really cares about the lives of our troops in danger. Where was he when he
Yeah,
left
the browser's only registering
Americans in
the
Afghanistan?
left side, and that's
Where was
coming
he
from their end.
On the astronauts. How about those lives? I think it's to say anything otherwise, and it's kind of hypocritical for him to bring that up.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of Americans are alive today because tens of thousands of dangerous criminals who are unlawfully in this country have been arrested and deported.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the bill. Fully support it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Mr. Scott, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for being late, but the weather conflicted with Delta Airlines, and sometimes that happens.
Safety first.
What's that?
Safety first.
Yeah. I intend to support the bill. I don't have any questions. I would point out that Brown versus Board of Education was a Supreme Court ruling. We're talking about district courts here, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? And there's a big difference in a Supreme Court ruling and a district court
There
ruling.
was no nationwide injunction at the lower court in Brown v. Board of Education.
That's right. And I do believe that the president has done the right thing in taking some of the most violent people in the world and getting them out of our country. And so I commend him for being aggressive enough to do this. I think for the last several years, the cartels have controlled the border. I think it absolutely is an invasion. I think if you look at the number of people that have died from fentanyl, you know, that would lead you to believe that it was an invasion as well. And I would just ask, just this one question. I mean, the law is still on the books, right?
The law is still on the books.
And it could have been repealed at any time.
Could have been appealed, or the judge could have ruled that it was unconstitutional. He didn't rule it was unconstitutional. He still ordered the president to return these individuals and give them a due process not in that law.
It's the law of the land. I think the president has the right to use it to protect American citizens. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I want to thank our witnesses again today for coming before us. And without any further comment, the witnesses are excused. I now welcome our second panel, Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morelli from the Committee on House Administration. Your full statements will be submitted for the record, and we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Stile, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify in support of H.R. 22, the Safeguard Americans Election Voter Eligibility Act, known as the SAFE Act. I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Chip Roy, for his sponsorship of this bill and his collaboration in working to get this legislation into final form. Also would like to thank Speaker Johnson and his team and the committee for all their time and resources dedicated to bringing this bill to the floor. As the chairman of the Committee on House Administration, I'm focused on securing our elections. We've held numerous hearings on election integrity and spoken with election administrators and experts on federal election law from across the country. This bill, the SAVE Act, passed the House of Representatives during the 118th Congress with bipartisan support. But unfortunately, it was not taken up by our colleagues in the Senate last Congress, so I'm pleased to see the SAVE Act brought to the floor once again. The SAVE Act will help restore Americans' confidence in our elections. Through the SAVE Act, we'll strengthen our election administration and keep American elections for American citizens. In recent years, we've seen a growing number of jurisdictions across the country allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections, including right here in our nation's capital. In Washington, D.C., a non-citizen only has to reside in the district for 30 days to be eligible.
Sorry, Wild, but you're going to have to actually pay attention to these hearings. You ain't heard Wild yet. You really haven't, because this shit gets out of control. A lot of these things get out of control. We got one on the JFK files coming up. We got one on the unmanned drones situation again. We got a lot coming up that I'm going to be listening to. We got like 2 or 3 tomorrow. JFK one is like, it'll be 1 p.m. Central. So 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. We'll be here covering that. Whatever else we're listening to at that point stops when that hearing comes on.
Eligible to vote in municipal elections. You can imagine what it would look like if that policy was adopted across the country. The SAVE Act contains critical reforms and strengthens current laws by requiring documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. 2 months ago, I held a roundtable with secretaries of state from across the country to discuss difficulties they encounter while administering the most recent election. One of their top concerns was the integrity of voter rolls, and we discussed preventing non-citizens from voting. The SAVE Act contains crucial reforms to election law that will help states conduct free and fair elections. The National Voter Registration Act currently requires states to give voter registration forms to everyone who receives a driver's license, regardless of citizenship. So, for example, in Illinois, non-citizens can obtain a driver's license, and under the NVRA, these non-citizens are given voter registration forms. And just a few years ago, Illinois had to remove hundreds of non-citizens from its voter rolls. All an application has to do is check a box saying they're a citizen, and the citizenship verification process is
Hey,
over.
take it
It's almost
easy,
hard to
Jonathan.
believe. But following the 2013 Supreme Court case, Arizona versus Intertribal, the NVRA, as it's currently written, actually prevents states from asking applicants for confirmation of citizenship in federal elections.
Just having this
That's
mono
wrong. The
audio in
SAVE
my
Act would
head.
change the federal language under the
I'm killing
NVRA
one side of my
to
head,
require
man.
and assist states in obtaining documentary proof of citizenship in person when an individual registers to vote in a federal election. State DMVs can no longer take someone's word for being a citizen. The self-verification method of claiming to be an American citizen does not ensure that American elections are secure. States have tried to enforce documentary proof of citizenship, but the requirement has been shot down by the courts due to preemption. And so the SAVE Act would require states to set up a program to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. In order to assist with this process, the bill would give states free access to federal and state databases with citizenship information. By allowing this access, states can strengthen registration processes and ensure that non-citizens are not registered to vote. This has routinely been a top request made by secretaries of state across the country. The SAVE Act will direct the Election Admission Commission to update any guidance associated with the bill. That's an important point that we'll probably talk about here today. The SAVE Act will also ensure that states with same-day registration can comply with the bill. And finally, the SAVE Act is in line with President Trump's recent executive order on preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. Many of my colleagues may say that non-citizen voting is already illegal. That's true. In fact, it's illegal for a non-citizen to vote in a federal election. This bill is about enforcing our laws and ensuring non-citizens cannot vote. So it's illegal to evade Border Patrol and illegally enter the country. It was illegal under the Biden administration, and it was illegal today under the Trump administration. But why have we seen the dramatic drop? Because of enforcement. So this bill is not simply about altering the law. It's still illegal for non-citizens to vote in the country in federal elections.
Weak,
This
Jennifer.
bill is about
That dude
enforcing
is
the
weak as
law,
fuck.
getting the result we want, which is that U.S. citizens are the only individuals that are voting in U.S. elections. So I look forward to our conversation today. I think we need to pass the SAVE Act. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stile. Mr. Morelli, you are recognized.
That might be true, Rhoda, though.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I don't
It's
know.
Nice to see you. Thank you to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern.
I think
Thank you to the
California would
members of the
stay
committee.
blue,
Grateful for your service
not by much.
on this committee, which I know takes a great deal of time. As an alum of the committee, it's always good to be back in the room. On the first day of this Congress,
I think New
Republicans
York would
included
flip.
the SAVE Act in the rules package under a closed rule. Yet here we are debating a bill that Republican leadership could easily have brought to the floor at any time. So I do have a simple question, which is, what are we doing here? Aside from process, however, I want to be crystal clear about the substance of the bill. The SAVE Act,
I just
coupled with
wanna
the
be a
president's
dick.
recent executive order, would cripple American elections. The
That
SAVE
woman
Act
ain't
and the
back there
president's executive order
doing anything, but
form
for
the
some
most
reason, I just
significant
want to be a
effort
dick to her.
disenfranchise American citizens in this nation's long history.
She's just playing with her
The SAVE
phone, and I'm
Act
just
would
like,
force American citizens
I wanna say some
into
fucked
a
up shit.
paperwork nightmare, turning every voter registration into a bureaucratic tsunami of government red tape. The SAVE Act
Oh my
requires
God.
every American
I know who
citizen to
this is.
show generally either a passport or their birth certificate to register to vote. Want to use your real ID? You cannot. Even as my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, admitted to this committee last year, most real IDs alone cannot be used for voter registration under the SAVE Act. Military IDs alone will also be insufficient to register to vote. You can use your birth certificate alongside your photo ID, but almost 70 million American women, a quarter of the citizen voting age population, have a different name on their birth certificates than on their ID. Most married women, 84% to be exact, change their name. This provision would also disenfranchise survivors of domestic abuse who have changed their names for safety reasons.
No.
That Republicans
No, it
would
doesn't.
willfully make it harder for domestic abuse survivors to vote is shocking. The SAVE Act will disproportionately burden rural Americans. It will force millions of rural voters, many of whom now register to vote online or by mail, to travel significant distances to present documents to government officials. Candidly, under the SAVE Act, voter registration,
Well,
as we know it,
I mean, if
ends.
that's the thing,
The
Jennifer,
SAVE
maybe,
Act does let,
maybe so.
does let
but-
Americans to use their passports to register, but half of all Americans do not have a passport. And a
You'd have to
passport
change the
costs
big cities.
$130 per
Change
person
enough in the
plus
big
additional
cities.
fees. So the cost of the SAVE Act to American voters who are without a passport and need one to register, if they all did it, $19 billion. That's right. At the time of rising costs under the administration we currently have in the White House, with a looming Trump recession on the horizon, Republicans are trying to charge U.S. citizens billions of dollars just to
A looming Trump recession. Weren't they telling us not too long ago that by definition, 2/4 of a declining GDP is not a sign of recession? Weren't they trying to justify how we're not in a recession for fucking years? But now it's a looming Trump recession, right? Huh. So again, the shit that they caused is being thrown onto somebody else, and they're going to cry about why they haven't cleaned it up yet. Here the fuck we go, ladies and gentlemen. Still the same fucking playbook, even with this goddamn bill. The same dumb shit, even with this bill.
register to vote. Let's face it, Republicans have one real purpose here, to weaken American confidence in elections, which Americans generally assume they have confidence in the election system. Just look at the recent executive order on voting. The order, like the SAVE Act, disenfranchises women, rural voters, military voters, Native voters, seniors, students, survivors of domestic abuse, and survivors of natural disasters who, after a flood or hurricane, may find it very hard to find documentation like their passports or their birth certificates. Worse yet, the executive order forces states to let Elon Musk and Doge into state voter databases containing personal private information. And I ask, why does Elon Musk need access to American citizens' voting records? I think the sole objective here is to scare Americans into falsely believing that non-citizens are voting in federal elections. But we know this simply does not happen. Last Congress,
it does.
our committee held hearing after hearing on a number of topics, including non-citizen voting. But my colleagues could not produce any evidence to back up their
Motherfucker, there were people all over the country saying, hey, I'm a non-citizen and I'm somehow registered to vote. How did that happen? They literally came out themselves saying, I'm a non-citizen, I shouldn't be voting, but yet I'm registered to vote. So it simply doesn't happen, right? God damn, you're too fucking dumb for this, dude. Like, you don't think we've known this? You don't think we've heard all that shit before? You don't think we've gone through it? There were over 1,500 people, the first time it was ever talked about, over 1,500 fucking non-citizens that said, I don't know how I'm registered to vote, but please take me off the list because I don't want this to be a thing. Non-citizens of this country saying, I shouldn't have say in your fucking system. 1,500, over 1,500, the first time it was ever fucking talked about. But it's just not happening, right? Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't listen to your lying ears. Just believe what we tell you.
their claims, nor was there any evidence of non-citizens voting in the 2024 election. In fact,
Have we gone through the 2024 election? Have we looked into any of that? Has anybody really done that? Oh, 2024. Huh. Why would you bring up 2024? Because that just fucking happened not too long ago. You're right. Nobody's gone into any of that, but nobody raised a legitimate fucking challenge to it. I mean, over 5 million fucking voters on day one went Trump. He got fucking a popular vote and congressional vote. How the fucking you can test that? Oh, fraud? Oh, you talking about how Elon used his satellites to change votes or some shit? Never mind the actual real fraud that was found in 2020 that nobody wants to fucking talk about.
In fact, Speaker Johnson admitted publicly he had known proof of non-citizen voting in federal elections, thought it was simply intuitive. Well, we need to have evidence of it if we're going to make all of these changes. In fact, the SAVE Act does not solve any problems American elections do face, from chronic underfunding to state and county boards of elections to violent threats against election administrators and election workers. The SAVE Act will not lower the cost of living for American
That's gone up
families.
about, what,
Instead, will
$300
make
million
Americans'
since
lives
the
more
last time we
expensive.
saw it?
The press has extensively reported that some House Republicans have been afraid to face their constituents at town halls. The SAVE Act proves that in some cases, Republicans are also afraid to face constituents at the ballot box. They'd rather stop them from voting and registering altogether. But the American people will not fall for it. We should not approve this bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
No, I guess not.
very
It's gone up about 20,000
Appreciate
or 20
both
million.
of you being here.
20
Chairman
billion.
Stile, as you know, increasing the role of the
That's
federal government in
646.
state
Yeah, 20 billion.
elections is something that should be avoided. But the SAVE Act
I'm way
simply
off on my
amends
math.
established law on this subject, correct? It doesn't increase the role of the federal government, but closes a fundamental loophole that exists in current law. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. In many ways, Congress broke this, and Congress needs to fix this. And so as we discussed, under current law, National Registration Voter Act, states give registration forms to everyone who receives a driver's license. I was not here when that law was written. When it was, maybe people didn't think states were going to be giving driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. Maybe they did. But in the case of a non-citizen receiving that as required, it sure seems like an area to me that Congress should engage in fixing the law. So Congress broke the law when they wrote it originally, and this is our opportunity for Congress to fix that law.
Short follow-up. Is it your view that the participation of non-citizens and illegal immigrants in our voting processes has been increasing in the last decade?
Well, we do know that there's a significant number of illegal immigrants that entered this country during the Biden administration. There's also legal immigrants in the United States as well. And so we have seen this occur. There's a series of documents and evidence that we put forward in our committee through different hearings where this has been the case. My standard is that one non-citizen voting in U.S. elections is too much. I know some of my colleagues on the other side, their standard is higher than that. We can have that debate on the House floor when this bill comes forward. But this bill really allows the true enforcement of the law that is in U.S. elections. Only U.S. citizens can vote.
Thank you. And we have a member serving currently who won her first election by only 6 votes. And so
Not always. I just like to turn my mind off.
Anybody voting illegally really is unjust, because if you're winning by 6 votes and you had, hypothetically, 6 illegal or ineligible voters, then that distorts the entire program. And 6 votes is not much. And it's not hard to see that when you're seeing 400, 500, 600,000 votes cast. So thank you very much again, Mr. Stile. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a few questions. First of all, I'm trying to understand kind of why we are here right now. If I remember correctly, in our opening day rules package, we provided a rule, a closed rule, because that's what you guys all like, is closed rules, to deal with the SAVE Act. Is there a manager's amendment that you're bringing to us today, or is there something new from the bill that was that we gave a rule for in the opening day rules package, and now is there any different language?
This is the same bill and the same text that we passed last year.
Why are we here? You already have a rule to bring it to the floor. Why are we bringing this? Why are we here having a debate about another rule?
I would, if it's directed at me, Mr. Ranking Member, I would defer to the Rules Committee for the expertise as to the rules process, but happy to comment on the substance of the bill.
But didn't you ask for there to be a rule granted for this, a new rule? I'm just wondering, why are we having a new rule when you already have a rule? It's the same rule. This will be a closed rule as well, I'm assuming. So, like, I'm just trying to, why are we having this second meeting to take up the exact same bill and give it the exact same closed rule?
Again, I would defer to the Rules Committee as it relates to that process. Obviously, the Rules Committee.
I have a theory. And I have a theory that you guys are trying to derail the discharge petition that Representative Luna brought before this chamber.
Oh, hell yeah.
I want to request, I have unanimous consent
Appreciate
request
you,
to insert
Jennifer.
into a record a letter from Representative Luna announcing her departure from the Freedom Caucus. And Representative Luna writes, and I quote, "When compromise proved impossible, our own Freedom Caucus members on the House Rules Committee and a small faction of our group advocated to change our rules of governance by tying my petition to a rule that would kill it and attaching it to the SAVE Act." And I also want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from Representative Luna regarding Speaker Johnson's efforts to use this committee to kill her discharge petition related to proxy voting for new parents. And she writes, let me quote the letter that she's sending to all the Republican conference. She says, the speaker,
Yeah, and you can't find
speaker is
shit.
being blackmailed. The speaker is being blackmailed into doing this. But this behavior to force someone into doing something is categorically wrong and everything we're supposed to stand against, end quote.
All right, take it easy, Jennifer O'Connell.
Yeah,
Have
so
a good night.
is that the reason why we're here? Is so that we could have so that we could try to get a rule that might make it more difficult for Republicans to vote no on in order to kill a discharge petition where a majority of members of this House, Democrats and Republicans, signed onto, to be able to bring a debate and a vote to the House floor on proxy voting for new parents?
From the rule standpoint, I'll defer to the expertise of the members of this committee,
I don't know.
It's not the jurisdiction of the Committee on House Administration.
But you asked for this. You asked for this in a letter you sent to this committee. You asked us to give your bill a rule, and I guess I'm just puzzled by we already gave it a rule. We already gave it the kind of rule that you're that you want today. So I mean, this is kind of a kind of a scam to derail a discharge petition that some of your members, many of whom, by the way, when we had proxy voting, utilized proxy voting, including the Speaker of the House, by the way, but now want to deny new mothers the ability to participate in voting. I mean, I think we all know that's what's going on. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to make believe it's not happening, but we all know what is happening. Ranking Member Morelli pointed out that almost 70 million American women have a different name on their birth certificate than their photo ID. And under this bill, they will be unable to prove citizenship using a birth certificate. So they would need like a passport? Would that be sufficient to prove that you're a citizen?
Directed to me?
Yeah.
No, actually, I think page 14, line 19, actually explicitly addresses this and directs the states to create a process for addressing this exact issue. Name changes are state-specific, and so each state, your state and my state, may not have the same process for an individual to change their name. And so therefore, in this text of the bill, we've explicitly asked the states to design that process to make sure that individuals are not disenfranchised.
How many different ways could you design a process to address that short of a passport?
Can I give an example? So we could look, for example, to the state of North Dakota, which uses Real ID and indicates citizenship on those identifications. So an individual in the state of North Dakota, when they obtain a driver's license or any other form of ID, would have a citizenship or non-citizenship delineated on their driver's license, and therefore would be able to utilize that. That'd be one example.
But as you know, a lot of Real IDs don't require proof of citizenship, like in D.C., for example.
And so we would look for many of these states or in
So
the
if you
case of.
don't, if you don't, if you don't have to prove proof of citizenship for a real ID in many states, and many states don't have real ID, then what are your options? You have like a passport. And you know how much a passport costs?
Well, a passport would be one of a series
It says
of options.
$160.
But it would only be one of a series of options. And so, for example, any given state, as we note in page 14, line 19, directing the state to create a process for addressing the exact issue, the state could make obtaining a license free in their respective state if they so chose, or they could charge an amount depending on what each individual state determines to set up as their process.
So could the state not change anything and keep it as it is?
North Dakota would be just fine.
No,
Yes,
no,
sir.
but I mean, any other, I mean, could every state just maintain the status quo?
It
Or, I
depends
mean-
if they're in compliance. I would
Well,
need
I
an
mean, they're-
example of
they're
the state.
obviously-
I'm noting that North Dakota would be in compliance today.
Right, well, but I'm just simply saying, in order to prove your citizenship, if you're a woman and your name on your birth certificate is different, I'm just, I mean, the state's coming up with a criteria. What would that, I'm trying to think of the criteria that wouldn't cost.
Hey, McGovern, your retardation on this issue is beyond fucking pale. Yes, your marriage license is not proof you are a U.S. citizen, but what your marriage license does prove is the fact that your maiden name was what is on your birth certificate at that point in time. Yes, you would have to bring your marriage license with you if your birth certificate and your ID are completely fucking different. The marriage license is just to say, yes, this name change was legal because of this reason. It was this person before, and now it is this person. It's proof, 100% fucking proof, that the name change was a thing that needed to be done, and they are still the same exact fucking person. I'm so fucking done with all of this dumb shit from these retarded assholes who sit there and your name change, your thing has to you can't vote now. You're a woman, you can't vote. Trump doesn't want you to vote. Because everywhere you go, even at the DMV to get your goddamn license where you register to vote, most of the fucking time, where most people actually register to vote, you bring your fucking marriage certificate if it's different to prove why it's different. You stupid fucking sack of shit. It doesn't mean it is a form that is going to prove your citizenship. Marriage license never proves your citizenship. It just proves that your fucking ID and your fucking birth certificate come from the same fucking person, and it's different because of this reason. Jesus fucking Christ, ladies and gentlemen, to get benefits from the goddamn government, you got to do the same shit. So this motherfucker sitting here saying that these forms that the government would actually take aren't the same forms that you could use to register to vote in your state that controls the way it's run. It's this retardation in our federal fucking government that needs to stop. And the only way this retardation is going to stop is if you stop the retardation in the voters or you stop the retarded from voting. That's it. That's the only way it's going to fucking work.
A lot of money, or that wouldn't be so difficult that it would dissuade people from voting. It just seems like the brunt of all the requirements in this bill are on women. Mr. Morelli.
This
Well, I do
dude is
wanna point
actually
out that, first of all,
trying.
the executive order by the president gives
to
no
make this
instruction
fucking
in
dumb.
DAC whatsoever. So that's obviously at odds with the bill that is being advanced here.
Oh, yeah, California
today.
would
But
have
I'd
to
also
change
note
under
that
that system.
The act becomes effective immediately. It's upon enactment. If you then charge the 50 states with coming up with, after getting guidance from the Elections Assistant Commission, so once that happens, they will provide whatever guidance and then send it to the states, and the states will have to make decisions, presumably similar, maybe different requirements in each state during that entire time. And that could take months. Women who have a different last name by virtue of being married, and 84% of women take their husband's name in America, they will be unable to register to vote. So that could take months and
You're
months.
fucking
There's no way to register. during that
incredibly
time.
goddamn retarded, and this fear mongering is too goddamn much.
Sure, we're looking at a federal election that's 18 months away, so if enacted immediately, you have the 18 months. There's not a federal election nationally in the interim. We note that states will be creating a process to address this issue. So if a state wanted to put forward, you could bring your marriage license and show other documentation of the name change, for example, a state could put that forward. As it relates to the finances, that any given state chooses what those fees are associated with of obtaining something such as a marriage license.
If I might, that's not entirely, I appreciate my good friend, the general election for the 2026 election, but we have special elections going on right now.
Right, yeah.
There are vacancies in Texas, there's 2 vacancies in Florida, and there certainly could be other vacancies that would occur. But this is, and by the way, this isn't about voting, this is about registering. So you'd have to wait months to figure out what your state does after you've waited for the EAC to come up with guidelines that would be implemented. So
that could be easily solved. Anybody with special elections right now, this bill would be grandfathered in after the election. This is not hard. This is not hard, okay? This is the dumbest fucking shit I have ever seen from you motherfuckers. It's not hard to sit here and say this does not actually apply to the special elections that are going on right now, because it'll fuck them up even worse than it already is. It wouldn't be hard to make that caveat. I guess that's the word. Yeah, the caveat. It wouldn't be that hard to make that caveat. But this motherfucker can't even look at more than 2 things or less than 2 things at one time. So I don't even know if he's reading this bill correctly.
for a period of time, and it could take months, women who have a different last name.
This motherfucker's
than
reading
their
17
husband
lines
or
at
than their
once.
birth certificate, by virtue of taking their husband's name, will not be able to register to vote.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like a
They
hell of a
won't
lot
be
of,
able to.
this sounds like a hell of a lot of paperwork just to be able to register to vote. Mr. Morelli, can you just talk a little bit more?
There ain't no motherfucking way you're going to sit there and tell me that it needs more paperwork to be put on government assistance to get something like food stamps than to register to vote. There ain't no fucking way you're going to sit there and tell me that was a good argument there, Mr. McGovern. If it's harder for me to get food stamps when I was homeless, single, no kids, damn near impossible for me to get any help from the federal fucking government, even if I had all the idea and everything that I needed, you were sitting there arguing that I should have less information to be able to register to vote than to get food stamps. That makes no motherfucking sense. The very backbone of our system that props everything the fuck up, you're saying should have less fucking backups and checks and balances and less restrictions altogether than trying to get food stamps from the fucking government. What? None of this makes any fucking sense, you bald sack of shit.
More about how this bill would make it harder for members of our military to register to vote?
So if you're overseas, this will effectively end voter registration by mail, this bill. So you cannot do it unless you're physically present at the Board of Elections. Now, you could mail in a form, but you'd still have to go to your local Board of Elections to bring your documentation. So you could mail it in, but it wouldn't be effective because your documentation will have to be brought in. So if you're serving overseas, you're a Marine somewhere stationed around any place in the globe, you can't register by mail. If you haven't registered before you get deployed, you simply can't register to vote. So think about it. Men and women who are literally putting their lives on the line to defend the rights and interests of American citizens would not be able to register to vote in an American election. it seems like the greatest insult of all.
You're reaching.
I'd also mention, as
You
it
are
relates
incredibly
to
reaching because
senior citizens,
every
if-
state
if
has
a
different
mother or
laws
grandmother of
for
yours is
veterans
in
to
a
be able
nursing
to
home,
vote.
They have to re-register because they're
You're
changing
fucking
location.
reaching.
But they can't mail in their registration any longer. So 90-year-old person who's incapacitated, living in a skilled nursing facility, they somehow have to get to the Board of Elections. They have to make sure they have their birth certificate. They have to have a passport. If they have a different name.
You're reaching even
than
further
their,
now.
Than their birth certificate, they're going to have to get documentation. Of course, they'll have to wait for that to get approved. Same is true. I mean, you can list person after person after person. This will create such a dynamic that'll, and honestly, for many things that you might have to provide documentation, like I have Real ID. I just went last week to get my enhanced Real ID required under the state of New York. Turns out I didn't have the documentation I thought I needed. I went home. I'm incredibly organized. I couldn't find it.
So you need more documentation to get a real ID than to vote in federal elections. Make that make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Anybody out there, please make that make fucking sense to me. Make that make fucking sense to me that they're sitting here arguing that you need less fucking proof of being an American citizen than you do for anything else that you actually try to do with our fucking federal government. It doesn't make sense. It'll never make sense. What the fuck are y'all on about?
But to get Real ID, I'm required. So I'll have to go through a process to get replacement documentation. I'll do it. But if it was just simply to register to vote, you might say, yeah.
This sounds like a voter repression, a suppression bill. That's what this sounds like. And I the last election, I mean, supposedly all these illegal aliens voted in the last election. Donald Trump won. Maybe were they all Russians? I don't know what happened. But the bottom line is, I expect
we're all
my
Russians.
Republican colleagues to do something like
We're
this.
all Russians,
And
right?
Kamala Harris won, but this is a little bit, over the top. But I want to ask unanimous consent to put a letter from Mr. Stile into the record where he asks for this committee to grant a rule on the SAFE Act. And Mr. Stile, I would ask you not to send us requests in the future if it is not your request, or if you don't know why that you're doing it. Bottom line, we're here.
Where the fuck
because
does this
you
asshole
asked
come
us
from?
To give this
I think
a
it was
rule.
made, right?
I asked you what's different from the bill that we gave you a rule on in the original rules package to now, and you told me there's no difference. I don't know, it seems like we're wasting our time here.
Well, it should be maybe then an easy yes. If we already have the
Massachusetts.
ruling, give us the
No,
ruling.
well, I mean,
Massachusetts,
you have
this
9 here,
retarded
you'll get
shit
a
is
yes.
on you.
But it's like,
And if you think this is good,
goes
you
back to
like
what I
this
think.
shit,
What this is about.
maybe you shouldn't be able to vote.
It is about shutting off.
Jennifer, if
the
you like to put the $10 dono next time, get some vanilla ice cream to go with that root beer, brother.
We have done something like this.
Root beer's
and
gone,
you were
but
party to
I
it.
do need
And
some.
with that,
I haven't had ice cream in forever.
I believe the gentleman knows that every
Not a
time
sweets
there's
kind
a
of
bill
person
before
anymore.
the committee, the chairman of the representative committee will send a letter to the committee asking for a rule. With that, I recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to call this a voter protection bill, as opposed to some of the names that has been called by the other side. And Mr. Stile, I know that the other side's claiming that we are disenfranchising, doing all kinds of horrible things, and particularly for veterans, married women, and some other that may have lacking some documents. But this bill actually requires states to protect the voting rights of these folks that we're talking about. Isn't that correct? And maybe you could explain that a little bit.
No, absolutely. And I think it goes to the core principle that if a illegal vote is cast, it cancels out the vote of a legal vote. And so if we have a non-citizen who votes in an election, that cancels out the vote of a legal citizen. Chairwoman Fox noted correctly that we have a member of Congress who won her respective race in Iowa by 6 votes. We have indications in some states where hundreds of people have been added to the voter rolls who are non-citizens. If those individuals cast a vote, they could decide a House race. Often in the House of Representatives, many of our races are incredibly close, decided by a few hundred, or in this case, 6 total votes. And so making sure that we are enforcing the law to make sure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections, I think is absolutely appropriate.
No, because I think you mentioned it earlier, one non-citizen voting is too many. And so I appreciate that. But I did want to
Yeah,
just,
they
I
do,
know that there
Rhoda.
was some discussion earlier about the voter, about state IDs and things like that. And I am from a state that will issue state IDs to anyone who, regardless of citizenship or legal status, anything like that. And so it is a serious issue. And I know that there have been reports in Minnesota of non-citizens being mailed ballots, because then we have the ballots just being mailed out. And so there's a huge concern about this. And I recognize that, we shouldn't be, the federal government shouldn't be, we should be very careful about what we do in elections. And I think this absolutely assists in making sure that our elections are secure. So I thank you, and I think I'm supposed to thank Mr. Roy for bringing it forward, too.
I know her name is Miss Fishbach, but I can't help but say fish back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I don't know how many times I have to see this bill, but between judiciary and rules and House floor, here it is again. It's a terrible bill. It's not about solving.
I mean,
real
your mama was a
problems, but
terrible
about
human.
Solving or spreading misinformation, weakening confidence in our elections, and making it harder for eligible voters to, in fact, vote. It's a dangerous bill because it would keep millions of eligible voters off the rolls under the false pretense of addressing a non-existent problem. I think it's notable that when the chairwoman asked the chair of House Admin whether the incidence of non-citizens voting had increased in the past decade, he did not answer that question. He talked about some other things, but he could not say that non-citizens are voting in larger numbers now than they ever have in the past, because in fact, there is no evidence that non-citizens vote in any appreciable numbers. And that's what we've gotten from all of the evidence that has ever been submitted. But if you think about it, if you are a non-citizen and you go register to vote, and then every time you vote, you are providing evidence that you are doing something illegal that can get you deported, that can get you jailed, and can get you fined. That, among many other reasons, is why non-citizens don't vote. So it's a non-existent problem. Every state has procedures in effect to make sure that only citizens are being registered to vote. So the real purpose of this bill isn't to protect elections, but it's to suppress voting. We've already seen what happens in my state, in Pennsylvania, when you put these kind of onerous documentary requirements on registration and identification for voting. It means that certain people aren't then able to vote, even if they're eligible to. And this act in particular, as the ranking member has pointed out, has a particularly harsh impact on women because of the number of women who change their names when they marry and then don't have a birth certificate or other documentation showing citizenship that matches their married name. So I think the ranking member's point that this bill is supposed to go into effect immediately upon passage is worth teasing out a little bit here, because we've got the issue of it has no way for women to prove their citizenship. But let's look at this real ID requirement, because the two basic forms that this bill posits that you can prove your citizenship are a real ID that indicates citizenship. Only 5 states provide that. So Minnesota's one, New York's another one. Only 5 states do that. Pennsylvania doesn't provide that. Most of the states don't indicate citizenship. So that means as soon as this bill goes into effect, most people across the country aren't going to have real ID that meets the requirements of this bill. Again, in Pennsylvania, it costs.
So, if you wanted to be able to have an influence on the way our government runs, you as an American citizen, it is your fucking duty to follow through with everything that you possibly can to have that right, to have that ability. And if you don't want to do that, then you shouldn't be voting in the first place, because that means number one, you're not paying attention with what needs to be done in the first place, and number two, You have no coherent thought past, it's not easy now, so I vote for the other person. None of that makes any goddamn sense. And you shouldn't be voting if that's how you go into the box to vote. Because you're not paying attention. And it's easy to get people like whatever this is into office when you don't pay attention.
Costs $30 more to get real ID. I don't know what additional requirements might be added when they have to then go the extra yard to put a citizenship stamp on it. But it's more expensive to get a passport. It's more expensive to get real ID. Right now in Pennsylvania, only 25% of our citizens have real ID, and less than half have a passport. So that means that
Local
most
jerk of saying this
Pennsylvanians
in
who are
the same
eligible to
questions and
vote are
words
not
worded
going
differently.
to be able to
Welcome to the
under this
Democrat Party.
statute. I think it's really poorly thought out. It seeks to solve a non-existent problem, and it puts unacceptable burdens on eligible voters. Is there anything you wanted
This
to add,
is why I
Mr.
think
Morelli?
these hearings are
Well, I
actually going
just
to pick
wanna
up in popularity.
Suggest that while people are suggesting this has to do with
Let me pause that for a second. This is why I think these things are going to pick up in popularity, because the more they're campaigning from these hearings now, these clips that you hear them, these clips that you see online of them, nobody can tell you what hearings these were about, what they were supposed to talk about. They just hear their ramblings and ravings and think they're doing a good job. They're sitting there talking about Donald Trump and this hearing. Look, she busted his ass. Meanwhile, the whole damn thing's about not killing puppies, not letting sandflies eat the faces of beagles while you put their heads in cages. That could be the bill, and she's raging across. Somebody like Crockett would be raging the fuck up about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They're going to start paying attention to this shit because people are calling that out everywhere. You don't even know what the fuck this hearing was about. Why was this what she had to say in a hearing about this? People are going to start watching this shit now. They're going to start catching on to this bullshit. People will start watching this more and more. I guarantee it.
non-U.S. citizens voting. Actually, it just puts burdens on U.S. citizens. And that's really what this does. And the burden is extraordinary. And so it's actually the opposite of what it said. And frankly, to your point, there's no evidence that there is a significant increase over the years in non-U.S. citizens voting. In fact, it's not only illegal to vote, it's illegal to register to vote if you're not a U.S. citizen. So, I mean, this is a lot of work. And this is truly billions and billions of dollars new infrastructure that would be required at the state and local level. In fact, if you're a local election official and someone comes to you to register and you take information because you think it's appropriate when it's not, you could face 5 years in prison, felony charges as a local election official. I mean, it's an extraordinary, I'm sorry the chair isn't here who said this is simply, the federal government doing what it's always done. It's not. This is an enormous intrusion on the states and local boards of election when we should be worrying about giving them enough resources to do their already difficult jobs.
It's an intrusion on the states to say you must prove you're an American citizen to register for federal elections.
Infrastructure
Are you serious?
Create this massive bureaucratic solution in search of a problem.
Well, I think that is interesting because several of our Republican colleagues mentioned the fact that under the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, the Election Clause, it is the job of the states to administer the elections. And they generally have first crack at all that. But here we have Congress imposing a huge bureaucracy to solve a non-existent problem. That sounds like waste and abuse, and I thought this administration and the Republican majorities were against waste and abuse, but this is billions of dollars of it. I would just close, I think the ranking
There ain't no
member
way
in
she
one
just
of
tried to do that
Representative Luna's,
bullshit.
letters in which she says, the Constitution entrusts us to serve, not to twist rules for power or to silence dissent over petty disagreements. When we abandon that duty, we weaken the foundation we swear to defend. I urge you to reject these tactics and stand for a Congress that supports its members and our nation's future. I think that also applies to this bill, seeing that there's an attempt to twist the facts and twist the law in order to suppress votes. I think that's an abandonment of what we're here to do. I yield back.
Mr. Griffith.
Madam Chair, I just wish I could get my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to adopt all of Representative Luna's philosophies, and we'd be a lot better off. That said, I have long supported this both in the committee, not just the Rules Committee, but in the Admin Committee, and now here in Rules. And so, without further ado, and not wanting to waste or abuse the committee's time, I yield back.
Thank you. I would call on Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you very much. So, you know, it is interesting of why we're here again, because it's sort of like, we could call it Groundhog Day, but it's not, because this is a very different day, because we are dealing with the same bill, but the reason why we are here is very different. And I think that is very clear with Representative Luna.
Why? Why did you make it so goddamn painful to do that? You can call it Groundhog Day, but it's not, because this is a very different day. But what I mean is, I can tell you've been talking to mentally handicapped people for your entire life. Maybe it's because your family is mentally handicapped. And I'm not trying to mean that in a chiding and deriding fucking asshole-ish way. I really honestly do think you were mentally handicapped, and there is no damn way in hell that half of what you say you could ever coherently think of in your own head, because none of it makes any damn sense. For you to sit here and say you could almost call this Groundhog Day, but it's not, because it's a different day. Bitch, all you had to say is, yeah, you can call this Groundhog Day. Look, it's the same time. We've been here, the same situation. Faces might have changed, but the situation's still the same. Would have made better fucking sense than what you just said. Jesus Christ.
Luna's letter. And if that's not
I'm over here with the camera off, over here acting this shit out.
Then our rule that we come out would not mention the discharge petition at all. Have you asked for there to be any issue in the rule with regards to the discharge petition, Chairman?
I'm fully supportive of the SAVE Act. I've looked for the SAVE Act to come to the floor. I'll defer to the Rules Committee as to the
You're going to be
to the rule.
deferring to the Rules Committee. This is, the discharge petition has nothing to do with the SAVE Act. So if we see anything about the discharge petition, we really know why we're here. And I think
Why
we're
the
gonna
fuck
see
do
that.
I see the molars in the back of your goddamn mouth when you
About the
smile?
rule that might come out, attacking the ability to do a discharge petition, is the whole after the fact, right? Representative Luna.
What happened after the
thought
fact your
there
teeth
was
grew
a
in?
Process. If you want to get a discharge petition, do the work. Get on the floor, convince your colleagues to sign that discharge petition. Have them put their names in signature in ink. And if this
How
committee,
can you see the
with
back
these
of her fucking...
Republicans pass something that takes that away,
You can see her back teeth when she smiles.
the fact. And if I were Representative Luna and everybody else who signed that discharge petition, I agree, they should be mad. What are the rules of the House? Do we know what they are? Can you just start changing them?
I'm sorry, if you were
anytime
Representative Luna,
don't
everybody
like
would
what people
love
are
you
doing?
because
That's
you
kind
made
of
sense.
What this committee does do. But Chairman Steele, going back to this bill, to your knowledge, when did the Ho-Chunk, the Chippewas, the Menominee, the Oneidas, and the Mohicans first start living in Wisconsin?
Before the founding of our country, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, 17th century, time immemorial, a long time, right? And because of that, long history that the first Americans, people who have been living here
That
since
front
the
tooth
beginning
is
of the
sideways
country,
and sticking out.
Wisconsin,
What the fuck?
New Mexico, and almost
I can't.
every,
I can't
every,
not
but
look at that.
almost
I'm
every
sorry.
state with significant tribal membership allows a tribal ID by itself
Her face is looking at an angle, but that tooth is straight the fuck onto the camera.
But the SAFE Act does not allow a tribal ID by itself as proof for a citizenship. And I don't know about you, Chairman Stile, but
Look, it's still looking at the camera. It's like loose, just like fixated on the camera.
An undocumented immigrant trying to vote with the tribal ID. It just doesn't happen. The first Americans, they've been here.
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention to what the fuck she was talking about because I was fixated on that tooth and just could not stop. How did she make an argument about illegal immigrants using the IDs of Indians? And then she says, sorry, that's not. I want to go back and actually listen, but I'm just going to be fixated on that tooth and I'm just going to lose it again. I know it. I can't fucking deal with this woman. The voice is just hard enough, but as soon as I look, I'm just like a train wreck. I don't want to go back and try to figure that the fuck out. Like, they're using the IDs of American Indians. No, that's not. Who the fuck said that? I have never heard anybody make an argument of illegal immigrants using the IDs of American fucking Indians.
But also I want to go back to this concept of what you said earlier about if just one undocumented immigrant, somebody who's not a citizen votes, that's too much.
There ain't no way. There ain't no way. Hold up. What was that pinging sound?
Documented immigrant, somebody who's not a citizen votes, that's too much, right? I'm thinking
Oh,
about
okay, that
all
was
the
reverb and like it
who
sounded like a
won't be able
ding,
to
like a car
register
dinging.
and vote. So for that one undocumented, you're willing to sacrifice. In New Mexico, maybe about 431,239 women who have a name that doesn't match their birth certificate. Nationwide, 69 million married women across the United States have changed their name, and so their birth certificate would not match up with their legal name. I'm assuming you know how many women in your district have names that don't match the birth certificates, Mr. Stile.
Ladies, y'all know why you could actually use a marriage license as an actual form of ID? It's simply because it had your legal maiden name and your legal married name, proving that those two were a thing. You take that out, you still would have to bring the marriage license to prove, or your birth certificate has your maiden name and your license has your married name. It cannot be used as a form of ID, but it proves why the IDs are different. How is this so fucking difficult? How is it so difficult for people to understand you have to have a little piece of paper to prove why these two things are different? Because if you have no proof of why these two things are different, it could be considered fraudulent. Oh, wait, you have a marriage license. Oh, so that's why your ID is different than your birth certificate. Well, that makes sense. Okay, cool. Cool. There's no fraud going on here, right? Why is the same logic not applied to this situation? Oh, that's right. Common sense is a goddamn superpower.
Again, page 14, line
Page
19 directs
14.
the states to create a process to address the exact issue
Right.
you're identifying.
Page 4, but no, that's not the problem. The thing is that we don't know what Wisconsin will do. We don't know what New Mexico will do. We don't know
Yes,
what
because,
Utah will do.
a birth
And so what
certificate
you
was
are
required to
creating
issue
is
the marriage
a problem
license. Yeah.
that then will need to be solved. Right now, this bill is trying to solve something that doesn't exist, and you are creating a problem for women across the country because then women are going to be at the mercy of what does their state do.
Man, Milo, I know a lot of stupid ass people, men and women included. You are by far one of the dumbest sons of bitches I've ever met. The most retarded backwoods hillbilly, man and woman, would look like Albert Einstein sitting next to you. Because even the dumbest woman in the South will come to you and be like, bitch, that's my birth certificate. Bitch, that's my driver's license. The reason why they're different is because of this piece of paper. Oh, you can't use that marriage license. I got my other 2 form of IDs. I'm proving why this is different. The dumbest woman I know would be able to make that distinction on her own. But somehow you're sitting there saying over 400,000 people in your fucking state are dumber than the people I know? Personally. These people I rage at on, these people that make me literally want to nuke my own area. You're telling me there are 400,000 people that are dumber than them because they'd be able to pull this off no problem. Fuck.
So New Mexico, we believe in voting. We like it when people.
Apparently, New Mexico's retarded.
We will pass whatever we need to make sure that women can vote. But we don't know what they'll do in Texas. We don't know what they'll do in Utah. And so it will depend on which state you happen to live in, whether if you're a married woman, you'll be able to register to vote without buying, and it is buying.
That's a perfect little freeze frame right there, because god damn it. If that represents New Mexico, I know why. Here's the problem with what you just fucking said, though. It flies in the face of the 10th Amendment of the United States of America that says anything that is not enumerated in the first 9 is therefore given back to the states for them to do as they say fit. Just like our own local election, our own election laws in this country say states can run their own elections the way they see fit. You were saying that shit when Pennsylvania was illegally changing their laws because of the pandemic. You were saying that shit when y'all motherfuckers were changing up the rules for ballot harvesting, making it easier to fucking cheat and that shit because of the pandemic. It was states' rights. But now, the federal government is saying, hey, to vote in my election, you must prove you're an American citizen. Aha! That's going against states' rights because now the federal government is telling the states what to do. I'm not tracking this retardation. I'm sorry, I'm not. None of this makes any fucking sense. Which is why me, as a 90s fucking liberal, is sitting here right now talking with y'all and agreeing more often than not with you. Because this shit is retarded.
That passport, right? You said, how much does a passport cost? Do you remember, Chairman Style?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's over $100.
It's $130. But you know what? When you want to get a passport for $130, you're going to have to wait 4 weeks, 2 months before you ever get that passport. And you know what? With Musk and Trump firing everybody, that 2 months to 3 months that was too slow already is going to take even longer. And so when you'd be able to do this is going to.
Ma'am, it's already showing an actual increase in efficiency within our federal government. You know why? Because other people don't want to lose their cushy job too, so they're actually going to fucking work. It's almost like it fucking works when you take a cesspool of fucking something that is just festering and just wasting fucking money because nobody's already doing absolutely fucking nothing. We've already got a bad situation with everything we have to do with the federal fucking government because nobody wants to fucking work, but yet they want that damn near close to 6 figures a fucking year. You get rid of the people that are doing nothing, the people that actually really, really want that money, they're going to start working. they're going to start proving that they deserve that money. That's how efficiency goes up. You scare the fuck out of your complacent fucking workforce by getting rid of a whole bunch of worthless motherfuckers that were doing nothing but stealing from, you would say, the company in that situation, but in this situation, it's the federal government where my tax money is paying them to sit there and do absolutely fucking nothing. Meanwhile, I'm busting my ass to make that money to pay them.
Going to be unknown. And Ranking Member, I mean, your point about how much it would cost. Voting is supposed to be free, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I think voting is essentially one of the basic inalienable rights. I mean, it's what makes America America, is our right to participate in self-government, and we should want elections to be free, fair, and make sure every single individual has their vote cast. So, yeah, this is a right. Yeah, I mean, the
individual?
When you have...
Or citizen?
Not a privilege, but a right, and you have to spend $130, $150 just to register, if you can get there.
It's a right. But when did that become a right? When did it become a right that your actions, the only thing that is considered a right of the people, is the only thing that directly inflicts another person's life simply by exercising that right? Is the only thing. Your right to free speech does not inflict with anybody else. Your right to keep and bear arms does not inflict on anybody else. Your right to remain silent. Your right not to quarter soldiers in times of peace. Your right for everything else does not directly affect another human being. Just simply by exercising that right. The only right that would is your right to vote. Because the people you put into office directly affect everybody downstream from that. It is not a right to directly affect the lives of every single fucking person here. It is a privilege to do so. Just like you don't have the right to drive, it is a privilege to drive on the roads that you pay for. It is also a privilege to directly affect the government that tells you how to live your life. That privilege should be given to everybody unless you've proven that you're not trustworthy with that privilege. Kind of like that dude that we covered in New Jersey who was doing that ballot harvesting shit. Yeah, I'd take away his right. I'd take away the rights of every mule he had going along the way too. Because you've proven that just because you have a say in the system, you're willing to do some sly shit to directly affect that system. So yeah, you shouldn't have the ability to mess with that system at all if you've been caught. Not that it's really not this hard. But everybody would argue, hey, no, everybody needs the right to vote. Well, you all have the right to vote until you fuck it up. Illegal citizens, non-citizens in this country, they don't have that right. Citizens vote in this country. That's it. That's the way it's been. So how the fuck did this come up now? Oh, I'm sorry. How did it come up? Because Democrats knew they were going to lose their base with all this wild shit that they were fucking pushing. They knew it. They knew they were going to lose that base because that's the only thing they had. The only thing Democrats have had going for them since what? Donald Trump walked down that fucking elevator? Or since he rode down the escalator. The only thing they've ever had going with them is, I oppose Donald Trump and everything he says. And somehow that's been working for that base. That is dwindling at an incredible fucking pace. They knew it was going to happen. They let them all in. They give them amnesty, give them the right to vote. And the people that let them in would be a new cycle of fucking retards who thought, hey, this federal government just gave me everything. I'm going to continue to keep voting for that. Not exactly true. It affects the poor soldiers who have no place to stay for the night. I'm sorry, but just because you're a soldier does not mean you need to stay in my house, and I need to pay for that. That's what that was about, Jonah. Yeah, because they would order the soldiers in people's houses in times of peace just because that person needed a place to stay for the night. The people that own the house, the people that had occupancy of the residency would be up for paying for that person's food, paying for that person's meal, or paying for that person's comfort, the heating that needs to be done to keep them at a comfortable. They would be on the hook for every single bit of that in times of peace. So just because somebody went door to door, just couch surfing, they got a free ride just because they were in the military? No, I don't like that either. But yeah.
I mean, if you're in a rural community, you may have to travel 3-4 hours just to get to the Board of Elections. So you add the gas costs, you add, to your point, if you have to get a photograph, if you, I mean, depending on what you have to do to get the documentary evidence together, it's certainly going to cost you money. And frankly, you don't have to pay for your freedom to speak, your freedom to assemble, your freedom to worship.
You shouldn't have to
and
pay
you
for your
shouldn't have to pay to vote.
Shouldn't have to pay for your freedom of vote. But everything that Trump and Musk and the Republicans do seems to be costing us a whole lot more. And I need to tell you, women can't afford Trump, and they can't afford to pay $130 or $190 to get a passport so they'll be able to register the vote. And, you know, Representative Steele, there are 162,000 women in your district, 167,000 in Representative Van Orden's district who might not be able to register to vote in upcoming federal elections without a passport. And, you know, I just don't think that's right. And the idea, you responded to a question that this doesn't overturn any state law. Well, I pulled up Wisconsin state law, and Wisconsin state law has a long list of identification that you can use to register to vote, including tribal ID. And it actually makes sure that the military will be able to register to vote. So I would argue that it does overturn state law because it is changing what Wisconsin can do with regards to who can vote. And then, you know, this idea that there's no evidence, right? When you were asked, what evidence?
I guarantee you, if this passes, we're about to see a whole bunch of Democrat states who are not allowing women to fucking register. While Republicans are doing this, Republican states, let them. I guarantee it's going to fucking happen.
What is the evidence with regards to?
They're going to deny women the right to vote to say we were right about Trump.
Indicated he didn't have any evidence that he felt intuitive that people were voting who were not U.S. citizens. But I would just, again, we had, I don't know, probably 10 different election-related hearings that weren't all on the question of U.S. citizenship, but many were, and there was no evidence brought forward that indicated this had happened. And so I would just continue to say this is a pretty costly, bureaucratic nightmare of a solution looking for a problem. And I
did not mean to.
Ironic, the complaints
open that tab on that one.
in 2020 that non-citizens had voted in federal election. That's why one of the reasons the election turned the way it did. But you didn't hear any evidence of that in 2016 or 2024. It seems like only non-citizens somehow managed to vote in elections that President Trump loses, not the ones he wins. It's just kind of odd how that happens.
Right.
Jesus
you know, only
Christ.
55%
I've called a lot of fucking
in,
bots in
Representative
Rumble.
Stiles and most of the Republicans on this district, of the women in their districts have passports. You know, my district is very rural, only, you know, they don't have passports. 55% of the women in my district who are married don't have passports because they don't, they're working mothers. They they don't get to travel to France or to Australia or any of the other places. They stay home and they work hard. And so when you have that many women who don't have passports, that many women who have a different name than their birth certificate, you are setting up a process for married women to be able to register to vote that is onerous, that is expensive, and that is simply un-American. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, too, I know that
She looks like she's done something. That whole little solemn face she had there, she looks like she's done something and she's sad about it.
that a lot's been made out of you asking, Mr. Stile, asking for a rule on this bill. But from what I understand, and I wasn't here, but there is precedent to do this. In July of 2020, on HR 553, excuse me, the Democrats actually, in a rule, turned off consensus bill in the rule. They turned it off, and it was a Joe Wilson bill, and so the Democrats, so there is precedent to do this and what we're doing in this, in the rule, from my understanding. But I just wanted to point that out because I know much has been made of that, and I would call on Mr. Norman.
Thank both of you for taking the time to be here. Congressman Stile, wouldn't you say that, you trust but you verify?
100%.
And if we lose our integrity in voting, that we've basically lost our representative.
You need to have integrity in voting.
And wasn't this all highlighted when the Biden administration opened the borders to over 15 million illegals coming in this country?
That's why I think a lot of people woke up to the risk of non-citizens voting. I mean, previously it was mentioned that there's no existing problem, and that's just not true. We could actually go all the way back to 1996, where there was a contested U.S. House of Representatives race in Orange County. A congressional investigation in that case found that 624 non-citizens voted in the race. They'll go back and say that this or that, or they found somebody that wasn't a citizen in that. Then we could go look at Fairfax County in 2011, where Virginia found 278 non-citizens on the voter rolls and over 100 voted. We could look at the Chinese citizen in the state of Michigan who cast a ballot in the previous election, and once that ballot is in the hopper, so to speak, you can't get it back out. You poison the well. And so what we're looking at here is how do you enhance and increase the integrity of U.S. elections so it's for U.S. citizens only?
And it just wasn't the ones you mentioned. In Pennsylvania, they admitted that a few years ago it had inadvertently allowed 10,000 non-citizens to register to vote. In Texas, had a problem where 100,000 non-citizens registered. In Illinois, hundreds ended up on the voter rolls. Ohio said it was removing 100 non-citizens. Georgia found an audit that 1,600 non-citizens had attempted to register to vote. Now, how is that not proof?
It not only is it proof, it's occurring. We have the individual from China who admitted to having voted in the previous
they've already
presidential
done
election
that,
in the state of Michigan. But I think what we're talking about here is how do you make sure that this isn't occurring in the first place and putting in rules of the road to fix it. But in particular, Congress broke it. So Congress wrote the NVRA in a manner that really was giving out voter registration when people came to get a driver's license.
Yeah, there were
when
hundreds
they wrote
here,
that, I think
Rhoda.
there was a mindset that states were only giving a driver's license to legal U.S. citizens. But as we know, in states across the country now, driver's licenses are provided to illegal immigrants. And that has been exacerbated the problem, which really I think is where you opened there, Mr. Norman, talking about has this problem been exacerbated? Well, it's exacerbated because we know a large number of states across the country are giving voter registration forms to non-citizens because they're actually required by federal law under the NVRA to provide that documentation. And so what we're saying is let's go in and amend the NVRA, but let's get it right this time so that there's evidence an individual is a citizen of the United States when they register to vote.
I think the illegal immigration is probably the primary factor. Donald Trump's approval ratings are through the roof now. And the fact that, you know, the number one question I had in citizens in South Carolina, why is the Biden administration doing this? We've never seen this. And it had to be for one or two reasons. Either he felt sorry for 15 million illegals and just wanted to give them access to everything America provided, or he wanted to create a power base of votes. That's the only two, and I don't think it was from the, he felt sorry for them. Just let gang members in that have killed citizens, and the American people aren't putting up with it. Plan to support it. Thank you. You want to say something else?
Can I just add one more point, if I can, Mr. Norman, because we had a lot of conversation in previous questions about passports, and I didn't get a chance to rebut or comment as to why that's misleading. And it's misleading because passports are only one of a series of documents that can be used to show citizenship. So yeah, a passport does cost more, which might be a great reason why your state wants to issue photo identification indicating whether or not you're a citizen, why you might look for other avenues, and why we set up in this bill an opportunity for states to put forward a framework for additional types of ID in addition to a passport. So yes, a passport does cost a substantial sum of money for individuals, which is exactly why we're looking at making sure other opportunities are available, which they are in the bill. A lot of the rhetoric that we're hearing is the same rhetoric we hear as it relates to photo identification to begin with, and we have been able to overcome those arguments in showing why photo ID is so important in the first place.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Morelli, you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Norman. But I would stress that only 5 states have real ID that have citizenship. I believe my state is actually one of them. So if you live in a state where real ID doesn't have your citizenship on your driver's license and you don't have a passport, you're going to struggle to find the documentation that suggests that you're an American citizen.
You're going to struggle to find your birth certificate? You're going to struggle to find your social security card? You're going to struggle for that? I mean, I would if I had lost mine because I have a certificate of birth abroad and have to pay, what, $50 every time I lose that son of a bitch? And go through military fucking channels? I can see how it would be a problem for me, but I mean, y'all just ask the hospital you were born in, hey, I was born this date, I need a new birth certificate, got your record, here, give me some money, cool, it'll be on your way. Or it'll be on the way. Not like that, there's a lot more hurdles to it than that. But it is a lot easier for somebody born here in the United States than it is for somebody who was born on a U.S. Air Force base overseas. I can see how it would affect me. But after I've lost mine twice, one due to a fire and one due to my own damn incompetence of just leaving it lying the fuck around after I moved, having to pay that money, having to wait that time, go through all those fucking hurdles to get that shit, yeah. My wife has mine in the lockbox right now. I got my social security card right there with it. The 2 forms of identification I need to prove that I am a U.S. citizen, ladies and gentlemen, I have easy access to. Why is this so hard?
Particularly, again, if you're a married woman, because your birth certificate, even if it demonstrated that you were born in the United States, which would make you a citizen, if your name is different, you're going to have to somehow connect the dots for some poor election official who's sitting at the Board of Elections who doesn't even know if the documentation is right.
4 acres
and who's gonna
across my way, cleared it all off, then got
basically
deported.
charged with a felony if he or she gets it wrong and accepts something that's not right.
How did they buy
Face
4
up to
acres?
5
That
years
should be the question.
imprisonment for taking documentation that they assume this seems right and then find out it's not. This is really a very, I just urge people to read through the bill. Look, we could work on things that relate to U.S. citizenship.
Dude, how do you
That's
read the bill
fair. I
yourself?
continue to suggest that most of these reported cases
Do you close one eye?
are not what they seem to be. We want to work on that, but someone should look at this and think about, get a big whiteboard and write down what would have to happen in your state or the various 50 states to be able to register to vote. It's going to be very, very bureaucratic. It's going to be cumbersome. It's going to make this very, very difficult to register. Anyway, thank you, sir.
Okay.
I don't see how that.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. Ms. Houchin.
I don't see how you do that. All
Thank
right.
you, Madam Chair. We've heard, frankly, some truly absurd things today, including the suggestion that this bill somehow takes away a married woman's right to vote. Let me ask this question. Even if voter fraud is not widespread, I hear this a lot. I
Can't do
worked
it.
on legislation in the state Senate for voter ID laws in Indiana. And from the left,
I
you would hear,
wish you just wanna
oh, it's
shack up."
voter suppression to require an ID. But how much voter fraud is acceptable, Mr. Stile?
No voter fraud is acceptable.
No voter fraud is acceptable, even one vote. Is that correct?
That's my view.
So how many married women is it okay to disenfranchise with an illegal vote by an illegal immigrant?
No one should be disenfranchised.
Mr. Morelli, how many married women is it okay to disenfranchise with an illegal vote by an illegal immigrant?
Well, the question is, how many women being disenfranchised?
The question is, how many married women is it okay to disenfranchise? That's the question. By an illegal vote by an illegal immigrant. Just an answer. How many? If the answer is not a number, then how many? Is it
I would-
okay to
I would-
disenfranchise by an illegal immigrant with an illegal vote?
I think it's wrong to disenfranchise any American.
Great, I agree. How many veterans is it okay to disenfranchise with an illegal vote by an illegal immigrant, Mr. Stile?
None.
Mr. Morelli, how many veterans is it okay to disenfranchise with an illegal vote by an illegal immigrant?
So I'll say again, you can ask me any category. It is never okay to
Great.
disenfranchise American citizens.
We agree. Mr. Morelli, would you
So
support
why do
this
you try to
bill
do
if
it all the
had a
time, Morelli?
requirement that a birth certificate was a proper form of identification? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. The birth certificate is potentially a form of identification, but if your name is different than your birth certificate, then you'd have a problem because you'd have to demonstrate the.
Like I do whenever I get married and I get a marriage license and I participate in the economy?
Potentially. I mean,
Right, okay.
just to be clear, though, the marriage license is not in the bill.
I didn't say that, Mr. Morelli. I'm just saying that as a married woman, I did have to go through some steps to be able to participate in the economy and in elections and in all kinds of stuff, like changing my credit card information. I had to change my name at the Social Security Department. So there are lots of things that happen, and I think safeguarding our elections is pretty important. So
But I would
let me talk about this.
Just to be clear, though, what you just said, if you had a marriage license, so if you have a birth certificate that has a name different than the name you have now, and you went to your Board of Elections, because you have to go there now in person, you can't mail it in. So you go and you have a birth certificate, and you have your voter ID, your driver's license. If you have a different last name, your marriage license may or may not suffice. It's not in the bill.
I didn't.
It's not in the bill to have a government fucking document to explain why the names are different. So therefore, it may or may not work. You're going to see a lot of Republican states being like, hey, your name is different on your license than your birth certificate. Oh yeah, I got married. Here's the license. Okay, cool. Okay, that explains it 100%. You're going to see a lot of Democrat states saying, nope, Trump says that's not okay. We can't take this. You can't register today. They're going to start disenfranchising women and allowing women not to vote in their states just so they can rage out against Trump. They're going to do it. Just so they can blame Trump. They're going to fucking do it.
I'm not suggesting that the marriage license should be in the bill, but
okay.
since you brought it up, if a marriage license was an option in the bill, would you support it then to require that as proof of citizenship to vote in our federal elections? Yes or
No,
no? You would not. Okay,
No,
so it
I
doesn't
support the
matter.
Freedom to Vote Act,
I'm going to
but-
reclaim my time.
Sure.
So it doesn't matter then, Mr. Stile, what's in this bill or is not. There are arguments about all these things that are or not in here. Really don't matter. The SAVE Act, to me, is a common sense pro-democracy bill that ensures only American citizens are voting in our elections, period. I think that's what we should all want to do. It strengthens voter integrity, in my view, by requiring states to verify citizenship before allowing someone to vote in a federal election. Many states offer already proof of citizenship as part of their voter ID laws, Arizona, Kansas, Alabama, and Georgia, and many other states. Even though there's some litigation surrounding that, courts have allowed proof of citizenship to vote at the state and local level. It's my understanding that some of this has not been allowed at the federal level due to confusion over the NVRA, which we're trying to fix now. So this bill, not only does it requires proof of citizenship, which I believe is a safeguard for our elections, it also requires that states clean up their voter rolls to give election officials the tools necessary to protect the ballot box. To me, that's not voter suppression, it's voter protection. And let's be honest, the American people overwhelmingly support this. They want fair elections. They want to know that their vote isn't being canceled out by someone who's here illegally.
Right.
Chairman Stile, can you definitively set the record straight? Does the SAVE Act in any way prevent eligible citizens, including married women, from voting?
No, in this argument about the state process that we created, I think is worthy of just pausing and reflecting on. So we explicitly set forward the state process. Page 14, line 19, everybody can read it. Sets forward the state process. And the reason for that is because marriage licenses and some of these documents in different states are all a little bit technically different. So it's very logical in my home state of Wisconsin, which I'm more familiar with than maybe some of the other 49 states around our country, to recognize that they would allow the marriage license to be coupled with your birth certificate, and it'd be a pretty straightforward and unburdensome process. But what we want is each state to go through that, because the documentation in each state is different, as well as the cost of obtaining documents. In the state of Wisconsin, for many of these documents, the cost is low. That's not true in all of our states. And in fact, to get a voter ID in the state of Wisconsin, if you show evidence that you don't have means, you can obtain it for free. Totally appropriate mechanism. I'm supportive of that in the state of Wisconsin. We could allow the state of Indiana to set forward their path. And so it's actually intentional that we set forward the state path rather than in error in the bill. It's a mechanism to make sure that each state gets this right and prevents anyone from being disenfranchised. And if we think about that, if we go a little bit further, it's also worth noting, because there was some discussion as relates to overseas voting, we explicitly are not amending UOCAVA. UOCAVA is a bill that's probably worthy of going back and looking at with modern technology. I'd look forward to working with all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republicans, as we work to have the option to modernize that bill. But the bill before us today makes no changes to UOCAVA and overseas voting.
Thank you. I appreciate your commentary. I think this is an issue of also federalism, letting the states decide how they're going to manage it. But I do think we should have a citizenship requirement, proof of citizenship requirement, before we allow voting in federal elections. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Mr. Jack, you're
God
recognized.
damn, there's somebody
Just
here
very
with some
briefly,
common
I
sense.
associate myself with the gentle lady's comments. My district wholeheartedly supports proof of citizenship with respect to voting. And the only question I have, just point of curiosity, Mr. Stile, do you believe that non-citizens should hold elected office in our country?
No. I believe the core of our democracy is that this democracy is based on U.S. citizens, and I think that U.S. citizens are the individuals that should hold elected positions.
Mr. Morelli, do you believe non-citizens should or should not hold elected office in our country?
Well, I don't believe non-U.S. citizens should vote in federal, state, or local elections. The rules of who can stand for election, I don't know, you may guess that's a question that I hadn't really contemplated, but I don't know how you'd serve and not be a citizen, so I'd say no.
Fair enough. With that, be mindful of our voting time. I yield back.
I had hoped to finish this panel before we went to vote, because of the time constraints that we have in terms of voting, and because we have two members left to speak, unless they want to speak I believe Mr. Roy will want to talk longer than the time that we
Oh, yeah, he will.
So I'm going to recess the committee until
she's got a cataract.
15 minutes after the last vote.
And they've already come back into session, so we get to skip all that shit. See, I wouldn't have to be talking and filling this dumb shit right here.
The Rules Committee will come to order.
I already filled that time.
Chair,
Mr. McGovern.
yeah, I just I was not here when this was said, but apparently I was told that the gentlelady from Minnesota made some reference to the Democrats shutting off the discharge petition, and my understanding is that we turned off a consensus calendar bill that was later tucked into an NDAA bill. So that was done with the understanding that this particular measure would actually become law. So I just wanted that to be clear for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
This whole ass head again.
I'll yield.
Mr. Neguse yields. Mr. Roy is recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. Just a couple of things. First of all, Chairman Stile, there was an issue raised earlier about the ability for our men and women in uniform to be able to continue to register to vote, their engagement. Could you respond to that accusation and talk a little bit about UOCAVA and how that will continue going forward?
Yeah, this bill makes no amendments to UOCAVA. It's amending National Registration Voter Act. And so what we are noting is that some of the claims as it relates to our overseas service members, which we want to make sure have not only the right to vote, but the ability to implement that. There is a worthy conversation we could probably have about UOCAVA. I think there's actual improvements that we could make in the bill to make it even better for our service members and address some of the other challenges we face. But the bill makes no amendments to UOCAVA, and so it's misleading to state otherwise.
I think that's an important point. And I would note, just for background here, because some of the questions have been raised about whether or not there are issues, whether this merits attention, right? That it's a problem that doesn't need to be solved. But is it not true that we've had significant amount of evidence and information of problems, including most recently, specifically indictments in Ohio for individuals, 6 non-citizens voting in federal elections. An Ohio grand jury indicted 6 non-citizens, which is this past fall. That seems like, okay, that's just a small number, 6. But to bring it to the level of indicting and bring it before a grand jury, right, that's representative of a larger problem at sample. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, not only that, but sometimes we have House races, as we noted with one of our colleagues from the state of Iowa, where she won by 6 votes. And so House races are often very close, where a small number of individuals could sway the election. Here you have an instance of 6 individuals that you just noted, and we know one of our colleagues won by 6 votes. So pretty easy to understand how a small number of individuals that should not be voting, who voted legally, could have a significant impact on the country in a particular period of time when we have a very narrow majority. A small number of races could easily determine the majority in the future of this country.
Now, and this reality is heightened by the most recent uptick in releases of individuals in the United States by the Biden administration, of individuals who are under various programs, through parole, through asylum, and the significant number of gotaways, right? So we're talking about millions of people, by the government's own counting, of people who have been released or have gotten away into the United States. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
And raises the specter and the concern significantly as a result. Is it not true that there's been a significant uptick in local jurisdictions, state and local jurisdictions, particularly local cities, including our nation's capital, in taking actions to register non-citizens?
Not only that, our nation's capital used taxpayer money to encourage non-citizens to vote. In the most previous election just a few months ago, we have a large number of non-citizens who voted in our nation's capital in municipal elections.
And did we not pass legislation last Congress to address at least the District of Columbia, right, where you're not dealing with the specific federalism questions? I mean, I can make arguments as to why we have a role to make sure that only citizens vote generally across the country, but specifically with the District of Columbia, right? We had 143 of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who opposed a bill that we passed to overturn the District of Columbia's law allowing illegal aliens to vote in the local District of Columbia election. Now, 52 did support our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, but is that your understanding?
Absolutely. In the same way we saw a small number of Democrats who voted for the SAVE Act last Congress, but the overwhelming majority of our colleagues across the aisle clearly are on the record opposing the SAVE Act and opposing making Washington, D.C. a jurisdiction where only U.S. citizens are voting?
Now, Mr. Morelli, and I want to be very careful. This is not a gotcha question. I want to give you a chance to kind of clarify the record, because you stated earlier your view about non-citizens voting in state and local elections. We had that vote, and I believe that you opposed that bill. I want to give you ability to explain that and the, apparent disagreement in that.
It's a fair question. I personally believe that you should be a U.S. citizen to vote in federal elections, state elections, local elections. Also respect the fact that the city of Washington chose a different route, and the question was whether or not we should impose on them, and I voted to allow them to continue to exercise what I think is their judgment, even if I disagree with it.
Okay, fair. I just wanted to be able to clarify the record on that.
Yep.
Is it not also true, because some things have been raised about how the process would work, that they say, well, the bill will be, it's enacted, and becomes law immediate upon passage, right, or being signed. But the truth is, those who are registered to vote would still be able to vote under their current registration, right? And that the only things that would change on that is to the extent that states, under their laws of cleaning their voter rolls, which the bill contemplates the need to clean the voter rolls, that they could enact requirements under their state laws as to how they wanted to proceed.
Yeah, that's right. Rhoda is closer to the Gulf.
Circumstance that would change, right? So is that fair characterization? If you're currently registered to vote, you're going to be able to go vote.
This has no impact on individuals that are currently registered to vote.
Right. And so I said if there's an intervening circumstance. And so to the extent that there's an intervening circumstance, right, the bill contemplates the ability to present various forms of identification to register, right? Various forms that would include, obviously, a passport, and to the extent that not everybody has a passport, a real ID, to the extent the real ID is not adopted by every one of the states to have the citizenship status on it. We believe, right, that the structures put in place now that allow, I think there's at least 5 states that do have the citizenship status as part of their real ID, encourage more states to do so, right? That would be part of the goal here. And is it not true that there's something like 35, I don't want to get the exact number wrong, 35, 32 states that currently require voter identification in their own laws, under the state law? Is that correct?
That's correct, to my knowledge.
And so the idea here is that for individuals to be able to continue to vote if they're registered, if they have an intervening event, or if the states want to clean the rolls, people would come forward to register to demonstrate their citizenship, so we could convert our system over some reasonable time to a citizenship-based registration system, and to make that clear so there's documentary proof. And that we then, to your point, which you've now put out on the record multiple times, we have mechanisms giving the state fairly significant deference to make determinations as to how to structure the situation where an individual does have a name change, right? Which, of course, is often women, but it's not always women, right? There's men who change their names. There's, somewhat infamously, people like Chad Ochocinco, might be running around trying to figure out how to get registered to vote, change his name. And so we've got the ability to do that, though, right, through the processes specifically contemplated in this legislation.
Absolutely.
The other part that I want to point out here, you've mentioned the NVRA concerns. Is it not true that Arizona, for example, has 2 separate systems, right? One system for their state and local elections where they check citizenship.
Yep.
But one for the federal where they do not, because they are prohibited under the NVRA, or I should state more clearly, they are prohibited under the interpretation of the NVRA from being able to get the information necessary to check citizenship as a state. So a lot of my colleagues have heard them say, well, the states can figure this out, but yet they can't. Isn't that true?
100%. There's a Supreme Court case on point on this that prevents Arizona from doing the things that are absolutely logical and reasonable to all of us sitting in this room. And so what Arizona has done is created a dual system because they are blocked from checking for citizenship in the manner that they want to, in a manner that is absolutely reasonable. So they can only do that at the state side versus the federal side, so they're running a dual system.
Another important point, right, is that it is, if someone is in the pipeline for citizenship currently, and yet they register to vote illegally.
Jesus, they're still going too.
That could prevent them from ever becoming a citizen, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So it's in the interest of all that we get this all done correctly.
Almost
to
4
ensure
hours
that
of this
no
shit
one
so
gets,
far.
You know,
Well, yeah,
registered to
3
vote
hours,
illegally.
49 minutes.
So that they're then prohibited from being in the citizenship pipeline if they followed all the rules and all the laws to therefore be in that pipeline appropriately. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's why the NVRA has such a significant error in implementation when you realize that states are required to provide voter registration material upon getting a driver's license. So it maybe sounded logical to somebody until we realize how many states are providing driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. And it's that point where people could get caught up. It could be a legal immigrant as well. In that case, who would be receiving documentation. So if a legal immigrant was in the United States, as you noted, going through the pipeline here legally in all other aspects, they'd still be provided with voter registration material at their point of getting their driver's license. That's illogical, and that's where your bill, Mr. Roy, is so important at cleaning this up.
And am I not correct, going back to the state and local voting last year, I think I've got a story that said there were 500 non-citizen residents of D.C. that have registered to vote in the primary election. That was data from last June.
I have 523. 523 non-citizens registered to vote in the United States Capitol here in Washington, D.C. that are not only eligible to vote under current law in our nation's capital, they're using taxpayer dollars to encourage them to do just that, and many are taking advantage of it.
And to be clear, we passed a law to deal with that. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, 52, supported it. Some opposed it, but then it died in the Senate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there's some various litigation challenges and things. Is it not true that the New York State's top court blocked New York City law to allow non-citizen voting?
That's my understanding.
So this is an ongoing matter of determination and litigation, even in a state like New York.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. We know the radical left wants non-citizens to be able to vote. They want to use Washington, D.C. as the petri dish in which they can roll that out across the country. It's all the more reason you need to have the SAVE Act in place.
So in short and in summary, this is legislation that would ensure that only citizens, American citizens, vote in American elections. There are multiple avenues by which we allow states to ensure that all citizens will be able to vote. They'll be able to use the proper documentation to do it, whether it's a passport or real ID or multiple other forms, allowing the states to make those determinations so that no one will be disenfranchised except for illegal aliens and non-citizens who should not be voting in our elections. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Will the gentleman yield for a title question?
I will yield to the...
I'm just kind of amused by all this, but don't we already have a rule to bring your bill to the floor? Didn't we pass a rule in January to bring this to the floor? If this was such an urgent matter, why didn't we bring it up in January or February or March? Why are we here talking about this bill and having a whole nother debate on a rule?
Well, as the gentleman knows, we often have a number of bills in the first package of things that we bring forward through, and we're bringing things with the new House, and we run through a number of those things. Now, this is one of those matters. The gentleman's own precedent is that when you start getting later in the year, you want to start coming through the Rules Committee, maybe even go back to committee. Yes, and yes, it is true that this bill did not go back to committee, but it was a bill that was passed last year, and so we're passing this bill through the Rules Committee, making it very clear that it's important for this body.
Yeah, you already did.
I yield back.
You already did, and it's March. It's March, and there's no changes in this bill.
Gentlemen,
Yeah, I mean, this is a waste. Yeah.
It's already March and there's no changes to this bill, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you,
This
Madam
is a
Chair.
waste.
Representative Style.
Because we're
As has been
crying
pointed
and
out, the
nothing's
National
getting
Voter
done.
Registration Act relies on individuals simply to attest that they're a citizen being able to vote. Should we really leave it up to the honor system with perhaps as many as 20 million people that have come into this country illegally in the last 4 years?
No, you should be required to show that you're a U.S. citizen, and in particular, as Mr. Roy was noting, the simple box checking mechanism of the NVRA is ripe for either abuse or mistakes. And so you could also envision an individual who literally makes a mistake. You could also envision somebody who's abusing the process, because once that box is checked, you're actually blocked from being able to follow up and require the documentation, which is the issue that we have noted the state of Arizona is trying to work around.
And we have democratic cities all over the country. In my home state, New York City, tried this, and I actually led the legal challenge several years ago that now has finally prevented it from happening, where non-citizens are voting in municipal elections, and this could include in a place like New York City, individuals from Russia, members of the CCP, and from other foreign actors adversarial to the United States. And on a federal level, we've seen attempts from non-citizens of foreign countries to vote in our federal elections. Is this not foreign interference in our election, Chairman Style?
I mean, it's the absolute risk of foreign interference. I mean, you could look at what takes place in Washington, D.C. under a legal system where an individual who works at the Russian embassy could leave that embassy, put their passport in their pocket, walk down and vote in municipal elections in our nation's capital, not even have to show the passport in their pocket because there's no requirement to show identification here in Washington, D.C. And so what we're doing is looking to set up a system that simply requires individuals who are voting to show that they're a citizen of the United States, to make sure that we're enforcing the law that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections.
And as I pointed out when I led that lawsuit, boards of elections claiming to have great intentions here to create a separate set of books for local elections from federal elections, and then there's even been an effort in my state to combine elections into the same year. So you'd have different tables perhaps for people to set up if they're going to vote for city council, but they have to vote for the presidency somewhere else. It's shocking to me that the same Democratic Party that claims to protect democracy is willing to jeopardize our democratic elections and institutions through welcoming foreign interference in those same elections. I look forward to supporting this legislation on the floor. I thank you for your leadership in this area. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Langworthy. Now, I believe everyone.
Oh, they can't do that, Rhoda, because he's still got to get in there and have his little sound bites so he can put them online for people to vote for.
For being here tonight. I'm sorry we had to bring you back after votes, but we appreciate your patience with us and the work of the Rules Committee. You are now excused.
Oh, this one may go quick. They got like one left.
Mr. McGovern, I often have questions that don't get answered.
No, but it's a simple question.
I often have questions that don't get answered,
We just
Mr.
spent 2
McGovern.
hours on this, and we already have a rule for it. I don't understand.
I now welcome our third panel, Representative Barr and Ranking Member Waters from the Committee on Financial Services. Your full statements will be submitted for the record. And we ask you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. I'm going to repeat what I said. I welcome our third panel, Representative Barr and Ranking Member Waters from the Committee on Financial Services. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Representative Barr. Representative Barr, we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes, and I welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Ranking Member McGovern and members of the Rules Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on SJ Resolution 18 and SJ Resolution 28. I offer my support for these resolutions of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act, which would nullify the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's final rule aimed at imposing a price cap on overdraft services provided by financial institutions, and the CFPB's final rule targeting larger participants in general use digital consumer payment applications. These two midnight rules from the Biden administration's CFPB expanded the Bureau's power without sufficient justification or analysis. Both rules will stifle innovation and harm consumers by increasing costs and reducing access and availability
What
of
up?
financial services and products. First,
Playing golf in the rain. What?
overdraft services are essential
Ah.
for many American families. For those living paycheck
Yeah, we
to
just covering
paycheck,
this one. We're gonna be
paying
up
a fixed
early as
fee
fuck,
to
and we're
ensure
gonna be
that a payment,
online early
whether
as
for
fuck tomorrow.
groceries or diapers, is not rejected in the checkout line is crucial.
I'm gonna start
These
roughly
families
around
understand the costs and willingly, and this is critical, willingly
9 o'clock my time,
opt
so
in
10 o'clock
to this
Eastern.
service, finding value and convenience in that service. Instead of allowing competition to continue its beneficial effect, the Bureau has decided to intervene
Yep.
by reclassifying overdraft services as credit under the Truth in
We've
Lending
gone
Act
through this
13.
whole
This
thing, and it's
shift-
been just
this
a
shift
circle jerk of
introduces
dumb shit,
firms
like
of
always
disclosure
with the house
and
rules. But
underwriting requirements for banks and credit unions. These
we have some
requirements are
good ones
both
coming up
costly and
tomorrow. I want to hear
unnecessary
them.
for short-term services like overdraft. The first option under the new rule forces financial institutions to treat overdrafts as extensions of credit, which of course they are not. This could significantly limit access to critical liquidity, especially for those who need it most. Requiring banks and credit unions to underwrite each overdraft, such as evaluating a borrower's ability to repay, is simply not feasible for such amounts. Additionally, TILA disclosures are more likely to confuse customers than to inform them.
Oh, hell yeah, good news.
Moreover, the alternative
news,
option
RP.
of justifying a charge higher than the $5 safe harbor will be nearly impossible for financial institutions. The CFPB will have the power to decide what costs are permissible when evaluating this charge, essentially setting a government-determined price cap. As a result, many banks and credit unions may simply opt out to charge a $5 fee or not offer overdraft services at all. This price cap would effectively price out high-risk consumers who rely on overdrafts, thereby reducing critical financial services and access. But the problems with the overdraft fee caps aren't just theoretical. The Federal Reserve of Bank of New York has already concluded that, quote, overdraft fee caps hamper rather than foster financial inclusion, unquote. Furthermore, the claim that smaller banks and credit unions will not be impacted because the rule excludes institutions under $10 billion in assets is misguided. Smaller institutions will still be forced to lower their overdraft fees in order to compete and keep customers. Second, the larger participant rule is a textbook case of regulatory overreach. It stems from a flawed process and applies an overly broad approach that blurs important distinctions between very different products and services in the digital economy.
I don't like
the rule's
golf.
expansive, ill-defined scope
I'll
concentrates
be the one
a
driving the
diverse
golf
range of
cart
digital
while
products
drinking beer.
under the generic label of general-use digital consumer payment applications. This includes peer-to-peer payment apps, digital wallets, e-commerce payment processors, and even certain embedded payment tools used in marketplaces and mobile platforms. These are not one-size-fits-all products. They serve very different functions. They carry different risk profiles, and they are used by customers in very different ways. Rather than tailoring its approach to the complexities of digital payments ecosystem, the Bureau issued a rule that treats all of these companies as if they're the same and deserve identical federal oversight. The bottom line is this. The Bureau had ample opportunity to develop a more targeted, risk-based approach, but chose instead a broad, one-size-fits-all strategy based on volume, not conduct, without clear evidence of systemic consumer harm or market failure. In fact, payment services accounted for only 1% of the Bureau's 1.3 million complaints in 2023. While the Bureau claims this rule is aimed at consumer protection, the real consequences will be felt by consumers themselves through higher costs, reduced functionality, and fewer innovative tools designed to meet their financial needs. Congress has a responsibility to check executive overreach, especially when it's done through a rushed, opaque, and politicized process that results in less innovation and growth and worse consumer outcomes. This resolution gives us the opportunity to do just that. I urge the committee to support these resolutions of disapproval, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barr. Ms. Waters, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Hey. You get up in their face and you tell them they're not welcome here.
Ms. Waters, will you pull the mic close to you?
Anything but first degree, and we'll be in the streets.
Again. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. I wish I was here to testify under different circumstances where we might be discussing bipartisan legislation to lower prices for consumers or strengthen consumer protections or even fulfilling our duties under the Constitution to conduct meaningful oversight of the Trump-Musk regime. But no, House Republicans have turned a blind eye while the regime usurps Congress's power and unlawfully tries to delete the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I'd like to remind the panel that the CFPB is
Prediction
the only
Bureau or
federal
protection?
watchdog consumers have solely
Because that's not
focused
what
on
they're doing.
protecting them
But if there's a
from predatory
prediction bureau,
lenders
we need to
and
get
big
the fuck rid of them.
encroachment in the financial marketplace. Today, House Republicans add insult to inquiry by proposing to advance two harmful and anti-consumer pieces of legislation. The first bill is S.J. Res. 18, a partisan Congressional Review Act resolution that will increase bank fees. You heard me right. I said increase bank fees, and it will impact 23 million households.
Just saying it doesn't make it fucking true.
Households that incur overdraft fees each year. Many of these fees are $35 or $40, even if you briefly overdraw your account a few dollars. Let's clear up a few myths. CFPB's rule does not ban overdraft.
Hey man, that happened at under the Clinton administration. Yeah, those charges because you didn't have enough money in your account. The bank was able to charge you because you didn't have enough money. Yeah, that started under Clinton. I remember that too. I remember that really fucking well because my mom would like to overdraft our account the day before because she would buy little trinkets instead of paying the bills. But she would overdraft the account the day before everything happened. Then all of a sudden that bill went into effect and now we're sitting here $30, $40, $50, $60 because back then it was only $5 if you went over. Now it's $35. Some places $40, some places even $50 for every single charge. Yeah, that was on you, Waters. That was on you and your team and your administrations. That allowed that to happen. That allowed them to increase it. I think it's about time y'all shut the fuck up and just stop arguing about this shit because everything you have done has fucked over the American people. And everything you have said that would fuck over the American people has pretty much helped us in some way, shape, or form. It's about time y'all start shutting the fuck up now. Because I don't know how much more America can actually take, left, right, and center. I don't know how much more everybody can take of this blatant retardation and absolute, I would say abhorrent, but abhorrent's not the word for it. It just doesn't ring enough truth. It doesn't capture the meaning of everything that has happened. You know what? We're still on YouTube. I'm trying to dance around what I want to say, but we're still on YouTube.
Draft fees, but rather it sets a reasonable limit at $5 per overdraft charge by the biggest banks. Despite what opponents may claim, the rule does not impose a hard cap on these fees, as it provides flexibility for large banks to charge more if their estimated costs
She looks like
and
she's
losses
missing that
in
St. Bankman-Fried
providing
money.
the service
Yep.
are higher than $5. The rule even allows big banks to charge even higher fees if they provide a simple upfront cost disclosure to consumers. That's right. The biggest banks can charge higher fees, but they just have to tell consumers that they plan to do so. Furthermore, this rule does not apply to any small community banks or credit unions. In fact, 97% of all banks and virtually all credit unions are completely exempt from the rule. Now, Republicans will try reverse psychology and claim rescinding the overdraft rule will somehow result in better banking service and lower fees.
I just
for
can't
consumers.
say it live,
If that were
brother.
true, then why do nearly 300 consumer, civil rights, labor, religious, and community groups across the country strongly oppose this bill? Last Friday, we got a new report that a key Federal Reserve metric of inflation is going up, which sent the stock market further into the tank. Whether you like the CFPB or not, it doesn't make any sense to hike bank fees on 23 million hardworking families. Why do you want to force them to pay $5 billion in more fees every year? The second bill is SJ Reg 28, another partisan Congressional Review Act resolution that will prevent the CFPB from supervising payment apps offered by big tech firms, including Apple, Google, and Elon Musk's X app that will soon
Elon
get
Musk's?
into the payments business. Normally, the CFPB examines the largest banks along with the payment apps and services these banks provide consumers. CFPB checks to make sure they're complying with applicable consumer protection laws. CFPB's payment apps supervision rule simply levels the playing
Playman?
field for banks. That is because big tech and other non-bank firms have increasingly offered mobile wallets and payment apps for consumers to use. The same consumer protection laws apply to them, and Congress gave CFPB the authority to examine the largest participants to ensure they are complying with those laws. So let's be clear. CFPB's rule that SJ Res 28 would repeal imposes no new consumer protection standards on these large payment apps. It simply allows CFPB to check if they're following current law. This is important because I've received more and more complaints from constituents who have been tricked, scammed, and defrauded out of their hard-earned money on these payment apps. Candidly, we should be working together to tackle this rise in payment fraud. Unlike the overdraft bill I first discussed, HJ Res 28 was never considered by the committee. We have a markup on Wednesday and could easily have considered it there. Why are Republicans in such a rush to pass this? I know that Trump recently turned the White House lawn into a Tesla sales lot after Tesla's
Don't you dare.
stock
Don't you dare,
the
Jennifer.
president is ordering this bill
Don't
to
you
be passed
dare
now so Elon
put
can launch
Feinstein
his
down like
payment
that.
app without any supervision and recoup the money he's lost after Americans have resoundingly rejected Musk's reckless Doge work, including unlawfully firing CFPB employees. Madam Chair, our constituents are deeply concerned about losing their Social Security and Medicaid checks because of the reckless government cuts. They're concerned about how Elon Musk is using his government role to further enrich himself. At the same time, families and businesses are struggling as Trump's chaotic and dumb tariff wars raised costs across the board. It makes no sense to pass legislation that increases bank fees and eliminates oversight of big tech apps, while millions of people are being defrauded, scammed, and ripped off. In fact, the only thing bipartisan about both
I mean, it's
bills
already
is
lost its hair,
opposition
be the one.
they both received in the Senate. It is not too late to turn back. I urge members of this committee to show some courage, stand up for consumers, and reject these.
It's like a
harmful
cat
pieces
with
of
mange.
legislation.
You can
Thank
put
you,
a wig
and I
on
look
it,
forward
but
to
it
some
doesn't make it real.
Thank you, Ms. Waters.
I don't know how that works.
Representative Barr, I'm not sure if I've seen as
Cat with
many
mange is not
rules
real,
as
apparently, ladies and
concerning
gentlemen. I don't know
as
how
the
that,
one
that
with
came up in my
respect to
head.
The CFPB's rule on digital wallets. Can you elaborate on the justification the CFPB made when deciding to regulate this space and
I've heard from
create
Scott
such
yet.
an unnecessary
We were
rule?
supposed to do Stupid's Play tonight, too.
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman. The Dodd-Frank law ostensibly authorizes this rule, and this is multiple iterations of this rule. Thank
Why are you all so
but
goddamn
the real
stupid you can't turn on a
problem
microphone?
with the larger participant rule that was a midnight rulemaking from former Director Chopra is that it is a one-size-fits-all approach, and it's not tailored to the various different types of products for larger participants for all these various financial technologies. So they don't really take a look at the granular specific risks of a particular product. They don't look at the differences between these digital wallets and different payment applications. And as a result, they lump everything together right now, which will stifle innovation. And they subject these participants to supervision, which again is overbroad, and it would extend the supervisory reach of the Bureau way beyond the original purpose.
Well, you know, I read my mail and I answer my mail, and I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of letters I've gotten in my time here. I don't believe I've ever gotten a letter complaining about one of these entities. I just don't believe I've ever gotten a letter. So it seems to me that this was a solution in search of a problem.
Exactly right. And not only does that corroborate that your experience from your constituents corroborates what the Bureau itself is receiving. Less than 1% of all of its complaints relate to these products.
Okay, thank you very much. So now to the rule on overdraft fees. Is it not the case that overdraft revenues in the banking sector have actually decreased in recent years, even as overdrafts themselves seem to have remained more or less constant?
They have, and that just goes to show, Chairwoman, that competition and choice, not central planning from Director Chopra, is what constitutes true consumer protection. When you have robust competition where consumers can shop with their feet, if they don't like a particular overdraft service, and by the way, it's a convenience. They can opt in or they can opt out. It is not a product that is crammed down their throats. They can choose not to have this service. They can opt out of it. They can also shop on what an overdraft fee looks like from this institution versus this credit union, from a big bank to a small bank. But here's the reality, the marketplace reality about overdraft. Larger banks can afford the cap that the Bureau is putting into place. They can afford it. You know who can't afford it? The community financial institutions, the credit unions. They can't afford to provide this convenient service without some level of compensation for the convenience that they're offering to someone who doesn't want to be embarrassed at the point of sale. And their consumers want this service. They know exactly what they're getting, and they choose it in lieu of a more usurious product like a payday loan. And the irony is that the CFPB and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle apparently want to push these paycheck-to-paycheck Americans into higher cost, higher risk products.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of feel like we've entered the twilight zone. I mean, this bill raises bank fees. I mean, Republicans are raising bank fees on regular Americans. It is that simple. I dare you to do a town hall in person where you go before the audience and stand up for banks over consumers and argue that somehow the banks are the victims here, that they're not, the poor banks, and then say, oh, people have all this choice. I mean,
McGovern, you gave them that fucking power.
Complicated. Not everybody has financial advisors to guide them, but the idea that somehow we're here to say that, it's okay to raise bank fees on regular consumers, I think is absurd. I mean, that's what this is about. And I get it. I'm sure, with the change in leadership, the banking industry came in and is, making all kinds of requests. But I got to tell you, if I ever got up before an audience in my district and made the argument that you just made, I mean, I'd be booed out of the hall. I don't get it. Ranking Member Waters, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything to anything that's been said, but I wanted to give you the opportunity now.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I'm overwhelmed with the fact that we have elected officials supposedly representing their constituents who seem to put a lot of time and effort into making sure the big banks can do whatever they want to do, charge whatever they want to charge in fees, and somehow claim it's the constituents' fault, that they're not shopping around enough. They're not smart enough.
They're literally
to
just
know,
making this shit up
that
in their head as
maybe
they go
have some
along.
alternatives. But, of course, I guess they
There is
expect their
no
representatives to
actual
know,
argument to
and they
any of
expect
their
their
shit. They're just
representatives
making
to
it up
represent
as
them.
they go along.
You know, it's disgusting to have to deal with an issue like this when, in fact, again, the big banks, the biggest corporations in America, have the opportunity
This is what makes me
to
drink,
be
be the one.
represented in this way, while
I'm just
they
using that
refer
as an
to
excuse,
people
but
living paycheck to paycheck, but they're not willing to help the people living paycheck to paycheck. It's a lot I could say, but what the hell?
Yeah, what the hell? Shut up. So, be the one. The reason why I listen to these things. This tracks the process of how the bills are going through, the arguments that are being made, the arguments that will pass one committee will go on then to another committee if they survive. All of those committees that they run through, they will bring these arguments to the floor right before they vote. Everybody's already going to have it made up in their minds. You'll have very few that will be able to swing making backdoor deals right before votes. Yes, technically, you are correct. These hearings don't make a fuck because they already know. They've already made their decision way before any of us knew these things existed anyway. However, it is good for a few things. It is good to hear what your representative is saying. It is good to hear what representatives of your side are saying. And it is good to hear what representatives of the other side are saying as well. Simply because without them, you wouldn't be able to tell that the 118th do-nothing Republican Congress was obstructed by every bit of the way through Democrats who were making backdoor deals with some Republicans that have actually resigned because they got called out, like Don Bacon. It gives you a chance to see who's actually fighting for you. Who's actually there making common sense questions and points that define and kind of reflect what you believe of the situation. And it's also good to see how they're trying to argue against these things because their arguments are so retarded that there's no way you could actually say with any kind of common sense in there, there's no way you could actually say that these arguments that they have against most of these things, most of these arguments that they have against most of these bills, make absolutely no fucking sense because, say, in a hearing like this where we're talking about the consumer board, she goes off into Trump and Elon Musk and all this shit, and you got to get them talking points in. You got to get them. But is there a point to that? Because they did what to CFPB? I mean, Democrats gave them the ability to just keep raising their fucking rates. But what has Trump and Musk done to it? Oh, hey, there's a lot of wasted money going into that area. Yeah, can we stop that wasted money? Did their arguments make any sense for what the fuck they're trying to argue? It's good to see if your representatives are actually paying attention or they're just crying and whining just so you'll be tricked into voting for him again. Sorry, that's what it is. They're campaigning in these committee hearings now.
No, I appreciate that. I just, this whole Rules Committee meeting has been really troublesome. I mean, we're taking up a bill that's making it more difficult for women in this country to be able to register to vote. And everybody's behaving like, oh, it's no big deal. You know, you'll go get a passport, $160. Making it more difficult for people in the military to vote. And on top of all of that, I can't quite understand why we're even talking about that issue because we already had a rule to bring it up But apparently, we're bringing the SAVE Act up in order to be able to provide cover for Republicans who are going to vote to make it impossible for a new mother to be able to vote by proxy. So much for a family-friendly Congress. And then this, again, a bill that will increase bank fees on consumers. My constituents don't want that. So that's where I am.
Your constituents are
Do you wanna
retarded because they're not paying
Well,
attention.
just to clarify,
If they were paying attention, you wouldn't be in office.
The fees are coming down in the marketplace. It is absolutely incorrect to characterize this resolution of disapproval as increasing bank fees. The opposite is true. And with respect to the ranking member's characterization of the intelligence of our, it's precisely because our consumers are smart that they want this. They recognize that the convenience of a fee to pay an overdraft charge to avoid the inconvenience at the point of sale as a liquidity bridge when they've run out of cash in their account is better and less expensive than a high-cost payday loan.
Well, I would just say, sell that someplace else. It won't work with my constituents. And this is about
It won't work with your constituents. It won't work with your constituents to pay a flat fee instead of going to a payday loan company that's going to charge you 256% interest throughout the term of the loan. Depending on how big it is, of course, but I'm sorry, if you told your constituents the actual fucking truth, then that one-time flat fee they would go for. You retarded sack of shit. But to sit there and go to a payday loan company that charges you, okay, let's just do payday loan. 2 weeks. On average. You're going to get roughly, 60%? The fees that you would pay for that is roughly around that much. And once you get into that, it's actually fucking hard to get out of because, well, you have to take out a little bit of money because you overran a little bit. But next week, you're going to be still short that money. So you probably have to pay that off and do it again and then do it again and then do it again. So you're just paying interest off and you're never getting anywhere in your situation. So your constituents are too fucking stupid to understand a one-time flat fee is better than just constantly going into fucking debt with this payday loan company that you're literally just paying money to hold money for. You were literally paying a payday loan company to hold their money. Your constituents in Massachusetts must be incredibly fucking retarded.
raising bank fees. Let me read you. I don't ever agree with anything this woman ever says, Laura Loomer, but she tweeted, yes, really, hopefully you can put an end to this, Elon Musk. The GOP doesn't like CFPB, and so they are now just opposing everything CFP has done, including the good things like implementing a law in 2024 that banned payment platforms like PayPal, Stripe, and Venmo from banning people based off their political affiliation. Senate GOP just voted to legalize debanking. They should kill the companion bill off in the House. I mean, we just have a very different viewpoint here. But I'm going to tell you, my constituents don't trust big banks, and because they've been screwed by big banks time and time and time again.
Well,
over the
that's
years.
on you, but okay.
And I'll tell you, I guarantee you, if you get your way on this, they're going to get screwed again. So,
Mr. Gentleman
yeah.
would yield. I just want to make sure we get this on the record and everybody understand. Community banks are not subject to the rule, and 97% of banks are exempt from the rule. That should be understood by everybody.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, if I could respond to that, the reality of the way the rule works is that if you cap it for the big banks, guess what? Guess who's in competition with the big banks? Community banks. What we want are community banks to be able to compete with larger banks, regionals and big banks. We want them to be able to compete with them, to provide similar services and products as the big banks. If you cap the fees for the big banks, and create price controls for the big banks who can afford them. Guess who gets hurt? It's the community banks who no longer can offer this service to their customers, a service that is in demand, safe, and is transparent.
Well, I'll end as I began. I dare you to go before an in-person
Just as
town hall
retarded
and
as you
give the
came
same
out the
speech
womb.
You just gave right here, because it won't go over very well. People understand what this is about. It's about raising bank fees on regular consumers, and people want no part of it. Thank you. I yield back.
I mean, he just straight up destroyed you, and you had nothing to say, but no, you're wrong.
That this does not raise bank fees. I think we are going to have to state the truth every time.
Madam Chair, I am stating the truth. This will raise bank fees, with all due respect. So I will correct the record as well.
And the lady you quoted said it was implementing a bill. It's a rule, a regulation, and that's part of the problems with people who make these comments. Mr. Langworthy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Barr, regarding the CFPB's overdraft cap rule, what steps had financial institutions already taken and continue to take to promote transparency and flexibility in their overdraft products for consumers?
Well, I think the first thing you have to understand is that the law already requires that this is a voluntary product. And when a bank opens up a checking account for a customer, they give that customer a choice. And that choice is, do you want overdraft protection or do you not? In other words, if you've run out of money in your bank account and you go and use your debit card at the point of sale and your purchase accidentally is over the amount that's the balance that's left in your account, do you want the bank to cover that, provide the convenience?
Oh my God, they're in recess.
Avoid the embarrassment of a rejection at the point of sale.
I think they're done.
Protect that individual potentially from criminal liability.
We ain't got much more left to go.
And providing that short-term liquidity. And if so, here is what the fee is associated with that.
It started on the amount of, the Doge clock part?
They use it sometimes.
Yeah, Jennifer, that started from zero. That started as soon as they started finding something.
For them to use that on a paycheck-to-paycheck basis than to resort to the inconvenience and the cost and the higher cost of going to a loan shark or a payday lender. This is one of the most popular products that banks and credit unions offer to their customers, and the low complaint levels bear that out.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And turning to the CFPB's larger participant rule, can you remind us again, is CFPB leading the way in supervising these electronic payment companies, or does such supervision already exist?
Well, I mean, the supervision already exists. The problem is that they're trying to broaden and expand their supervisory reach, and they're trying to do it in a way that lumps all of these very different divergent types of payment platforms into one basic standard, and that would stifle innovation.
And will these controls, rules, and these regulations issued in the Biden rule via CFPB, both before us today and beyond, ultimately restrict what is financially available to everyday Americans?
It would absolutely have the effect of restricting access to these products, and in particular with respect to the overdraft product. The overdraft product, in many cases, will go away, and Americans will lose access to that short-term liquidity.
Well, thank you, Representative Barr. I look forward to supporting these measures on the floor, and I yield
That debt clock has slowed the fuck down, dude. That clock has slowed down because of that shit.
Thank you.
It used to be like, what was it, 67,000 or 67 million a minute or something?
The regulation we're talking about here caps
No, it's 67,000 a minute, and now it's roughly around 47 to 49,000.
Okay, so this regulation, if we overturn it with this CRA, would allow the country's biggest banks to charge even higher overdraft fees. So our Republican colleagues want to make sure that big banks can price gouge even more from American consumers.
Absolutely.
At least they're on brand.
How? By capping what the fuck they can do, somehow they're going to be charging even more. How does that fucking work, you dumb whore? Like, there's no way in hell you can make 2 and 2 equal 5 in this situation. By capping what they can charge, somehow you're going to be paying more. So let me get this straight. By capping insulin at $35 an hour, or $35, somehow people were paying more for insulin, right? Is that same logic there? Oh, wait. No, that worked because Biden did it. No, this isn't a thing because Biden did it. But because somebody else that isn't a Democrat brings up something that's the same plot line, different details, somehow it's not gonna fucking work. Because it's not the same details. It's the whole you're comparing apples to oranges thing. No, it's not apples to oranges. It's the same goddamn plot line, different fucking details, and yet you still want to rage out against one and be okay with the other. The consistency is fucking amazing. Spot on. You were the most intelligent sons of bitches on the face of this earth. It's like, what was it? What was the Power Rangers before in Japan? Like Super Sentai or some shit. It's like Super Sentai versus Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They're the exact same shit. They were using Japanese fucking video during the fight scenes when they would transform into the little Power Rangers. They were using all that, but no, it's different. It's different altogether. Storyline is the same, plot line is the same, but it's different people, different details, different area. I mean, the location is all. It's not the same. Can't stand that fucking dumb shit. I can't stand that. You're comparing apples to oranges simply because you have no answer to it.
We heard a little bit of testimony that consumers opt into these overdraft fees. Have you ever known a big bank to negotiate with a non-commercial client to negotiate overdraft fees?
As a matter of fact, I don't know exactly how they supposedly disclose this, but I bet you they don't tell them what it's going to cost them in order to, take advantage of this service. And while we're looking at, possibly $35, $40, et cetera, and we're trying to cap that, I bet they don't tell them that.
It's probably in the same fine print as the forced arbitration clause. It's really disturbing. We've seen some really good work come out of the CFPB.
Oh, it's in the fine print.
Saving money for consumers.
It's in the fine print that they're going to be able to charge more by capping. Yeah, they'll charge you more because we're capped. It's in the fine print. Don't worry about it.
As this administration is moving to gut the Consumer Financial Protection Board, it's really disturbing because the biggest winners in this are going to be the corporations that profit off deception and fraud. I don't think these two resolutions have much to do with reducing regulation. It's about taking power away from consumers. Just more generally on the rule, our colleagues across the aisle are really famous for having themes, legislative themes each week. Some weeks it's veterans, other weeks it's education. For most of the last year or so, it's been protecting the rights of household appliances almost every week. So it's the last day of Women's History Month. So it should be expected that we'll be dealing with a rule to advance bills regarding women's rights. And we are, except it's about limiting women's rights. So in this bill, in this rule that we're considering today, we're considering the SAVE Act, which makes it harder for women to register to vote, disproportionately harder. And the rule itself is going to manipulate the rules of the House in order to prevent a vote on a bill that would make it possible for new mothers to vote. So happy Women's History Month, and I yield back.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. That begs for a lot of response, but I am going to control myself tonight and not respond to what should be responded to. Mr. Griffith, you are recognized.
Thank you so much,
Man,
Madam
those
Chair.
earrings
You
are
know,
way too
this
fucking
is an
heavy for your
issue
ear.
that I think, when you actually understand the law, should get all of my Democrat colleagues supporting the resolution to disallow the rule on the bank fee for insufficient funds. Senate Joint Resolution 18. Let me explain why, because I want y'all to
We
pay
may not
attention to
finish this real quick.
While it may have been well
Scott
intended by
just
the
hit me up.
CFPB, they're not criminal lawyers. They don't
gonna
understand
give it to
criminal
Lee.
law. And guess what happens to the small consumer in this country when we don't get rid of this rule? The banks and the credit unions go away from having the program where you have the insufficient funds. I've used it. You sign up for it, and the bank will mark, or the credit union will mark on that check or on that withdrawal, insufficient funds. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, where I practiced for nearly 30 years, I represented a lot of clients in this situation. Because what happens when you have insufficient funds marked on there creates a presumption that you're attempting to defraud the merchant. Now, this only applies to merchant expenses. But you're defrauding the merchant. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor carrying up to 12 months in jail and or a fine up to $1,000 or $2,500. I think they raised it to $2,500 since I quit practicing, but it was $1,000 when I practiced law. It was up to 12 months. If it's over $1,000, it's considered a felony, carrying up to 5 years in the penitentiary. So here we are arguing that somehow we're letting banks, take advantage of small consumers when in fact the banks are protecting them from potential, as long as they're not truly involved in a criminal scheme. It prevents them from having an insufficient fund returned to the merchant. And guess what happens under the law in Virginia?
Jennifer, thank you for the $1 donuts. Please tell Scott I said thanks for the post in Discord. It rocked. I will do.
You get to charge at least a $50 fee. There's some other, they've added some new stuff on that goes above that. I'm not sure I understand that. But the merchant gets to charge a $50 fee that the CFPB doesn't have any control over, and this rule doesn't deal with. The merchant gets to charge that fee. And if it actually ends up where there's a criminal charge, and that happens on a regular basis, or happened on a regular basis in the past, even if you pay the check off, you have to pay the $50 merchant fee, and you have to pay the court costs, far in excess of the average of $35 that some of these institutions have been charging. So I grant you, I understand the frustration. I don't care about the big banks so much, but I do care about the clients that I represented, because I represented the little guys in a Main Street practice. And what you all are inadvertently doing by not supporting this resolution is hurting the little guys, because they're going to end up facing criminal penalties or criminal charges at the very least, with higher fees than what the bank is charging. I think it's bad policy. And I believe there's similar laws in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Is that not true?
That is true. In fact, Kentucky Revised Statute 514040 is the theft by deception statute. And not only is the merchant entitled to charge a $50 fee, which is more than what the bank would or the credit union would charge for overdraft protection, but then theft by deception is a Class B misdemeanor at the lower scale.
What am I getting done in
Class A,
life?
Could be a Class B, depending on the amount of
About
the
the drink and
overdrawn
play
check
games
that would
and have
create
fun.
a theft by deception charge by the county attorney. And if it's a very large check, it could even be a Class D felony. So this could carry actual jail time. What the banks and the financial institutions are providing is protection. It's protection for the consumer. And this is a very important point that the gentleman from Virginia is pointing out. Virginia obviously has similar criminal statutes as Kentucky.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
No,
just tell
Muffin,
you,
this ain't no
I'm very
joke.
glad this protection has been there.
This is your government.
My wife gives me a certain amount of money in my account. She gets all the money in our household, and she gives me a certain amount of money on the credit union up here, our federal credit union here. And there have been months when she has chastised me and said, you know, when you just use that card willy-nilly, they charge you a fee when you run out of money. And I said, they do? And she said, yeah. But I'd much
Well,
rather
then you
have
must be
that
dumb.
than to have somebody saying, no, you can't buy that meal on the way home because your money's run out, or thinking that I'm attempting to defraud them. So this is where these fees were originally came in to be very popular, is because people do opt in, because people do like them, because if you're inadvertent, it's a way of saying to whomever you're spending that money with, I'm not trying to defraud you, and the state recognizes that as better than having something returned for insufficient funds and potential criminal penalties. Mr. Barr.
Yeah, and if I could just respond to the gentlelady's point that this is Women's History Month. I have a constituent, and the gentleman from Massachusetts talks about our constituents and whether they want this or not, and the town hall scenario. Let me just share my constituent, a female constituent, and her testimonial about this product. And this was told by a financial institution. We have a customer with 2 children in Versailles, Kentucky, and her husband is in the military. As you know, things can be difficult when one parent is deployed and one parent is alone with the children trying to manage finances, school, after-school activities, and church. As the customer said, things can be overwhelming, even exclusive of her husband's deployment. The customer approached me in church with her head down, saying that she was having a tough time with things. Some expenses surprised her, and she was suddenly out of money for the month. She was okay, as she had groceries, gas, and her bills were paid until she got a flat tire on the way to a school function. She got the car to the tire shop, and the tire was irreparable. She had to buy a new tire for a couple $100 she didn't have. She was not able to keep up with her car, so she had to buy the new tire. There was no choice. She ran her debit card, and to her surprise, it covered the tire. She ran the debit card. She didn't have the money in her account, but it covered it. It covered the tire. And she said she got home, and she checked the account when she got home, wondering how it was paid for, because she knew she didn't have the money for it, and it was her overdraft that covered it. She thanked me that her community bank was there for her to cover her overdraft so she could keep moving without having to call for help. Needless to say, I was tremendously humbled that we could help this mother whose husband was deployed in the military due to the overdraft, and I was grateful we were there to cover it in time of need. That is a celebration in Women's History Month, that overdraft protection protected that female mother of 2 with a deployed husband.
The gentleman yield for 1 second?
I appreciate it, but I'm not going to yield. I yield back.
That's typical.
Thank you.
Oh,
Mr.
that's
Jack,
typical.
you're
That's
recognized.
typical.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I just can't be a dick, so that's typical.
I believe we have at least one member who wishes to offer an amendment. Ms. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
We welcome you to the Rules Committee. I'm not sure how long you've been there because we've had a crowd, but I hope that it's been a good experience for you. Is this your first time?
It is. It reminds me of the Texas legislature. This is how we do all the hearings down there, a little back and forth and little member questions. It's good. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Well, if you've heard my comments, we welcome your written testimony, and we hope that you can keep your spoken comments to 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I come here today as a member of the Subcommittee on Elections and House Administrations Committee, and because voting and the right of the people to select their leaders are among the most sacred rights that we must always defend. I appreciate the efforts to ensure that our elections are safe and free from foreign interference and that only U.S. citizens are allowed to vote. However, this bill
We got
seeks
roughly around 10
some
minutes left
solutions
on the
for
clock
problems that
in
don't
this.
exist,
We'll
and
finish
it
this out.
creates some other problems that I'm very, very concerned about, of which I've offered 3 amendments that I hope the committee will substantially consider. You know, one of the big concerns is that we don't allow for any mail or online voter registration in this new version. We have many states that allow for that, but we also have many service members, persons with disabilities, seniors who rely on online and mail-in registration in order to register to vote. This bill requires
I would
only
too,
an
Muffin.
allows for only
But
an
hey.
in-person voter registration.
Will
So my
admit,
amendment
sometimes
would
I didn't
allow
have
for
enough
people
money
to
for gas or
provide their
something, and an
documents
overdraft did
online,
save my
to
ass
be
once in a
able
while.
to take care of folks who are not able to get out of their homes, because as this bill is written, it will absolutely deny the right to register to vote for eligible citizens. And I would think that that is something that every member of this committee would be very concerned about, like I am. My second amendment provides teeth for those who are wrongfully denied the right to vote, who are eligible. Can you imagine being a citizen of this country and you put in your voter registration and somebody tells you you can't vote? How are you going to respond to that constituent that reaches out to you that says, I was denied the right to vote and I'm legally entitled to? We have to take an abundance of careful measures to make sure that those are allowed to vote. And so one of my amendments gives a right to cure. If you've been denied the right to vote.
So it is your ideology that 10 guilty people must go free so one innocent person does not suffer. That is your mindset when you're walking into this. 10 guilty people must go free so one innocent person does not suffer. If you're talking about stealing a candy bar, I understand that. But we're talking about voting here in the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. Some things are going to be missed along the way. Some people are going to fall through the cracks, and there are definitely going to be some people who are inadvertently targeted. Of course. It's going to happen. If you want the right to vote, you'd fight for it. To prove you're an American citizen, you'd do whatever it takes. If you really wanted to vote, just like you do whatever it takes to do anything. I don't understand the fucking argument here. It makes no sense to me.
Then you should be able to have a district court have a hearing on your denial within 24 hours to determine if you have been wrongfully disenfranchised the right to vote. Because we, as the Congress of the United States, should seek to ensure, without waiver, without hesitation, without question, every eligible citizen of this country should be able to vote. And then thirdly, we have a lot of provisions in this bill that require for criminal penalties.
If they were legally able to vote.
On election administrators who register
And if they don't, they didn't want to vote that badly. None did they.
Aliens to vote. Well, likewise, if they wrongfully deny the right to vote of eligible citizens, then criminal penalties should ensue likewise. So they can't have on the one side and not the other. If there's going to be criminal penalties for them doing their job, then it needs to also ensure that legal citizens have the right for recourse in the event that they are wrongfully denied. And those people are held accountable if they seek to intentionally deny the right to vote to legal citizens of this country. So those are my 3 amendments. I deeply hope that the committee will seek to improve this legislation to make sure that Congress does its constitutional duty to make sure that we protect the inviolate right of every person in this country to vote if they are able. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Well, I thank you very much, Ms. Johnson, for your comments and for your amendments. Mr. McGovern, I have no questions. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, no, I would, first of all, thank you for coming here. Thank you for your patience. I support all 3 of your amendments. They all are reasonable and thoughtful, which probably means they won't be made in order. I sometimes have jokingly that the Rules Committee is the place where democracy goes to die sometimes. And on a bill regarding voting rights, I mean, and voter protection, I really do think we ought to open it up and allow some different points of view to be put forward. So we support your amendments. We will, if they're not made in order, we will absolutely, tomorrow when we meet to report out the rule, I will offer them, and hopefully we'll get be able to get some Republicans to vote for it. You know, I will also just take my moment here to say that, you know, again, as you can see, we're outnumbered here, 9-4, and so sometimes, you know, and I always regret when we don't have an opportunity for a give and take or debate. But I just do want to say to the gentleman, to suggest that the CFPB rule somehow benefits big banks, I find that to be over the top. Even Senator Josh Hawley, who I can't even agree on what to have lunch with him about, opposed this resolution on the Senate floor, and he knows this resolution is harmful, telling reporters, and I quote, "Why would we help the big banks at the expense of working people? I just don't understand it." I mean, there is a consensus, a growing consensus with Democrats and some Republicans, with liberals and some conservatives, that what Mr. Barr is bringing
That's
before
the change in
this
the language
committee
there, be
will
the one.
harmful to regular consumers, our constituents. So I just wanted to say that because I have a little moment to be able to express myself. But I support your amendments. And again, you know, this so-called SAVE Act, I think disadvantages women in particular in a way that, again, I hope it doesn't become law, but if it ever does, it's like a poll tax.
Well, that's right. I mean, one of the biggest problems, though, is for married women, if look, they could get it wrong. Well, where's the right to fix it? There's no right to fix an error in this bill. Nowhere do all the 80 million married women across this country have a chance to say, this clerk got it wrong. I'm a citizen, I deserve the right to vote, and I demand my right to vote. And we, as Congress, have an obligation.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see, if this goes through, you're going to see blue states denying women the right to vote just because of this argument. The only argument that they have ever fucking tried to make. You're going to deny the women the right to vote with this bill. Now, red states, they're going to be like, she brought me a birth certificate and a license. Why are they different? Well, there was an actual government document that said that she took the name of her husband when they got married, so that was showing the name change being legal and binding not only to the federal government, but by our rule of law. But you're going to see Democrat states be like, nope, women can't vote. Nope, because Orange Man bad. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. This is going to be something that will hit the fucking midterms. I guarantee it. Democrat states will not allow women to vote. Mark it. You've already seen it start forming here in the fucking House rules on this date. Democrat states are denying women the right to vote right before midterms.
Obligation to ensure that every citizen of this country is able to vote in our elections. And unfortunately, this bill has way too many problems with it that will rid and deny people the most violent thing that we have in this country is the right of self-determination and the right to vote. It's what distinguishes our democracy from those all across the world, right here. It's what we were founded on. And so I think these amendments,
I mean, you're not wrong, KB,
really go
but
to cure a lot of the problems that could really
it's going to dominate the news story.
People having
for
the
at
right
least
to
a
vote.
week.
I know if I
guarantee
was denied
it.
my right to vote, I'd be damn mad. And I'm sure a lot of people, everyone in this room would as well. And what recourses do we have under this bill? Nothing.
Absolutely. And again,
What recourses do we as women
ability
have
to,
the right under this
comply with
bill?
all that you need to comply with to prove that, in fact, you are who you say you are, could be costly. Maybe it doesn't matter for Elon Musk. He doesn't care about money.
It's only costly when you take every bit of legal fucking government documents, and you say no, because of our argument that we make on the House, we're going to show you how we were right by disenfranchising you. But we have to do it because Orange Man made this possible for you. We're doing it to you because the Orange Man made us. But what about the red states? Nothing's going on in red states. Well, they're breaking the law. Hold on. So I can go over right next door to the DMV or to the county clerk and get records, everything that I would need right next door, using my birth certificate and social security card, or birth certificate and ID. But you as a blue state are telling me I cannot register to vote for the same damn very documents, but in a red state, I would be able to register to vote just like normal? I think that'd be a huge ass wake up call. Huge ass wake up call. You're right. It might be a good thing in a lot of ways, but I'm telling you, guys are going to have to watch it. Michigan may be one of those places that does that. You might see Maine do it. It's going to be some random shit, though. It's going to be some random shit that normally doesn't hit the news. One state that does hit the news is going to do it, but there's going to be a state or two that normally doesn't hit the news that is going to do it. It's going to be a thing. Mark it down.
He gives out $1 million checks, right before elections to try to, persuade by votes. But, $160 for a passport for a lot of people is not only a lot of money, but the time it takes to get a passport, may prevent you from being able to register in time. So anyway, I will support your amendments. I thank you for being here, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Langworthy? Ms. Scanlon?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for bringing
Scanlon's
these
last.
amendments. I think we hadn't devoted much time yet in this debate to the fact that this bill would disenfranchise folks who are serving overseas, folks with disabilities who are unable to meet the in-person requirements. So I think that's a really important amendment, as are the ones that provide some balance here, because the whole weight of this bill is to disenfranchise eligible voters in order to solve this non-existent problem regarding non-citizen voters. So I think the cure provision, the fact that there would
Yeah, I had to have mine for
balancing
work when I worked as a
provisions,
military
all makes a lot of
contractor
sense.
because I went overseas a couple of times.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's interesting because I don't know how you can say you support our veterans and not support my amendment. Because how in the world are they supposed to come in person when their kid turns 18 or whatever? How are they supposed to register
point,
to vote
KB.
if they can't do it online or remotely? How can you support seniors who have mobility problems, who can't, maybe they don't have a driver's license anymore, or whatever? How can you support people with disabilities and not give them an opportunity to vote? When there's absolutely no reason why they can't submit a passport online, submit their birth certificate online. There's absolutely no reason at all. We submit electronic documents to prove who we are all the time. And so other than to keep people from being able to exercise their constitutional right to vote, and I really do think that this amendment needs to be strongly considered.
Sorry, Shane.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Jack? Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You're
Thank you so much for
excused.
the opportunity to be here. I hope you strongly consider my amendments.
Oh, that took
Do we
me
have
out,
anyone
man.
else seeking
That
to
took me out.
testify on H.R. 1526, H.R. 22, S.J. Res 18,
Oh,
or
shit.
S.J. Res 228? Seeing none, This closes the hearing portion of our meeting, and the committee stands in recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh, fuck you. I'm not getting up to watch y'all's asses at 8 a.m., but I will. What was the other ones? It was House Committee 5. They have judicial overreach, constitutional limits on federal courts. 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, they added that one. That one is Wednesday. America's AI Moonshot. That one I definitely got to listen to, but I don't want that to be the leading. Cybersecurity is local 2. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. We'll do Judiciary Committee first. Okay. Start out with the judicial overreach and constitutional limits on federal courts. Then, if we got some time after that, we'll start listening to the exploring the use of unmanned aircraft systems across DHS, because I guarantee you that the New Jersey shit's going to come up in that. And then we will come back to the oversight, no matter what, when they gavel in for the declassification of the JFK files at 1 p.m. my time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Got plans. I'm going to be up for this early as fuck tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, I'm going to jump off here because I'm going to go play some games with Scott. We're going to bring up some stupid play and we're going to get some things going on because we got some interesting things to listen to and a lot to talk about tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But I appreciate the hell out of every single one of you that has listened through all this. We got a lot to cover. And I really want to hear that JFK one. And that one's going to be a big one. I'm pretty sure that one may get a little bit out of control too. Whether it be from fights or arguments or disgusting comments, I guarantee you that's going to be a thing. But we will chase all that down and watch all that. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Tuesday shows coming up tomorrow night as well. I'm going to be pulling double duty with this because these hearings, some of them are starting to get interesting. Some of them are actually telling us real information that needs to be talked about now. And I'm starting to realize more and more who's in it for themselves in the government, who's actually fighting for you, who's the sleeper on both sides for these people. And right now, this new Congress, it's looking pretty good for y'all. Not gonna lie. But we got to listen up. We got to pay attention. And we got to keep watching them because this is your taxpayer dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. My question to you is, are you comfortable with this representation? Let's figure out if you are or not. I'll see y'all in the morning. Have a good night. And for those that don't join us on the Stupids Play, sleep tight.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want. so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.